Welcome, champions. There's not really a good stopping point in that song, just had to turn it down. How is everyone doing? Oop. Hello. We've got Parada, Rockerus, Zadraxis, Caius. Who else was in here? Nocton. How y'all doing? Hey, Lazy. Right before stream, I dropped a Cat 2 emote in the sub as well. It said it got approved. I don't see it on my list yet, though. We'll see. But we got the egg. The egg. Hey, Golstog. What's up? Yeah. Still sick. Still a little sick. Not as bad. I'm in the upturn, the recovery, but I'm still a little sick. Turns out it's the big COVID, unfortunately. Didn't realize until I sat down to eat some mint and cookies and cream ice cream and didn't taste mint at all. I was like, uh-oh. Let's see. Let's get this playing in the background. It's become all too familiar. Excuse me. Well, today is the day. We're going to look at that finalized list. We're going to go over any changes we might want made to the overall list. I thought of one pretty early on that I'm thinking might get bumped down a little bit. Let's just go and look at that list. He thought it was done and over forever. Yeah, I'm guessing for those of astute viewers, there was a day where I went to a family dinner. I'm guessing that was ground zero. Better than getting really sick, like high fevers or lung problems. Yeah, true. Let's see. Where am I going? Here is the current tier list. Gonna be making a few gross noises today. Not as bad as previous days. I'm on the mend, as it were. But I apologize in advance for the noises I will probably be making today. Let's see. I gotta check. Actually, let me hop back into this scene real quick. It said it approved Cat 2, and I just want to see if it did or not. Oh, I would need to reload. Okay, it did. We might get a better version of that cat, but if that's showing up for everybody, Cat 2 is also the sub emote. We had a few people talking about adding my other cat as emote. And talking about cats, she's being a brave girl sleeping in her bed over there. Shining in the sun. Cat 2 is out doing other cat things. Alright, anyway, tier list. Ritz crackers cause. See, the Ritz thing, I think it exacerbates anything that's going on. There's a few foods that do scratch my throat. And when that happens, I think it just accelerates. She's afraid of voices, yes. Why is it brave to lay in bed? Because she usually goes and hides when she hears me talking to no one. It scares her. Soon enough, we'll probably see her go poop and then hide under my bed. Better than heat exhaustion and a set of sunburns classifying as second-degree burns. That's you right now, Rackerus. When I was a kid, my family moved to a place in Arizona that was very hot. And it was kind of, as a child, my first experience with that kind of heat. Where I lived got hot in the summer, but not like Arizona hot. I know, girl. And I went to the swimming pool. I was in it was the summer of my 3rd or 4th grade. Meaning I was 8 or 9, and I didn't wear any sunscreen or anything like that, and I went swimming for 3 hours. Ooh, it was bad. It was so bad. Put up a tin roof on a chicken coop in the U.S. Southwest. Yeah, that ain't fun. Or did I read it as cook or coop? I knew what you meant. All right. Well, so one thing I was thinking of. I did say coop. Okay. I won't be on my 100% game. I'm less cloudy, and it's more just getting rid of the last gunk remaining, and hopefully getting my taste back. I can't taste this coffee at all. And all flavors are muted. I can taste a few things. Like, I was just eating random things last night, seeing what I could actually taste. And I could taste, like, Fritos corn chips. I could taste, like, the corn oil and peanut butter. That was about it. Everything else is so muted, I either barely taste it or or not at all. And this is actually, to my knowledge, the first time I've had a bout with COVID. I might have had it before and it just didn't hit me that hard, but... So your body learns to adapt to heat. Not when you're as white as me and bald. Dude, I just burn and then it peels and then I'm back to being pasty white. Shall we nominate champions to adjust, or do you have a few in mind to start with? The first one I was thinking of is there's always been the discourse with Gale and whether he's A+ based on the event buffs right now. I was thinking regardless of that, he might even deserve to be an A- just because 100 champions is a steep requirement to start buffing him up. And that's the only time, I mean, he's okay when you first get him, but the only time to make him good is when you can rock some Elminster runs. And that's a pretty steep requirement to start buffing up Gale, whereas Karlach, you can start doing, Zariel runs pretty early, but Elminster's way down the line for some people. And I think that's a pretty hefty requirement to get Gale to pop off. And I think that might be enough to bump him down to A-, regardless of event buff or not. You had it like 4 times and you were extremely careful, but you live in an apartment building. That's definitely harder. And you guess your neighbors suck, yeah. Brother used to go under the sun for 5 minutes and come back as a red burnt tomato. And now he gets Greek tan oil. How you doing, P-Dog? Yeah, we're just starting up, looking at the list. Anytime you see something, just shout it out and we'll probably get to it one way or the other. But yeah, right now I'm thinking about maybe bumping down Gale. He got A+ early because he was seat 1, and we were still seeing where things were gonna fall. But I think that the Elminster requirement is pretty steep. The Elminster berry is a rough on Gale, but his numbers are still great, and that's probably where every newbie rump would keep him. Late game champion and early catch-all, hence. Yeah. You have to watch the full moon to get sunburned. Will you publish somewhere your tier list? It will be helpful. I have my tier list in the description of every video. And I'll probably highlight it when I cover the new champion that comes out next. And showcase it and briefly explain it and then go into detailing the champions when I make my next video. But yeah, it's linked in every description of every video I make for Idle Champions. Well, I think so. Let's see here. You like Diana a lot, but you don't remember why she's A+. No metaformation should hurt her a little. I mean, she is one of the better just slot and go speeds, but she also has pre-stack scaling on top of that. She doesn't necessarily have a meta formation, it's true. You don't know you would knock Gale down because A, even before Elminster his scaling kicks in, he's valuable in AA, which you've all agreed is a starter choice, yeah. His numbers at worst are pretty okay, and they climb to real good. Yeah, I mean, I guess the bottom of A+ still can kind of represent that. It is really steep. 100 is actually pretty far down the line for newcomers. And I can't think of a champion that has that steep of a hill to climb before you can scale their kit. I can't think of anyone else that does that. Let alone, you know, item levels or anything like that, just baseline. I think he is that steepest. Belushi's a fight you want to pick today. Oh, I knew it. You're just being patient. Yeah, Diana, she is hurt by, let's see. I mean, she can be used with AA. Obviously isn't ideal. Evelyn, Belushi, Miria are 3 tanks with about equal rank and equal power, with use cases being the only thing splitting them up. Honestly, they are equal, and it's put down to use, progress of the game, and overall availability for people. Yeah, we'll keep Diana in our thoughts, in our hearts. We could go into the Belushi-Evelyn fight. But again, for newcomers, he's still okay before Elminster. His floor, if you will, is still likely A- to high B+, but then gets real good. Yeah, I just can't think of any other champion that requires that steep of a hill, and that could be a knock against him. It's kind of just all I was thinking. We have a long time today. We'll likely, you know, it depends on how hard of a fight we put up for all these champions, but we got a lot of time today, and so we can take a pretty leisurely pace through this. If we finish early, we have a few other things we could do today, either involving idle champions or not, but Spurt, who does need to fall? Spurt's hill is arguably much steeper. Yes and no, because then we're talking about item level investment, and he still gets, like you said with Gale, good early. It's not that hard to make Spurt good. To make him crazy scaling, which he has the opportunity to do, does take more item level investment. But Gale has a hard time wall. Can you think of any other champion in the game that has that hard of a time wall before you can even start trying to make them better? It's just a weird restriction that to my knowledge, only Gale has. Like, yes, you still need to farm with Crux and Karlach, but as soon as you unlock those campaigns and those patrons, you're set right off. Elminster just is such a steep restriction, comparatively. Therefore, bottom of A. Yeah, and bottom of A might be enough for Gale. I do still think he's really good, but minus event buffs and taking into consideration Elminster, I was just wondering. Gale's been knocked down a lot. I don't even know if I'd say he's been knocked down a lot. Being seat 1 and the first, I think he was the first champion we put in A+. It was inevitable that was going to get shuffled around. He was the very first one in there, I think. We just didn't have other champions to compare him to there yet. But yeah, he still potentially fits well at A+. I was just thinking that's something to think about. And that is fair, I guess, pushing down the line that no matter what, then he is always available for Elminster. You think Gale is very versatile in some formation, so you think he deserves that A+? That's true too. His positional you can vary so wildly that you can make him fit in almost anything. Which I do quite like. Either being 2 to 3 columns ahead of him or in his column and behind, and the miscellaneous utility he can offer is nice. We can leave him in A+ for now. I just wanted to think about that. Now, we can move on to Diana. Dirge is a bit overrated. I disagree, but we can get to that in a bit. A DPS with good scaling that is literally always available, I think is too much value. It is the DPS, if any starting player were to start right now, I would recommend Dirge be their DPS. You don't even like Gale? You don't think he should fall? Why don't you? You don't know? Commander, Commodore. Crux, unlock, and farm X, but you see what you're saying? Yeah, I mean, again, Karlach and Crux take a similar farming method, but 100 champions is steeper than those thresholds. Don't fall, Gale. How you doing, Kratos? The mischance has surprised you, didn't expect it to be useful at all, but you take it quite often for Gale? Yeah. It's a nice little defensive boost. Oh, excuse me. Still making gross noises. Let's see. Diana. It is true that while her speed is great and her scaling is great, that she's not necessarily seeing direct synergy with any formation out there. 100 champs is a year or more away for you. That's a wall you'll chip away week by week. Yeah. You don't think Dirge is overrated, really? S is like A+, with something really game-breaking exceptional about them, and perfect availability is that thing. I think so, at least with DPS, right? In the current highlighted DPS, really, too, in that the AA is a really strong team, a team I'd recommend starting with, and he's the DPS I'd recommend going with for them. And having a DPS you've invested in being always available, that's just, there's so much value there. So much value. But nearly useless without Ceramorphosis stacks. With just a few, I disagree, and he still has other scaling beyond that via the Urge and Living on the Edge. I've allowed this word. You don't think? Yeah. If you advocate for knocking him out of S, you will have to find a streamer whose nickname is not availability slut. Is that my nickname? I don't think I've ever seen anyone actually call me that. You're in my plus, but he can't compare with Val. Well, no one can compare with Valentine. She's at the top. That's why she's at the top. You don't personally see Diana in A+, mostly because it's a formation game, and if you don't have any formation synergy, it's a tough call to call someone valuable. Then the bounds, tier list, value, combat power, Diana's A+ in your mind, but yeah, I think if she had a place in a formation, she would be inarguably A+, with her speed and scaling in mind. But it is true that she really doesn't have a place in a formation yet. Hopefully the Saturday morning squad does give her one, but I can see her taking a hit. Excuse me. Oh, affiliation tier list? Maybe. That might be one of the miscellaneous fun ones we hit one of these days. Leveling AA team, would you level them up evenly or focus on certain ones first? I mean... Excuse me, sorry. Karlak is a decent one to level, because she's the tank, and will be offering the health. And of course Dirge, being the DPS, it's good to get him scaled up a little bit. Mostly I would keep a lot of them even, for the most part. But, yeah, do Karlak first for tankiness, yeah. And that's true, then Will, because Will does have the hardest scaling out of all of them. Everyone with the pre-stack item, so you mean like literally everybody but Gale? That's... yeah. Because technically, Ceramorphosis is pre-stack for most of them. Other than just Karlak and Gale, right? Catch-up vid, keeping Dirge S. Time to bring the newer versus old accounts. Consideration is Dirge over Artemis. Yeah, and that's the thing. I would actually recommend Dirge over Artemis for a newer player, personally. But still, highlighting Artemis as the best scaling. Artemis later, Zorbu. Old Dirge. I suggested start with. Artemis is great until you start working on Elminster. That is the biggest hit to Artemis these days, as he was available for, like, everything, and that was a huge highlight while being the best scaling DPS, and now he's not usable in the new patron at all. Yeah, some Elminster variants do get rough. Not wrong. Diana, though. DM gets a workout at Elminster, yeah. He always gave me trash. I could not rely on DM for Elminster, I swear. They go out of their way to give you Garbo. Let's see. Where would Diana fall? Because I do think her scaling needs to be highlighted. And her speed is great. If we were to move Diana, based on the fact she doesn't necessarily have a place in a pushing formation, what's everyone thinking? Next to Human? Yeah. New toy syndrome on Diana. With you. Diana's always using her gem farm, you never use her anywhere else, probably with her affiliate. When her affiliation is online, I'm guessing you meant, yeah. Yeah, I'm guessing she'll see a place there. But we don't know at this point what that's gonna be. Yeah, I don't see her falling beyond A-. Yeah, Hugh gives different unique utility on top of his speed. Me fail English impossible. That's Simpsons, right? In some ways, all the speed champions except Lae'zel might as well get dragged out of the tier list and given their own category for Go Fast. Yeah, but again, if we do, we'll do a speed tier list potentially, and that'll be the time to do that. In this, she does have better scaling than Hugh, like by miles, but Hugh has more unique utility. Well, we can slap her down here for now and we'll think about it. Stop. There we go. If you drop Diana, does Vi go right behind her? No meta. Some people are using Acquisitions Incorporated. Like most of them, you're never going to use outside your gem farm, but you're going to do a lot of gem farming, yeah. But there is use for Hugh beyond gem farming. There is use for BBEG a little bit. And Shandy, well, not really Shandy anymore, I guess. If Xander was in his own list, would he still rank F? Well, I mean, what other list would he be a part of where he shines? Because he's probably going to make it into the speed formation, or the speed list and still be F. If kind of does better into random formations where you need a fat buff, yeah. Point is well made. He was just a normal adult human. A dooman. S tier for worst character? Hey, there you go. Even then he's A, right? Vi. She does still have a little bit more utility beyond her buff, which is good. In her transforming things into the crystal. But she is good to just slot and go if you absolutely need it, but not ideal unless you're doing Ac Inc. Which is to do a full formation, a little bit on the rarer side, but I know some people do it. But one at least has the advantage of being a dwarf. Yeah, and also being one of the worst DPS in the game. Sadly. I wanted to keep him out of F, but yeah. I guess for now, let's go ahead and start the fight between Blushi, Evelyn, Miria. While we think of other things. Go ahead, Caius, make your case. Coffee one down. How was your Memorial Day weekend? I was tired and sick. Assertion 1, Blue, she is not a tank. She's more of a tank than complete non-tanks. Is she Evelyn level tank? No. But she does have HP scaling. Not the best though, I'll grant you that. But it's better than complete non-scaling health tanks. Is Miria's buffing really that high? You missed her ranking. Once everything completely came online, yes, it's a little more restrictive, but in that restriction, it gives you utility of survivability. She can take a hit where other tanks can't because she will keep reviving herself with her clones, and that scaling just keeps pumping good. She's good and gets to great numbers. She has a tag, yes, but she won't keep your formation alive against breath attacks, so she's weirdly squishy even in spirit form. Again, you're not necessarily wrong. She is behind Evelyn, for sure, as far as that goes. But I think Blue, she has a lot more utility than Evelyn, in that she's a magical tank, and that matters in some cases. She counts as dead, and that matters in some cases. She's evergreen, so you will have item levels for her. You guys still tank? Sometimes you need to. It's not an A+ buff? I disagree. Her buff is very good. Very good. I mean, I don't even know where my, let me pop here real quick. Let me see where I'm at here. Baby, come back. Okay. Tell me if you find a way to one-shot armored bosses. Yeah, Kroll's gonna be the closest to that. Not a one-shot, though. You are a simple person. You like to set it and forget it, tanks. Yeah. Corazon better than Krultimate? Yeah. And you can pair them together. Let's, I guess today... Belushi, not good buff, you joking? He's claiming not A+ worthy, maybe A-, but... Today I guess we can, like, use speed pots if I need to, because we're just kind of looking over, gonna be looking over champions, so, let's see. Let's just, get all that leveled up. Artemis dead, lol. It's the Vecnas, isn't it? Frickin' emergence. Oops. Not Averin. Stop. No, just stop. Stop. Dirge. What's your ult at? A minute off? Alright. It's a good buff, even a great buff. It's not out of line, super huge buff on anyone, or... Especially given that you have push your whole way with her. Trigger with a death. I mean, you do have to make that kind of push on Evelyn as well. Granted, she doesn't need to be in the formation like Blue she does, but to make Evelyn's buff come online, you have to push as well, if that's a counterpoint here. Because in different ways, Evelyn is, you know, she has her breakpoints, where she's going to be kind of not that great at buffing at first, and you're only going to get those numbers once you push deep. Oh, Dirge died too. That explains that. That sucks. I wanted to stack up soul stacks. Let's just go somewhere else for now. The Vecnas be killing me. Yeah, but you can like briv your way wherever you can't click and then switch to Evelyn. Yeah, but in that regard, you can do the same for Blushi. She just needs to be in the formation. She has better scaling with spec choice? Yeah. Evelyn does need to reach certain breakpoints. So, I think it says it in the description. Let's just check. With Lathander's Grace, every champion in the formation grants Evelyn Grace stacks. Or does it not say it there? At most one Grace stack for each 400 areas. Yeah, 400, 800, 1200, 600, and 2k are the breakpoints. And you can only scale Lathander's Grace so deep depending on how far you've pushed, and that is where her scaling comes from. And yeah, don't get me wrong, great buff. Like, at the end of the day, if you've invested the same into Evelyn that your evergreen scaling of Blushi is, Evelyn will outperform her. But being evergreen, you don't need to invest in Blushi. And yeah, that buff does get really good. I'm not saying it doesn't. Once Soul Gatherer stacks up, it'll be comparable. But again, we are comparing a evergreen that's at 30k to someone I have at 600. So it is true that Evelyn does have better scaling. But I do think Blushi offers enough miscellaneous utility. And again, we might flip one ahead of the other, we'll see. But, and as far as availability goes, I think it's Evelyn has all day ones, Belushi's locked out of Wisdom. However, we can still use Blushi for Elminster, and we cannot use Evelyn for Elminster. Oh, she's going into hiding. Catch her butt right before she leaves. Can you see her? There she goes, into hiding. Evelyn makes it into A+ for having that kind of buff as a tank. Yeah. Did I show a little thigh? Oopsie. You got a sub for the thighs. Again, but you're never saying what the positives of Blushi are. Where she is a magical tank, that is very rare. Where she is a Dedi, that is a restricted thing that can matter. Where she's evergreen, where you don't even have to invest in her to be good. There is give and take for both. Differences between neighboring Sita is quite a lot, splitting hairs, hence your first remark about Miria. Evelyn and Blushi being equal, based on their cases for which the player prefer in run comp. Yeah. No, but that's what today's all about, is just yapping away about the minute changes that might be made. And I understand where Caius is coming from. And I don't think Evelyn is bad. There's a reason they're all next to each other, right? I don't think I'm underrating them. I'm just saying, personally, I believe Blushi's uniqueness outweighs Evelyn. But, because your biggest negative is the not actual tank, which I agree. Let's see here. For everyone who is active in chat, and any lurkers that want to say your piece, either say Blushi or Evelyn, and who should take the front slot between the two. Blushi or Evelyn? I'm curious what everyone's thinking. Miria. So far, fairly split, slightly leaning into Evelyn. Can they do a fusion dance? Belushi Evergreen counts a lot for you. Man, that would be a god-awful fusion between the two, wouldn't it? In the case of using Belushi, most of the time, Eva's super easy to slot early game and grows on you as you progress. Belushi has a lot of quirks that add together to make good. You should pick later on, but also solid out of the box, scale super easy. Good Evergreen, Miri's absolute endgame. Order is Ev, Belushi, Miria. Evelyn plus Miria fusion equals Super Mommy. I mean, it is an interesting conversation since we're so split down the middle. No, that's Arkin? Huh? Super Mommy is Arkin? What? Eve gets the tiebreaker for you because she's slot and forget. Don't overrate Evergreen's free item levels. Your Belushi is 200k. She's not noticeably better than Tyredack's 40k. No, but that helps early game people a lot. You don't think one's better than the other, just get them both. Aside from pure tanks, health scale is better than damage effectively. Evergreen item levels stop mattering pretty early. Generally. But that early boost is important, I think. You think it's called a harem? Mm-hmm. 200k. Well, it is fair. Like, I would say Belushi's more of an early mid to mid game. That's true. Fairly easy. Easier than Xeraphon's. By today's standards, I disagree. Just because Xeraphon, you can literally slot all of AA in Xeraphon. And that's a pretty common affiliation these days. I think Xeraphon's a lot easier. Easier than Crux, I agree with that. Especially for an earlier account. Does Xeraphon need you to grind out 20 variants in Icewind? I don't remember the amount. I don't think, there's not that many difficult variants. Like, it's a time investment to complete variants, sure, but I'm just saying difficulty for difficulty of that adventure. I think Xeraphon's, as time has gone on, has become a lot easier. Belushi doesn't need any. I mean, that's fair in that scenario. I was just saying difficulty of adventure. Disappointed how easy Elminster is the most restricted patron? Yeah. Yeah, Xeraphon's has definitely become easier as time has gone on, I think. Early gamer, completely to be the case. Top end and game. Belushi falls and dies. One daddy. Eve Mary are invested in. And again, at the end of the day, we're talking, they're very close, I think, no matter what. And that's indicative of chat going both ways. It is true that Eve is simpler and is a tank, and you can just slot and go. How much longer is, let's see here. Yeah, Blushi is still workable with Elminster for quite a while. Not a long, long time, but quite a while. I figured this one was going to be the head scratcher for sure. Look at that girthy C- though. Had a lot of them fall down there. If Blushi just didn't have her uniqueness, the magic tank, and being counted as a deady, it would be... I would slap Evelyn over Blushi all day. Except that you won't use Blushi and Elminster aside from Insane Restrictive Variants, so you use Lae'zel and Karlach. Not necessarily. A lot of people use Warduke, and they use Blushi with Warduke. It is true, though, the most common thing right now is likely going to be AA and Elminster. Lae'zel does get hit by a lot of those restrictions, though, in just random variants, unfortunately. They are kind of counter to each other, though, because Lae'zel is often usable in wisdom hits, whereas Blushi isn't. Magic, technically a tank. She can take a hit again in the mid game. I totally agree with you in the late game. She falls up 100% off as a tank. But, again, it's just her unique qualifications. Her race, her deady counting, her magic counting, evergreen. I think those are all boons to her kit. Gives her a lot of identity and uniqueness. Oops. Evelyn is a legit tank. Still great availability. Does deady counting matter anymore in anything? Are you just remembering the height of Desmond fondly? It still matters to some people. It definitely has fallen off, all things considered. Something that might come back, but I can't rank something based on something that might happen. I still think it matters. Try something wild, throw Blushi down beside Nova, see how that feels. I think by today's standards, Blushi's definitely better than Nova. I can see Evelyn climbing above Blushi. I do think it's a tight race, though. We'll sit on it for a bit. As we continue to think about this, is there anything anyone else has any thoughts to look at and fight for? As we sit on it. As we let it fester, as we let it stew. Spurt. Yeah, Spurt might take a hit. Spurt. Alright, we'll move on to Spurt for now. One thing for Spurt is he is seeing use in a few formations. Now, are they, the best at the end of the day formations? That's debatable, but he is seeing use with Warduke and with Krond. And those are popular DPS for a lot of people. Can't be used ever. It is true, his availability is pretty bad. And we might need to consider that on top of his heavy item level investment. Because, yeah, we're looking at, well, what is it? 2 patrons and 2 day ones. That is really bad. And you say me because you're waiting several weeks on average to get him to qualify, and you're only doing it once you've dumped several 100,000 blacksmithing contracts. Again, I think you're being too severe on that. Spurt scaling is still good before that. That being said, you're not wrong. Being used in meta formations does not count for nerds. Well, yes and no. I mean, that is what climbed nerds out of the gutter. But also, nerds has 0 patron qualification, which I think is just god-awful. But can be used more reliably in Tiamat. But Spurt can see use in more than just those formations, whereas nerds really more often than not won't. Buff pretty adequate out of the box. Probably like E15. Maybe climbing slightly higher at peak spirit form. I do think he's gonna fall. The availability definitely has to take a hit. That's one reason Ayla fell so hard. He does have the potential of scaling. But yeah, that availability has to matter. Keeps getting better, yeah. Never available for anything that matters. Again, every great once in a while. You'll sneak him into a few trials if you rely on him, but again, I do agree. I wouldn't necessarily recommend investing in him because of that. Because availability sucks. If you got bad availability, you can't be used, and that's just not good. Not good. And let's just pop into the game real quick. And let's just wipe this board. See, how do you all have levels still? Come on. So, yeah, we're looking at where is, oh yeah, he got more ultimate cooldowns yet. Yeah, we're looking at a con buff, and with his con feats, he can be Vajra. Yeah, Mert and Vajra are the only 2 patrons, and then Dex and Khan are the only 2 day ones. Feel Spurt's placement is banked mostly on his potential, and his buff potential instead of his actual average use and benefits for the team. Buff is great, but almost nothing compared to Gromma's out of the box for you as a newbie. I mean, all things considered, with her rework, yeah. If your availability down the road, if you invest in Spurt, would be stifling, yeah. As you've often said, he's a meme choice for people with 9J. Yeah, I definitely think... Because I don't think the tier list should necessarily, be the reflect of who you all unlock in order, obviously. And I'll go over that whenever I highlight the new tier list in a video. Because I want to make that very clear. But, at the same time, that does have to be considered. And I do think he's definitely going to take a hit. Thinking about that availability again. Started in Spurt was one of your first champions. You relied on him for a while until you couldn't do anything with him. It sounds like he's created a sore spot for you. Which I know he has because of your investment. And the fact you're 9 jump Briv from Season 3 is crazy, Caius. I'm looking over the list. You still like him, and you did throw contracts at Spurt for the memes, but it's for the memes. Yeah, I'm going over the list and thinking where he would fall. Because I think he does need to take a hit. Took you 8 months, but also pretty much all you did in game. I am very late. Like, once I reached 4 jump, I got so lazy with Briv, and I need to get him to 9 jump. I just got so lazy and wanted to do other things. I'm impatient. And as we went over, I don't remember if it was last time, but I don't farm as often as I probably should. I do farm every overnight, but during the day, I'm very lax with it. Lags with it. I think he stays over Ayla. But, he's probably gonna go down to the, well, So you put Spurt below DM, you're gonna suggest that DM polls have more niche applicability. I'll pay with my credit card. Then Spurt, managing to qualify for something hard, yeah. Now, I was actually looking down there. I was comparing him, as you said that, to like Jaheira and Jang Sao, Egbert, Dob, Rust. And in that scenario, I kinda... Okay. Hey, just got here, and you agree. How you doing, Calcra? Caius, you didn't see... Okay, so with that in mind, Caius, watch what I'm about to do. Because this is... I was thinking the same thing as you here. And I was looking at DM in this bottom bracket, and this is what I'm feeling like doing. How do we feel about that? Right there. Did you catch everything I did there? Egbert, Dob, and Rust got a little bit of a bump. Imoen, Jaheira, Jangsel fell behind them, and Spurt is between Imoen and Jaheira. How do we feel about that? As usual, he's no egg. It disgusts me looking at that emote. Just knowing that's my bald head on top and bottom. I love it though. 3 lines in B+ ruined. Oh no. Let's see if I can. There we go. Hey, glad you didn't miss too much. How you doing, Zycron? Yeah, we're kind of just getting started. Right now, we have Eva Blushi. We're letting that stew, see how it feels. We've bumped Spurt down. We're looking at how it feels in B+ now. Moved Egbert, Dob, and Rust a little bit above Imoen, Jaheira, and Jangsel, and Spurt has fallen between Imoen and Jaheira. We're taking a look. You bought season passes, not much more money invested, and dismantled every season champ, and put contracts into Briv and basically gem farmed and nothing else for 8 months, yeah. Now, if I dedicated my gem run hard, I think I would get there before too long. I'm just lazy. It's fun now. 9 jump is freedom, yeah. I know for a fact I'm stupid enough that I'd open an Electrum and ruin it. That's kind of been the thing for me, actually, is once the 9 jump feat, if they ever do that, I will probably dedicate to a 9 jump Briv then. Until then, I would hate it. They need to release another 10 B+ champions to even it out. Egbert equals S. No. How are we feeling about that spurt placement, though? Would be nice if Briv's feet went to the nearest... See, I do agree, Calcra, but at the same time, maintaining a 4 jump can be important for just going boss to boss. Which I guess it would still maybe just equal out to that anyway, as soon as you're over 4 jump. Feet or cap, just give us a decision one way or the other. Yeah. How you doing, Connellan? Is that how you say your name? First time chat, how you doing? Yeah, it would be nice if they did Briv not dirty with his jumps. I do think they should hard cap it at 9 either way. Let's see. Well, while we let the Evelyn shift and the Spurt shift settle, and the Diana shift actually, is there anything else anyone wanted to look at? Think they might have missed their chance for that. There's enough people at 11 plus to riot if they cap his slot 4. I don't know. Every now and then in games there is a certain point where you have to draw a line in the sand, and I think that's one of those points. Briv breaks the game's farming just too much. And I think they should have done so a long time ago, granted. They really should have. Whenever they tinkered with Briv, like, it was like 2 years ago at this point. Thing is going to come out of left field, but you're going to make an argument that Omen should be the bottom of A+ around Vi. You know you're arguing for a buff. I mean, he is strong, it is true. Let's see, let's re-go over Omen. Let's take a look at him. Take a look at a lot of Seat 3 picks. It is true his season made his gold come online in a great way. Gave him some good numbers to work with. Let's take a look again. You agree they should have? When you say they missed their window, you mean at that 1 point cap would have been well received, and now it's less well received? Yeah, I know that would probably piss off a lot of people that have invested in Briv, but I'm sorry. If you can't understand why they should cap it at 9, I think you're kind of just being a dick. I get that you know, there are people who want that investment, but I don't know. I think 9 jump is reasonable to cap even at this point in the game. Anytime someone invests in something that has existed this long, I understand why you would get mad at it. But at the same time, you have to understand why they would at that point. You think they should too? That's why you haven't pushed past 9? Yeah. Nobody likes being nerfed. It's true. Nerfs suck. And more often than not, I think game devs nerf when they don't have to and could re-equalize in different ways. Briv is one of those in particular where he kind of just breaks the game and progression of the game. And I can't talk today. I'm sorry, guys. But, like, full disclosure, they absolutely should have done it a long time ago. Absolutely. But, I think it's something that needs to happen. You want to play this game by not playing the game? One's above a similar device, potentially stronger. They won't refund non-capped items that people wouldn't have invested in, which probably most of the complaints that'll happen. I can't talk today. No, it's not every day. It's only while I've had COVID. I've been sick. It hasn't even, it's been like a week, right? Because it wasn't even last Tuesday. Was it? Maybe Tuesday was like the first day I was sick. It was either Tuesday or Thursday last week. It hasn't even been a full course of the sickness. T3 has a lot of power after all. It's one of the most important ones because Artemis, Spurt, Grama, Omen, Artemis. You said Artemis. Oh, no, I see. Yeah, just opponent ones. Early buffs, reason, gold farms, pushes. Yeah. But yeah, Omen. So yeah, he does reach good numbers. He's really good gold find once built around that way. What was his availability? Yeah, Omen, Gromma, Dynahair are all massive buffers these days. Spurt 2 with the caveat of needing massive item levels, yeah. Yeah, having Omen, Gromma, Dynahair, Artemis, and potentially Spurt, it is a really powerful seat these days for sure. But then you have the likes of Brig and... but yeah, let's take a look at his availability again. As we're talking about Omen. Omen. See, that is one big knock against him, though. He is kinda pissy for patrons. Yeah, literally only Vajra. And knocked out of one day one. Did you consider that Brig can sing? You discount his affiliation because you don't use AI as an affiliation for anything important, even though it has some strong members, but Omen also scales pretty okay. Not pre-stack, but it won't hurt item levels. Yeah. It's a bit pissier than you remember. I think that's why we kept him down there, because that's not great availability. And that was his big knock, I think. Only Vajra kind of sucks. Still kicking yourself for being a newbie and picking Mahin over Evelyn last event. You had no idea Gromma was C3 and going to be Biz due to having Dahani. Yeah, Mahin, he would have more use if you're running Havilar and we're playing before he got locked out of Elminster, but Evelyn is just better than Mahin for sure. Omen's big use case is event favor push, time gate favor push, trials favor push. Vecna, yeah. Personally, you dislike the changes they did to Omen. His buffs don't feel any better than before, and they took his best spec. Ye old Dice Goblin, his numbers are way better than they were, at least for the late game push. He was kind of fun to work with in the way he used to work, but no, his raw numbers are just better than they were. Pretty common case you won't not be using him. Yeah, as far as like, yeah, farming favor for sure. My chat is disconnected. There we go. That was weird. I'm not dropping frames though. Okay. You don't need to micromanage Azaka anymore. I mean, Azaka is still the best, but Omen buff is better. $20 better than was. And positionally, really easy to work with since Ev, Jim. Yeah. But what was your actual case for increasing him, Caius? I forget what your actual case was for the potential bump. Big fat buff, golden port. I mean, you don't need to wait for Omen. I mean, you still do need to farm up hits to make his gold find climb. If you want his, you know. Because you need this to farm up for Azaka. Just the TLDR, yeah. Big fat buff. The big fat buff does matter as far as the patron availability goes, though. The golden portent doesn't, obviously, because you're not going to be farming favor in, you know, patron runs. So what are we fighting about today? Lediath? Everything. Today is the day, currently talking about Omen, but today is the day of looking at the list as a whole and talking about anyone we might want to reshuffle. Currently, we're seeing how things feel, with Evelyn being inched above Blushi, Diana being bumped down for her lack of active formation synergy as far as her scalings go. We have bumped Spurt down to the B+ because of his terrible availability. I think that's it, right? Good loud Dirge and S. I think he belongs there. Some people don't agree, but Egg is S tier, the only fight that matters. Wrong. Caius is making a case for Omen to potentially climb to Vi-ish levels. I don't... Egg. God. Knowing what that emote is disgusts me every time because I hate my bald head, but it's so funny at the same time. And how you doing, Prada? I don't remember if I said hi to you. I think I did. Off topic, has anyone ever told you look eerily similar to Averin? Yeah, I even made a joke in my Seat 11 video, I think, where I've replaced my face on Averin's portrait. Will and S, it's a bit surprising considering how difficult it is to optimize around him, and that's why he's the bottom of S. I was tinkering with having him be the Gatekeeper of A+ because of that, but ultimately, he does have the best buff in the game, and his availability is actually really good. And technically speaking, he's not restricted to AA. He can give a really good buff to just about any formation if you need to. Crowned and Morduke main riding right now. It's true, but as a DPS, without all day one trials, I think that's a hit against them. And both of them are locked out of trials. So, I think that's a rough one to go. Tyredack is a big fan of availability, which is fair to some people. I think ultimately for the game, if you're going to invest in a DPS, they damn well better be available. And, like, I don't know. I think that's too important. And that's one reason Dirge is so high, is if you're going to invest in a DPS, you want them available. There's Dirge. And Dirge also has good scaling. In that case, Dirge to the moon, yeah. I still think Artemis belongs above him because Artemis still has really good availability and is still the best scaling. But AA is a currently very popular team for good reason, and Dirge is their DPS, and a DPS that can be used everywhere. Not caring about availability is a privilege of the 9-jump crowd. Big fan of availability, yet Lucius is in C-, curious. Lucius just isn't that good, is the problem. But also, where's Lucius? What was he locked out of? Yeah, is available for day ones, but not the greatest patron. And not Elminster, which is kind of a big one these days. Yeah, Lucius just doesn't have good scaling. Complete side note, you had your first hard crash for Idle Champions in 2 weeks. One day he'll get his second rework and actually be good. For those who hate Nrak, who do you use over him with Artie? Tyredack made up his mind, don't confuse him with facts. What facts? Availability isn't the only thing that matters. And even then, again, Lucius isn't all patrons, so... You hate Nrak and you use him with Artie. I mean, there's a, like, it depends on what you are using right now. Yeah, Torgar, yeah. It depends on who you're using, but either Torgar, maybe Nerds if you're not using Nerds, which most people probably are, but... Just want to get more than 10 FPS from IC, launch through EGS. Yeah, I go through Steam. My backup account that I barely work on is Epic Games, but I don't tinker with it too much. You use Fen or Torgar or Nerds rather than Nrak. Yeah. Honestly surprised Solak even makes it to C+. You get that he's ranged Ulcoria. There's hardly any champs that actually take advantage of him. It's true. Solak is gaining value. There are a few more ranged champions that are coming out. Evelyn over Fen, yeah. If we're talking seat 6, yeah. Evelyn is probably better than Fen for Artie for sure. Fen was good when she first came out for Artie, but things have kind of changed since then. You make some fun stuff with Caddy and Solak. It's not good, but it's fun. You can, I mean, Zorbu and Crux and Caddy, but yeah, no, it's one we could talk about. You're not going to fight that fight today because Tyredack has said in his ways apparently taking a hit is hard to arrange. Relying on that as the source of your damage, I think, is not ideal. Personally. All things considered, Solak's kit, if it can come online, is really good. It is true that more often than not, you're not going to, but it's something we can think about too. Alright, well, you gotta take care of some stuff, IRL. Just wanted to drop in. No, thanks for dropping in, Lediath. Have a good day. Tweaking, more like twerking. You include Fen because you've invested in her more than Eve. You also like the option to use Fen and... Yeah, Fen's buff number is the problem, is her buff doesn't get that great. And while it is positional, it's not the worst, but Evelyn is just easier to slot and hit everyone with the buff to be observed from, and gives you a tank. And can be synergistic with Strix and Jim if you're using them. So when are we dropping Xander to the bottom of F? Ultimately speaking, Xander could potentially see more use than those beneath him, is the thing. He at least gives a buff, whereas the others are just DPS that probably should never be used. And Jamla only makes it above Rosie, Ishii, and Binwin because she's core. And will have gear. As the argument goes, a bad support is more useful than a bad DPS. That's negative value. Exactly, yeah. It doesn't matter in what rank the trash is in the bin. It does, ultimately. Not as much as others, but yeah. There is a reason Xander's not the very bottom. Oh, I hate that it does that. Stop. But you don't consider the meme value. Did we remember to separate our recyclables? Yeah, what I was thinking with Omen might be actually a full swap with Vi. Because Vi does reach good numbers, but she is kind of hard to squeak into a lot of formations. What if we just full swapped him? That's kind of where my brain was going with that, once you brought it up. Because we were talking about Vi earlier, too. You like the Vi slide. Speechers just 10 end up with each other. You love Ishii, your wife played D&D Kobold with Ishii's portrait, that's cool. Yeah, I wish they would rework Ishii actually into a support that made other people count as different races. And I think that could be a fun way to interact with Will's folk hero. But You're on a platform with crashes for Vi. Is Vi known to cause lag and crashes? I'm playing with my cup nipple. I just can't help it. It's like a fidget toy. Did my cat 2 show up on this side yet? No, I'd have to completely relaunch my OBS. Oh well. Oops. No, but their stacks reset when they happen. I thought that got fixed. Did that not get fixed? I thought it did. Huh. Because I know that was a thing early on. For some reason I thought that got looked at. You're interested if anyone thinks the bottom half of the list was done dirty. Like if anyone got ranked too low? I think, I mean, one that's a common occurrence is, seeing my cats between my bald head is weird for emotes. Still happens about half the time for you. Interesting. Yeah, I don't use Vi that often, so I wasn't sure, but I thought that got fixed, but... Don't ramp in the background. Yeah, there's a lot of background things that do and don't work. The lower end of the list. Is there anything you had in mind, Lazy? Or just an open question? Background party is under attack, therefore no smoke break for Vi. Yeah. Alundra is still very powerful, but availability and rework for Evelyn means it makes sense that she's lower now. Yeah, and just as a whole, her affiliation, a lot of them have good use, but seeing them all work together these days is not common. Looking at Minsk versus Delina, do you think she's used more than him? We're looking down at D. You open a Nerds and Toragar, but you're an Artie main. I think Nerds is one thing for a lot of people, for sure. I guess by today's standards, with the absolute adversaries in Nrak having a Ceramorphosis, yeah, I could see Minsk climbing to above Delina. Just because he probably is seeing more use these days. With that Ceramorphosis feat and being able to be pulled in to Elminster with Dynahair. The Alundra-Averin interaction alone is strong enough to justify her, but Shadowheart and Evelyn though, yeah. And the problem is Averin doesn't really have a permanent spot in a lot of the top-end formations, too. He's kind of phased out who he can synergize with. With the spec of Dynahair to pull in Minsk at any incremental bump? You'd make an argument for Esmeralda's armor shredding pulling her out of D. Probably not much of a point. Well, let's, we're slipping into the spoiler zone. So if you don't want any spoilers, plug your ears, mute me for a second. The text will come off screen when I'm not talking about a spoiler. So, here it goes, spoiler time. Esmeralda's getting a rework, she's gonna be replaced soon anyway. So, yeah, we'll be looking at that soon. Out of the spoiler zone. Averin still got a spot in half and half Ashara? Yeah, that's about it though. You'd say Virgil is better than his ranking, speed, very good availability. That's the wrong button. Mm-hmm. Assuming the speed works. Better than Shara? I'm guessing you meant Shaka. Everybody hates Shaka. Shaka's numbers are inarguably can be really good. Is annoying to work around though. Most times you need Virgil for speed outside of Gem Farm. You're probably using Lae'zel speed anyway, and it's counter synergy, yeah. The only time I often see that kind of speed being used is, again, either a specific Gem Farm setup or in Elminster when Lae'zel is locked out. Streets fighting for Shaka, yeah, Parada. You're one of the few defenders of Shaka. You hate Shaka, so you don't want to make this case, but he's arguably underranked because he does have real strong buffing. Yeah. What's the justification for Nova above Averin? She reaches relative numbers, but is positional, and that matters for formations these days. Peak Averin will outperform Nova, but being positional, easy to slot, and actually having synergy with formations matters. Positionals matter. I wish they didn't matter as much as they do now, but also he sucks. This has been less fighty than you expected. Well, it doesn't require DPS / support as DPS, yeah. That's how Averin fully comes online. And most DPS these days that are used aren't DPS support hybrids. I do think Virgil is good though, but yeah. I wish you could put a border color on active champs, then we could rank them according to their power. A border color on active champs. What do you mean active champs? Like just who we're talking about at the time? Champions that are not idle champions. What, you mean like Narak or something? Or what do you mean exactly? DM Narak, Shaka, Shake, Voro. Yeah. Let's make a deal with Ufta and integrate your tier list into ByteGlow. I find that very unlikely. Shaka, more like nah, I guess. How you doing, Cynics? My other residential contrarian. I mean, I think overall, we're looking pretty good. We're still probably gonna get a few shuffles maybe, here and there. Why don't people like Shaka? You always slot 3 kobolds? Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought you were just talking about Human. But I see what you're saying. These people popping into the stream just because they heard slandering Shaka. Everybody does like to dogpile on Shaka. His RNG does suck, but ultimately he does have a lot of power behind him. Talk shit. Nah. You should count as 3 kobolds for Shaka. Yeah, but that... how do you position them in different spots? Now talk about Nayeli real fast. You're the one who brings it up. You're the one who does this. Very carefully. You like the concept of Shaka, you just wish there was more payoff in solving his puzzle. I guess you still see Averin and Nova being roughly in the same ballpark. Her positional hurts her sometimes too, more for event layouts. Not necessarily, because the problem is most DPS require positionals to scale off of or pop off themselves. So they need the positional. It's not about even just wanting it one way or the other. And 3 slots is still a really good reach. I don't get why there are a few people who talk about Nova being hard to position. I just don't agree. 3 slots is a pretty good reaching buff. Hughes split 3 win. That would be funny, kind of like in Heroes of the Storm, oh, what are they called? I can't think of what the title of that is, but yeah, how you can control all 3 of them. Lost Vikings, thank you. Turducken McNugget, I love your name. In with the save. Controlling all 3. Oh, they were so hard to micromanage, but they were satisfying sometimes. Also, Valentine solves formation problems with positionals. True. Think you found a solution to all our problems. 3 Valentines in a trench coat. You just want 3 Valentines. AA, Warduke, and Artemis all want her. Shaka wouldn't be so bad if it didn't give Gnome, Halfling, Kobold, or Bird literally every time. Yeah. Shaka, the puzzle solving game, is the answer to solving a puzzle really, or add another puzzle on top? I do think it would be nice with Shaka, when they reworked him, if they gave a little more freedom in being able to... The way he can choose his 5th, I almost feel like you should have had that option for each slot, to a degree, to make a choice between a more restrictive puzzle or a harder. But I understand why they didn't. Don't forget the Valentine body pillow. We haven't talked about a good glitches Valentine. Mind Flayer Valentine, just to fit in with the AA. Oh, thank you for the follow, Nighthawk. How you doing? Not only the DPS, one Valentine. See, now we're just talking about Valentine. And I don't think many people would argue to keep her out of S either. Valentine Tortle glitch. Move Valentine up. Coffee splashed back in my nose. That's great. Evil Valentine. It kind of seems like I think they should give a few more of those alignment feats out. That would be interesting. Imagine a Valentine, except you get to pick one specific DPS to redirect all positionals. Evil Valentine with a mustache? Ooh, I don't know about that. Mustache twirling Valentine. She has to pet a cat too then, right? Get all the evil tropes in there. Why make a worst Valentine? Cat 2!
Hell yeah.
Oh, Zadraxis, thanks for the sub. Why did I think you had already? For some reason. I thought you were one of the ones that had. At any rate, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, the TTS, that's fair, that's fair. That's right, because you have donated. That's right. Appreciate it. You're essentially paying to bully me. And I'm okay with that. Could be weirder, could be evil mustache twirling Egbert. I don't even think that's weirder. I guess it is just for his character, yeah. But make it like dragon whiskers. Two extra Valentines. You guys and you're wanting more Valentines. Just to have the conversation, Briv breaks the gem economy of the game. Valentine only lets you push deeper. Does that make Briv number one? There's an argument there for sure, but I think there would be a riot if I put Briv over Valentine. What else can we pay you to do? That depends on how much you're paying, Slater. You just think Nova doesn't really have a huge niche right now. Artemis tends to prefer Strix and other DPS champions. She only gets boosted once by Vel. She's definitely less important than she used to be. I still think she's far more important than Averin by today's standards of the game, though. And she still, in my opinion, has a place in an Artemis team. What does pushing get you levels? What do you put those levels on? Always Valentine. Once you've leveled, Briv. Might as well make that a joke in the video. Slotting Briv over Valentine, then Tyredack takes over the rest of it. Oh, thank you for the follow, Brass Beaver. The fact it corrected your name. The auto censor from Stream Elements decided Beaver was worth censoring. That's so funny. How you doing, Brass Beaver? Now I'll only think you. Never mind. Never mind. How you doing? Still value his pre-stack more than you should. I still don't get me wrong. Averin is still good. It's just he really has been phased out in who he is even really used with. Which I think they should start making a push against, not against positionals, but make other champions who aren't positional more viable in multiple cases. I hope we see that with the Saturday Morning Squad. There's potential other things coming up. I hope we leave positionals as they are, and now we see more to the game than just positional reliancy. You only level Briv because it lets you level Valentine. Tierlist is mostly about generalized combat power with some adjustments for doing other stuff good. Valentine is much better combat champion than Briv. It's true. And Briv is so important. There is no untruth about that. Briv is very important. Hi, how you doing, Ravenous? Are you thinking of doing a gold find tier list? We are potentially doing... I mean... We're looking okay on time today so far. I mean, I'm not seeing too many other people having questions or fights to be put up against the list as it is. So we might transition today even at looking at gold or speed tier lists. We'll see. The content train never ends. The Idle Champions content train might end, but we'll shift into other stuff when that happens. Evil Tyredack would put Briv over Valentine. I'll just put it into a donation war and no one will donate, and then I'll just sit here. To be honest, it seems it's more slot 11 that's been phased out, champ specifically. Strong new supports in other slots, and conflicting with Dirge now too. Sorry for the digression, but quick question. Besides nerds, are there any other champions that have both DPS and healing roles? DPS and heal. Off the top of my head, no. I'll need to take a look. I mean, Karlak, or no, she doesn't have the healing tag. She just can't heal. I'm an idiot. Healing tag. Yeah, I don't think so. Arkin, he's tank and DPS, not heal though. But Karlak doesn't have the heal tag though. I think they were specifically talking about the tag. They said other than nerds, Caius. Did they... Yeah, Yorvin is still only support too. Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's just nerds as far as a DPS healing tagged champion. Like this says shades of blue. CD slot anywhere champions with no gated buff have historically weak C-Brig. Yeah, generally. You think someone suggested last stream champions with some really unique skill that isn't to do with combat power should get a star in the corner of their icon? I mean, like, maybe I could edit that in post, because, like, I can't do that with the list itself, but I could, like, manipulate the image after the fact. Potentially put a little asterisk or star on, like, DM and, Nordom or something like that. Penelope, oh wait, she's not a healer. She's a healer, not a DPS. A lot of variants do damage to all, and the trick can be keeping the back row alive. You usually have to use Briv or Calliope. Nerds getting their own healing back via Valentine was something you were thinking about? Muscle Mommy Valentine. You think Yorvin used to have the tag, then it got removed? For some reason I thought he did, but I guess they just consider Danger Sense support, not any form of healing, but I would argue it's a form of healing. You wouldn't mind Goblin Val for reasons? I don't need to know those reasons, Sinux. I think you have a, Fans extra patron rewards, Diana's Electrum chest, yeah. Potentially. Tier list. Let's see. Time for a fun tier list. Speed tanks, ladies and later dudes. Monstrous race, usefulness, the sheer bald tiers. Bald tiers. Diana's Electrum chests have been kind of a non-factor, and it's kind of disappointing. It's, I mean, all of the scavenging are like, they're useful, but at the same time, you know, it's definitely a limited utility. That will grow, but still. Nerds are 6 times as bald as Avron. 6 times as bald. They have a bald multiplier. Well, see, but some of them are wearing hats, though. We don't know if they're bald. They could be hiding hair. We only know that, what? Red, purple, and yellow? Orange, green, and pink are covering their head. Modron scavenging has been extremely useful, and you're still nowhere near the cap. Yeah, it's definitely useful early on. And then you reach the cap and you kind of forget about it. Nobody hides hair, everyone hides the bald spot. I don't. I mean, I have worn hats, but that's only if I haven't shaved recently. You generally don't eat candy that has hair on it. I generally don't eat candy that has sentience either. Kind of feel the same about Strongheart's token scavenging. You would like it better if it had a cap and just reset between events instead of increasing at such a marginal amount. Yeah, that's kind of the problem with the scavenging is you reach that cap and then you kind of forget about it because it is a very slow crawl. It's not a bald spot, it's a very large forehead. By the time you get the cap, you already have a fully upgraded Modron. Ooh, I don't know about a fully upgraded one with Presto. It helps though, don't get me wrong, it does help. I think some people undervalue it, but it's usually people who have already progressed their Modrons, because at that point then, whatever. A beautiful face needs space. What if the candy wanted to be eaten? Then I think we're getting into some weird vor fetish. I'm not about it. You got value out of it? Yeah, no, I think it has value. But that's an unsafe for Twitch subject to dive into, especially around you. It'll let you fully supercharge your 4th core. Yeah. You got mine upgraded completely off it, maybe I'm just lucky. No, again, I'm not saying it doesn't have value, don't get me wrong. I just know there were a lot of people who were annoyed because they had already upgraded their Modron core and found 0 utility out of it. I don't think that makes it useless because there's plenty of people who aren't in that category. But I'm just saying, once you... The base mechanic behind the scavenging in that it's good to reach that cap, but then when you reach that cap, it slows down to such a crawl that it is kind of like, ah. It's more useful than Nordom. Different. That's apples and oranges, though. One is upgrading the core, one is leveling the core. Apples and oranges. Is Sentry bald? Depends on the skin. Baseline, I wouldn't call that bald. I don't know what I would call that. I don't know if I'd call it bald. Yeah, but one has a definitive cap, yeah. Very true. In a way, they both have a cap, though, right? Did you know that Corazon means you can double dip a champion as good and not good for prudent self-buffs? Yeah. Corazon also sucks, though. That's the cost of using Corazon is the fact you have to use Corazon. You'd call that post-chemo look. Oof. It's a new upgrade every 2 weeks. That's not too unreasonable. Again, I don't think it's bad. I'm not arguing that it's bad. That's not my argument. I'm just saying it does feel slow once it tapers, is all I'm saying. She literally has an item that it is called hair vines. True. But look at this head, right? If you saw a dude with that kind of hairline, that's when you say, bro, you gotta let it go. It's time to shave. You know what I'm saying? Is it hair? Sure, but... If she had an item called hair wig, would you say that makes her not bald? But are vines that imitate hair actually hair? Well, see, now you're bringing up the point, is Sentry even a thing then, as Warforged, right? Is Sentry a person? Tyredack throwing hands. As a bald man, I look at hair differently, right? I look at people with the fuckboy ramen hair and say, why do you do that? There's so many other things you could do with your hair. And then there's the people who I see clinging to their hair so desperately, and I say, brother, it's time to let it go. Just shave. How is a wig not a hat? Ultimately, I agree, but... no call for that kind of thing. Do bald people even have souls? How and what I said did you construe it that way? Bald people. Not if they were originally ginger. See, that's the right answer. You think you do have a soul? I said Warforged. If you don't know what Warforged are, whatever. I'm just saying, if you saw a dude with this hairline, you'd go, ugh. Might be time to let it go, buddy. See, and then do we consider, like, buzz cut? Is Omen buzz cut or just really short? I don't even know. Bald people. Does Sentry dream of robotic sheep? Do you dream of normal sheep? Or do you count sheep to fall asleep? Bald champion tier list. Time to use a plunger? Sentry is bald, Sentry is Warforged, therefore bald is Warforged. Indeed, I am a Warforged. That's a buzz cut, definitely. You like to keep your head shaved, but you're lazy? Yeah. A long time ago, I used to just use an electric one, but I got into a rhythm of just about every other day I shave. I don't look good, but it's the best I can look, believe me. You like to keep your head shaved? Oh, I read that. Sentry. There you go. There's the lore. To make a unicorn. Huh? Mindless zombie champ win? Sorry, but if we are done, you're gonna work. I mean, if anybody has anything else to bring up, we can talk about it, but it seems like overall the tier list is probably roughly where it's going to be. But we will move on to do potentially other niche tier lists like speed or gold today. We do have a fair amount of time. We've been live 2 hours. We can kill more time. Absolutely. Does the carpet match the drapes? Are you talking about me, Slater? Well, wouldn't you like to know? We already have BBEG, who summons mindless zombies. You still think Will should be above Dirge? Yes. Again, how much you paying, Slater? I mean, we had this conversation on 12, and I'm open to hear more opinions. I do think... does this answer your question? I do think if Will slides into S, it's the bottom of S. Will's ease of use was the major aspect when he's lower than Dirge at Day's End. Yeah. The rush of victory in the Spurt Wars has faded. Think you're gonna bail early? Alright, have a good day, Caius. Hopefully you didn't catch COVID like I did. But yeah, I think, Will barely slid into S for me because Folk Hero is so finicky and annoying to work around. Peace. And then Caius fades from existence, never to be seen from again. 5th time's the charm. Are Aarakocra bald? It depends on if you consider feathers hair or not. Thanks again for doing this. Catch you later. See you later, lazy. We were thinking about Will the other day, and honestly, there's so many lesser formations that he works with. He can work with others. It's true, but getting them to work with Folk Hero is a chore. Feathers are the same stuff as hair. Well, then they're not bald. Unless they're, you know, don't have feathers on the top of their head. Plumed but not bald. Like the eagle. Wait, bald eagles have feathers. You'd support Will above Dirge if his presence in the party gets you Rhea after 2 failed attempts before you got his feet. I think a DPS with availability and literally everything in the entire game is more important than Will. I really do. It's true, I'm an availability slut, but Will's folk hero is annoying to work around. There is the argument, well, I've made this formation, that's the only time I ever have to do that. That's not true. As soon as you hit a restriction, then you have to rework the whole thing because it'll put a wrench in the entire system. Now, his buff is singularly the best buff in the game if you can work around it, but it's also not positional, though he does have good availability. It's a cycling circus, right? I do like having Artemis and Dirge side by side in S, and Dirge right behind Artemis, because I think it's important to highlight that I believe, in my opinion, Dirge should be the focus of a new player. But you should also know that Artemis technically has better scaling. And Will is just, man, I do think he barely gets into S. You would say it would be useful to have a tier list for newish accounts, things that work well with low item levels and or champs to prioritize. Isn't Artemis's restrictions worse than Will's? No. Occupying available niche. A lot of folks looking for a tier list, looking for something to guide their champion's acquisition strat. Yeah. I'll probably say at least this whenever I do this. I don't know if I'll do a separate video for the updated tier list or just incorporate it into my next actual video I do on my channel. My ultimate recommendation for starting would be the absolute adversaries, starting with Lae'zel. Get Lae'zel's speed online, rely on the absolute adversaries to push, and then start investing in Briv. That would be my ultimate recommendation for a new account. You've got like 5 possible formations with him at this point. You think prioritizing will give you further regardless of which DPS you use? I mean, it definitely depends, but like I see where you're coming from. New accounts also don't care about patron restrictions and they aren't pouring contracts on a champion, yeah. To be fair, that calls more for a beginner's guide than simply an early game tier list, yeah. You cared about Mert and Vajra restrictions fairly quickly, but not the others. You'd say same, but Karlach first replaces Jarlaxle and is also an incredibly DPS for low item level accounts. Not wrong. I do think speed is very important though, for an early game.
Explain in detail your grooming habits. Southern region.
Thank you, Anonymous, for the $5 tip. I probably won't go into that unless I get a sponsor from Manscaped. There's some trimming with an electric razor. I do think you don't make a bad point. I would actually recommend Karlach second, personally, but early for sure. I think Lae'zel can be an adequate DPS as well, and I do think speed is very important. Wasn't you this time? We know that was sent by Slater. You put your pigments on Lazzy over Karlach just because Karlach isn't good enough to beat out Crux yet. I mean, yeah, if you're far enough in the game that you can get Crux, he's a good spot too. Yeah, I would recommend Lae'zel first. For speed, you can rely on her for DPS early on until you get Dirge, and you can build around having the absolute adversaries. And then eventually you're gonna want to work on Briv to get his skips going eventually, and you'll have a rough, rounded out formation for both pushing and speed. And then once you've invested in Briv, you can branch out into the more iconic speed, because it will outperform AA with Lae'zel. But Lae'zel does make a decent speed early on if you have AA. And I think for a newer account, that's the way to go. I really do. Would be harder for you. An 11-day old account over Artemis because you can observe 7 currently available units. Yeah. Simply because there are so many base unit overlap, so Will early on is much harder to work with, but can be built into later. Yeah. Yeah, and it is true that Will is harder to work with too early on, for sure. Less options is less options. His buff is really good, but it does require a little bit of investment, but it comes online pretty quick. But Folk Hero is just a hassle to work around. He's good. I mean, there's a reason he slid into S though. I do. Ultimately, that would be my recommendation for an early account, though. What's your favorite Modron core? My favorite is the Speed core. It's not going to give me the best pushing numbers, but if I had to pick one to just be my favorite, it would be the Speed core. You get enough damage, health, and gold, and the speed out of it. It's not going to be your endgame wall pusher, but just for a solid favorite. They haven't leveled up their speed core. AA is way better. Yeah. Once you get the speed core to 15, and BBE's train could run level 15 node. The Dex core is probably the best other than speed. It's so easy to pipe and it's so strong. Yeah. No, Dex core is really strong. It does depend on what DPS you use, but because like the Dex core is not really going to work with Dirge. In that case, you'll want the magic core and take his magic specialization. But sorry, still got a bit of cum in me throat from COVID. Yeah, I mean, I understand potentially the desire to swap Will and Dirge. I do think I want to keep them there though, ultimately. And it's so close that, yeah. Dirge counts as both magic and melee with Storm Sorcery. Yes, you can see if I pump him in here. Oops. He is currently counting as magic and melee right there because I have Storm Sorcery on. Yeah, but the magic core is pretty hard to pipe. It is a rough one to pipe. You're not wrong. But Dirge just doesn't benefit from it if you're going Dirge. Can so go back to spoilers? What do you mean exactly, Strider? Can we go back to spoilers? But what are you talking about? We're probably not going to focus on spoilers too hard. There are so many things that could mean, so I just don't really know what you're wanting to talk about there. Small question off tier list subject. The 60% health feat for Krydle. Have any wait for a fresh eventual unlock? Otherwise it's time to get more pigments. Is there a health feat in the emergence? I actually didn't even know that. I would say pigments though. Yeah, no. I would say pigments. If you're using Krydle as a tank, it's not necessarily because of his health anyway. How to get... I see what you're saying, Strider. If we're talking about Dirge, I still don't think there is going to be a way. I haven't looked too deeply into it yet. Was thinking the same. It's all the evasion, so not worth the feat unless there's nothing else. Yeah, yeah. What's the best way to get golden gear? Unfortunately, money. With seasons, every now and then you could get a gold unlock for someone and then break them down and you'd get a gold potion. But you think he means Imoen? Cynics, if you're talking about Strider, he's talking about a spoiler. So it's something else, and I know what he's referring to. But I think Dirge is still hit by a negative. That'll be something I talk about soon. We won't talk about it today, though. Yeah, golden gear in general is from wild offers or otherwise paying. Yeah. mean, there are a few, like, very specified goldens you can get, like, in the patron shop for evergreen champions and the like. But, like Zariel offering Rhea gold. But other than that. Gold is generally reserved for money, money, money. So, let's see. I mean, that's true too, yeah. The Super Saiyan Enclave does have some golden epics you can look into, for sure. And if you're using nerds, you know, that's not a bad option if you do use nerds, either for a folk hero DPS or for Artemis. Would not recommend the Diana one. Would not recommend necessarily Azaka either. Not the worst if you're dedicated to gold find, but I still... A lot of people are transitioning into that whole dirty gold farm. Ult damage, woo! There have been some goldens that are worth it beforehand too, but... And some of the feats might be worth it. Ultimately, I did get some of the Ceramorphosis ones when they were out. Nerds and Azaka can at least get you to pop back if they're shiny. Yeah, and that's true. If you get a gold, like if I personally right now got the gold, I have a shiny on that equipment slot, so getting that gold would pop me that potion of polish to be able to put a shiny on someone else. So that is something to at least note. So yeah, now pre-stack, golden epic, or somehow you can dismantle the G, then no. In general, I would agree. I can see people getting some use out of the nerds one, but I would only say to ever consider something like that if you are full up on pigments for your main pushing team. And even then, yeah, so I think overall we're looking pretty decent. I don't think there was anything else on the docket. Maybe it might be time to make a new tier list. Have a little fun, do something stupid. We could do either something like a speed or a gold, or just a dumb one. Did we make any changes? Welcome, Chibi. We made a few. How stupid are we talking? Well, we'll see. Evelyn got the little boost over Blushi. I don't hate it. I think it's arguable. Is this tier list damage / push? It is from the perspective of overall utility to the game. You're for stupid. Spurt got bumped down to B+ because of just that restriction and required heavy item level investment. And in that bump down to B+, there was a little shifting in that Egbert, Dob, and Rust climbed a little bit over Imoen, Jaheira, and Jang Sao. And Spurt got thrown in the middle. I feel like there was one other thing. Oh, Omen and Vi swapped places. Omen climbed into A+, Vi got bumped down a little to A-. Roll tier list would be nice, best buffs, DPS, etc. That's almost what this is. The overall utility, I guess if we took out availability, it could be different. Or you're getting big numbers on Omen, yeah. I feel like there was one other shift. I can't remember though. I felt like there was one other thing that happened. I can't recall now though. Is there anything you would put up a fight for, Chibi? Oops, dropped my pen. Whoa. Yeah. Oh, my numbers were so good during his season, you're excited for his event buffs? Think it looks good? Okay. Yeah, there's a few little scuffles, but nothing crazy. I think ultimately it's pretty close to where it should be for what it is. And I'll probably just give it a quick highlight in my next video when we talk about the champion that's coming out next, which will be in about, what, a week, right? Well, not this Thursday, but next Thursday. I think my actual video will be. And yeah, so we'll unless someone has something to bring up, we'll probably transition into something else. Either just a fun tier list, or quickly do a speed/gold, or one or the other, not a combined. Yeah, because probably we'll see what we get through today. But Thursday and Saturday, we might move on to other things like Final Fantasy, or just doing a stupid in real life IRL tier list. Like Pop-Tarts was thrown around. I don't know. We'll see for those who stick around, because it's the ones who stick around that really want to see what we're doing, right? If you ever have a recommendation for something either fun or stupid to do, nah, don't hesitate to throw it out there, because we'll look into a lot of stuff. But time to bust out the Final Fantasy tier list maker and hear the rage. Is that Final Fantasy? Is that what we're talking about? See, we plan to play through Final Fantasies. Tier list? But let's see. Let's pop over and say hi to Virgil. Everyone say hi to Virgil. If you look into his eyes, you'll know the emotes to use for him. Let's see. The only problem here is I have not set up any tier lists yet. You mentioned a few streams ago how you feel some stuff you'd prefer would lead to rage. With Final Fantasy, or... I know I've said that with World of Warcraft. I like some expansions that other people don't, and I devalue a lot that some might like. Final Fantasy, I mean, I like some that people don't like. With WoW and Final Fantasy as well. Yeah, I mean, probably. Like, I am a fan of 8. I don't understand why so many people hate Final Fantasy 8. I don't. Ease of Champions use tier list, how restrictive the other champions of the team have to be for the champions to be effective, how much investment is needed, how active you have to babysit your champions, etc. That's a weird one. Now I kind of need to browse. Let me see here. Let me make sure I save this tier list real quick. Download image. Final tier list. The final frontier. Let's do gold. It's a great reference. We could do gold. Let's see. How do we want to do this? I could make a whole new list, but that might take a minute. I could... Let's see. I could just rinse this list, and we could only select gold champions. That would take a minute, though. I guess I could just hit the reset button. Do I want to, though? Maybe I do a different browser, because I don't want to lose this either. We could do that, though. Let me use a different browser here. So it saves it as a different list, because I don't want to lose all that rankage. Bop, 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 bop. Boop, 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 boop. Ooh, look at all those ads. Shut up. Go away. Quit giving me ads. I don't have an ad block on this browser. Presentation mode. Get rid of them. Let's see here. Does this have everyone? Why does it look so different? It has Diana, so it should. So let's reset this one. And let's see here. if we're gonna do gold, I need to pull up a list of the gold champions. And I'll put them in the waiting room. While I look through this list and prepare it, ask any questions you want. We'll be in this would be a good time to take a pee if you gotta piss. He drinks piss. You all know that song? You guys know the Piss song by Neil Cicigera? Is that his name? I forget. Do you guys know that song? We might have to listen to that song. You do not? Oh, man. All right, hold on. If I have to mute this in the YouTube VOD loading, that's fine. We're going to listen to Piss by Neil Cicigera. Let's see. Poor VOD. Yeah, I don't know. This one, it's like a fan mishmash made for comedy purposes. Let that play in the background while I set this up.
He drinks a whiskey drink, he drinks a vodka drink, he drinks a lager drink, he drinks a cider drink. He sings the songs that remind him of the rhythm that the vibe. He sings the songs that remind him of the songs that remind him of the. He drinks.
What's he drink?
He drinks.
Oh, okay.
He sings the songs that remind him of the. Drink.
I want something else to get me through this. 7-time kind of life, baby.
Let's see. This takes you back.
It was rose, I would take it to slap it to my nose, and I wish I could get back there, someplace back there, smiling in the beats you would take. Stop to the rhythm that you up until you break, it won't stop. I won't come down and keep stop with the tick-tock rhythm. I piss it to my nose, and I
This isn't who's nose.
that I was getting, and I pissed again, then I pissed again, and said, how do I get back there to the place where I fell asleep inside my nose? How do I get myself back to the place where you said, I want something else to get me through this. Semi-charm kind of life, baby.
Who am I missing? Now, there's a comment on this video. The beeping in the background here. Morse code.
And the bow codes can make me cry. When I'm with you, I feel like I could die, and that would be alright.
Somebody once told me.
Alright. When the plane came in, she said she was crossing. The love eater into the city, we tripped on the
Who am I
earth to
missing?
feel alive. And now I'm struggling to survive those days. You wearing that velvet dress. Yo, the priestess said
Oh,
let's
yeah.
confess those little red pennies. They passed the test lines. Up around the belly face down.
What did you come back to? I'm setting up a gold tier list and we're listening to Piss while I do that.
Songs that remind him of the vodka drink. He sings the songs that remind him of the songs that remind him of the cider drink. He drinks. He drinks. He drinks.
He drinks what?
He drinks.
Oh.
He sings the songs that remind him of the songs that remind him of the.
Beneath my toes, and you hold me, and we are broken. Still, it's all that I want. Just a little now, feel myself heavy off the ground. I'm scared, I'm not coming down.
Let's see. She technically has a tag.
Still locked down in a smile, but it's alright, alright.
We should just do. Almost set up. Don't worry. Looking through the sea of champions. is annoying sometimes. Oh, I did put each other already. I'm an idiot. Where you at, boy? Where are you? Where is she? Perfect timing. And that was Piss by Neil Cicierega. Cicierega? Something like that. The era of those sorts of remixes was fun, yet so many were purged. Yeah. Neil's a good one. Piss and what's the other? Bustin'. Oh, Bustin' is so good. Anyway, you're feeling old? Builds Legos. I played with Legos, but it was always like, garage sale Legos, so I never had like the cool big packs. I did build one ship once that was like a pirate ship when I was a kid. That being said, this browser is holding the tier list a little differently. Yeah, it's not gonna work on that one, so we're just gonna go to this. Oh, my cam. Boop, there I am. Wish it was Legos, Cries, and Warhammer. Duplo blocks. Are those? I think I know what those are. You have a 22,000 part castle in your home office. 22,000. It's crazy. I don't know if anyone here really watches like Wubby, but I've never been into Warhammer, and I watch Wubby off and on Twitch, and he's been talking about Warhammer a bit, and man, there are some franchises I think I'm just too late to get into, and Warhammer's one of them. I love I've played Space Marines and stuff, and I enjoy it, but like as far as deep diving into Warhammer, it's too deep for me, I think. Don't do it, man. Yeah, I think that's one scenario where I kind of like in the back of my mind want to. I don't have the money to do it, but I would like to learn of it. Like a lot of the lore seems really cool. You don't want to get into Warhammer, it sounds crazy expensive. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Playing Warhammer, it's out of my price range. As in one-time pro Heroes of the Storm player Wubby. I actually don't know that lore about him if it is. I'm talking about Pay Money Wubby on Twitch. Let's see. Let's change the title here. We're still talking about tier lists, but let's say time for fun tier lists. Gold? Speed? More? Question mark? Update the title. You cannot get any Warhammer minis anymore, but the lore and the world stuff got into the book super easy years back. Then again, you have pre-StarCraft tiered models. Nice. You never played Warhammer Fantasy, but you played Tyranids and Imperial Guard in 40k for a while. With bonus side, Gene Stealer cults? See, all of this stuff is going over my head. And also played a ton of Necromunda. Yeah, it is a franchise that I think is interesting, but I might deep dive the lore someday. But as far as playing, yeah, I don't even have the money to try. Never got into painting stuff, so no, sadly no Warhammer for you. Yeah, learning everything you have to do just to get a game set up is wild. But yeah, so let's quickly look over the gold champions here as we dive into doing a gold tier list for fun. I'm gonna read off the champions that should be here If you happen to notice anyone that is not in the waiting room, please let me know. We are going to be working with Dahani, Regis, Donner, Merylwyn, Mehen, Omen. I don't think Mehen made it. I think I already noticed one. Mehen. Jarlaxle, Stokey Ishi, Paulton Baloth, Quillick, Valentine Evandra, Certainty Dran, Kroll, Dungeon Master, Jim technically counts. I need to get Jim in there. Freely, Gazrick, Egbert, Vin Ursa, Beetle and Grim also counts that I didn't throw in there, I don't think. Where are they at? 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 Come here. I'm gonna get you. Am I blind? Up. First row, mid. There we go. Hello. Wow. Morgan technically is a weird case, but she has the tag, so Makos, Eliwick, Astarion, Rust, Vi, Dob, Penelope, and Azaka. I believe we have them all out there. Put Xander in just to ground the list. No, we're dealing with people who have the gold tag, specifically, and how they interact with gold find. In this case, Morgan F tier, we can go ahead and start with that. She has the gold tag, but as we'll hop over to the game, you'll see the way, even though she has the gold tag, the way she interacts with gold is by hurting you. So, gold tag, but she collects some of your gold, actually lessening your overall gold find. Is it by an amount that matters? No. People kind of get mad at that, like, oh, she's stealing my gold. But at the end of the day, 25% is nothing. It's a tiny little drop as far as the math of this game goes. However, as a gold tagged champion, she's not helping you in any way, as far as that goes. So many of your exes. And you might think that, oh, okay, well that just means people who have gold mechanics like that are gold tagged. Well, no, because K'thriss does not have the gold tag, and he also reduces gold find. Should he? Probably, but he doesn't. So, while we're dealing with champions who have the gold tag, she does not help your gold find in any way. She, in fact, hinders you. So, F tier! Revoke their gold tag privileges. I think the idea of having a gold tag as just interacting with gold is fine. But I also think in that case we need to get that tag on K'thriss, which we don't. The only positive you'll say about Morgan is there was a time you were glad she had the tag for variance. Exactly. And that's why I actually don't hate that she has that tag and think K'thriss deserves it too. Any form of gold interaction, I can see the gold tag being there. But as this is a gold tier list based on the tags, we're not looking at a positive, right? We're looking at, oops, that's right, I need to go to this one for this tier list because it's formatted different. Yeah, so Morgan is gonna go into the F because she actively restricts your gold. Let's see. We might as well, does anybody, well, we mentioned Vi. Let's just, we're gonna be a little more freeform with this today. So let's head into Vi. How does Vi interact with gold? So, gold tagged champion, seat 12. She's not fully leveled. Autism won't allow that. Come on, there we go. It's probably close to there. We'll see. So. We've defined the worst, let's define the best and squeeze everyone else in between. We could dive into what would potentially be the best. There is an argument to be had. But we'll go over Vi since we have her up. So, instead of her base attack, Vi can instead take out a comically oversized blunderbuss and fire it at a normal enemy. cannot transform bosses this way, but it will transform that enemy into a small glowing crystal sphere that has a lower amount of enemy's health, but then becomes worth more gold when defeated. Yeah, Omen is a contender for sure. So, when changing areas, any remaining spheres are automatically killed and the gold from them is collected. Instead of her base attack, Vi can burp. I don't think Vi does have class. Can we have an argument without Kais? Well, Kais decided to go to sleep, so. But yeah, this has become more important for some people, in that they often use Vi to set up an Azaka farm, which we'll talk about, and you can utilize those crystals as they will not attack. It transforms the normal enemies into non-lethal enemies, and if Azaka does attack them, it does drop this increase in gold. However, that increases on the lower end when we're talking about buffs to gold. You'd love to see Caius get argument over the silly lists. So yeah, I think it is, well, we can take a look at the list, but I think Vi is an interesting one where I'm so used to going to the other spot for the list there. Dude, we have to smash or pass out all champions tier list with Kais and Dark Warrior here. It'd be peak entertainment. Bro, Dark Warrior's been gone for a while. I don't know what's been up with him. We might get to cancel range. But yeah, as far as like raw gold value, you're not getting a lot out of Vi. And you can only have one transformation take place, and you might be using Jim's transformation over hers, but she can help set up an Azaka farm. Isn't vital for it necessarily, but Azaka farming is harder to set up these days. As far as Vi's gold tag goes, she's in the middle to lower range. We might not even need so many pluses and minuses for the gold list. It'll be, by the way, pretty sure you can have just A instead of A plus. I would have to go and actually change my tier list, but unless I can edit it from here, I don't know if I can. We'll work with what we got though. You kind of forgot Vi had a gold tag. Good tag or gold, Jimmy and Chibi? Gold, yeah, I figured. Yeah, as far as her gold value. Let me real quick see if I can just edit this as is on my end without changing the actual tier list. I can. I'm gonna do that. I think we only need... I don't think we need the pluses and minuses for gold. I really don't. We'll see though. Looks kind of funny now. Let's, I think we can do this as an S, A, B, C, D, F. I really do. So with that in mind, I think Vi's ultimately would be like a D, but I see people are using her to set up Azaka and stuff. I could see her getting into C potentially. But we'll definitely move things around as we keep going. It might be beneficial to look at some of the, oh. Why is that not even working? There we go. Let's, see, Azaka's gonna be a hard one. You were thinking D, yeah, we'll look around as we, she's liable to get a bump down, I will say. That the boost she offers isn't high, but she can help set up an Azaka and offers some boost to an Azaka potentially. She'll probably get knocked down. You know what? We'll put her in D for now. we'll see. She might get a shift one way or the other. But we should look at a higher performing one. And in that scenario, let's take a peek at Omen, right? He is arguably one of the best gold find in the game, or arguably the best, in that with adventuring capital, you can just keep scaling it up, and before too long, it becomes competitive with any other gold find champion. If we're to slot like a gold farm here, let's just get a bunch of golds out here. She's in a Zaka seat, automatically a knock on her and Dob. Couple things. One, her transformation sticks. You can swap her after the fact. Her ability to set up a Zakas are only saving grace to gold find, right? But that's the thing, is you can swap her after the fact. And Dob, it comes down to a lot of people are running gold find without Azaka these days, not setting up an Azaka farm, and instead doing a dirty gold farm, and in that scenario, you will use Dob. But, yeah. So, in the grand scheme of things, if you want Omen to stack up, you gotta stack up that adventuring capital. Omen increases the party's gold find each time a champion of Tymora attacks an enemy, stacking additively. We have a few people not counting right now as a champion of Tymora, as reflected by this piss circle on the ground. So let's, for the sake of farming this up, let's throw out some people that will count for it. It's more in that in the specific scenario of gold farming that you still can use it. I think if we're talking about a niche, we are diving into the unique, right? We are specifically talking about gold find, and in a scenario of gold farming, you can still make use of that. So we do need to think of ourselves as talking specific niche now. Vise crystals have a disadvantage of being slow to set up, not wrong, and not work with Merylwyn's ult. If the crystals are pushed back, you think, but it's also simple to use. You could almost consider an enemy transformation as a sticky debuff, almost, but we are talking different things now. And not work with Merylwyn's ult. Crystals are pushed back. There are ways you could regather them with Plent, if that's the scenario. I thought Merylwyn's was full map, though. You're just drawing a parallel? Yeah. Did you miss anything, Void? You missed the initial fight for the tier list, and we're moving on to a gold tier list. If you had anyone you were going to fight over, let me know, and we could potentially look back into it. There were some moves made. I'll go ahead and just highlight them real quick for you. Evelyn got bumped above Blueshy. Just, you missed Egbert moving to S. No. We traded Vi and Omen as it felt like they needed to be traded. We bumped down Spurt to B+, and in that we did shift Egbert, Dob, and Rust a little bit above Imoen, Jaheira, and Jang Sao, and Spurt slipped in between them. And I think, I keep feeling like there was one other shift we made. And I can't recall. And yes, we do have the egg emote now. But yeah. Diana, there it is. Yeah, Diana got moved down to the top of A-, as she does suffer, while she has good numbers and really good speed, she does suffer in really not finding a place in formations yet. That might change. But as it is now, it is a little rough for her to find a space in an actual pushing formation. But yeah. Overall, it kind of felt like everyone was liking how it was looking. And that's where we're probably going to leave it unless you have a fight you want to put up for someone. And in that, we were shifting over to gold find. and currently talking about Omen's gold find in particular. So yeah, you can stack this up over time. We're not really looking to save time anymore, so let's go ahead and go hyperspeed when we're talking about the gold champions. No fight. Okay. See, that could be taken as no fight, or no fight. But yeah, so now we're talking about gold. Gold. So over time, this will build up, and if you're looking to make a deep gold push, you can make this effectively the best gold buff in the game. It does take a little bit of time, but very quickly it's at least good gold. E7 is decent gold, with the capability of rising very high. He didn't used to be this good. It was only his season that bumped him up to this level. But I do think we're talking really high on the list, right? It's hard at this point. It's always hard to do the start of the tier list, right? Because we're gonna bust through it all. I keep doing that. We're gonna bust through it all today. We're gonna talk about all of them. We're gonna get through them, but we're gonna have to do some quick slotting and some shifting. Omen has the capability of reaching S, specifically for gold, right? But he might be considered A, depending on how we look at it. But he's going to hit one of these categories. For now, I can see the fight for him being an S because he starts out as a good gold find and has the capability of reaching the best gold numbers in the game. But it does take a bit to get him there. It's not too hard to get him the highest numbers, though. What's everyone thinking for him? We'll see some shifting as we go, but I do want to hear people's input. You think his gold find is regardless unlike his damage? What do you mean? Oh, is S unlike his... I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think ultimately... Yeah, I got you, Cynics. I read it wrong the first time. I think ultimately he probably will stay in S. But he just with the note, he does take a little building, right? Ultimately, I want to get him to a minimum of E8 before I start grinding on him, and that just takes a little bit. But if you're planning on farming your most gold possible, you just need to keep that in mind, that he's going to have to start hitting a couple times. And by couple, multi-thousands. But you do, if you're looking to do that, make sure you're running a team that is everyone affected by Champion of Tymora, and you don't have... familiars killing things, because that will interfere with it, because they do need to actually attack an enemy. Yeah. So ultimately, he will remain S or A. You're late, what did you miss? A lot of late people coming in. That's okay, though. We went over the tier list King of Soul. We had a couple fights. Ultimately, we landed on what is the current tier list, and now we're transitioning into a gold tier list. We just went over this, but that's fine. We'll cover it again. I have no problem with that. In the shifting that happened, Vi and Omen swapped places. Evelyn got a little inch over Blueshy. Diana fell to A- because she doesn't have a lot of good synergy, while she does have good scaling and good speed. And the B shifted a little bit in, Spurt falling to B+, Egbert, Dob, and Rust climbing a bit over, Imoen, Jaheira, and Jangsao, where Spurt fell in between. This is ultimately where we fell for the overall tier list. If you have a fight to put up for it, King of Soul, let me know. We can talk about it still. And how you doing, Lizard Hawk? What's up? Coffee 2 down. It is not either never having COVID, or at least I did and it didn't hit me that hard. Now having COVID and not tasting things is so weird to me. I've never had that happen to me. Great, thank you. Yeah, good to hear you're doing good. So, yeah, unless You just remember, did we ever talk about the possibility of bumping Crux or Karlach to S? I don't think we did have that conversation. Well, you know, Egbert S tier, because he deserves it. Now, for the sanctity of the list, we cannot climb Egbert to S. We did not talk about that. I can understand an argument for that. However, I don't quite think they get there. I really don't. I think they get really close. Ultimately, with them, it kind of comes down to sanctity of the tier list. Did you just call my guy Egbert unholy? No. I'm referring to his kit isn't S tier. It's just not. It would be for the memes to bring him to S tier. And unfortunately, the egg does not reach S tier. Yeah. I just see both of them on the cusp. I think they're good at the A+ gatekeeping category. They do have not the best, good availability, but not the best. And while they pump really good numbers, they're not necessarily... It is something to think about, but Egbert Gold, S tier. Change your mind? Well, we'll see when we head back to the list. Your Crux is an E40 positional buff, also a tank with favorite foe shenanigans. Feels like a tier above everyone else in A+. Oops. Let's go here real quick. So, let's see. We'll think about the Crux real quick. He also feels a tier below everyone in S. That's kind of the thing, is I think Karlach and Crux are very close together. Karlach and Crux have the same issue Gale has in spades. The barrier for the super great scaling patrons. Are they as bad as Gale? No. Are they as big of buffs as Will? No again. They are close, absolutely, but not so over the top, the values of those in S. I can understand the argument for them in S. I do. But I really feel like they both belong at the top of A+. I think they are the perfect example of an A+ champion. I don't think they quite climb to S. I mean, S, we have S reserved at this time for kind of the best buffer in the game, the best speed in the game that breaks the game via speed, the best DPSers, both with crazy availability, one with the best scaling, and the hardest scaling buff in the game. I think those are good qualifiers for S tier. Thing is, his damage doesn't get to S, but also being a tank while putting out those numbers is really big. I don't deny that. Is that S material, though? Or is that solid A+, best without being an S tier champion? I think that's where Karlach and Crux kind of shine, as being like the absolute peak without breaching into S. That is how I see them. I do understand the argument to put them there. And the way I used to do the tier list, they probably should have. But... There's better numbers than Jim or Bird so far for you two, but the problem there is you're reaching their ceiling already. Whereas Jim and Bird have a higher ceiling because of their scaling. And that's why they're both an A+, right? They can reach that softer ceiling earlier and still be really good. But my Jim's numbers are way bigger than Karlach and Crux. Like baseline, he's like an E52 or something for me because of his scaling. And I haven't even invested like crazy in him. Whoa, what was that all about? Yeah, let's get my actual formation for Jim out real quick. So with Jim, I'm looking at an E54, whereas my Karlach is reaching 35, but her ult's not up, so we'll at least give her that. And they get close, don't get me wrong, but they do reach a ceiling that aren't like hard multipliers that can scale crazy. They scale good, but yeah. The pre-stack scaling just gets higher. But Karlach and Crux don't need investment, and you think that's worth it too, but that's why they're the gatekeeper of 8+ again. Yeah, I agree. But they do have a ceiling. And in the late game, they are slightly less important. They're still really good, and there's a reason they're gatekeeping that A+. But are they game-breaking, like Briv Speed? Are they the best, absolute best, like Artemis? Do they have the best availability in the game, like Dirge? Are they the best scaling positional, like Valentine? Or are they the best single buff in the game, like Will? No, I don't think so. I think they are perfect for an all well-rounded gatekeeper of 8+, though. I really do. Again, I do understand why there's that argument, I do. But I don't necessarily see a reason for them to breach all the way into S. But yeah, in this case, Karlach, E39, with the same investment as Jim, reaching an E54. But even then, Karlach is slightly higher on the list than Jim. You would fight for your boy Ashara, but you feel like you don't have enough arguments to convince you to move. It's even a chick, though. It's your boy, but you don't even know it's a whammon. Also, you notice Kai's failed to get you to move down debuffers, which makes you feel even less confident. Caius got a small victory in Evelyn and Spurt, and I think accepted it there. There is a reason debuffers are going to matter very soon. Not as much as they used to, but they will matter a little more in a bit. I'll say that much. Again, I do really think they're in the right spot, personally. But I do understand why you would fight for them. I just think they don't quite breach in that S tier that we've set the precedent for. Very close, though. Very, very close. If either of them had the level of like Jim's or Birdsong's scaling, they would probably breach to S at that point. And they do reach a good ceiling early. They do. It definitely takes a lot of farming, though. But then you've reached that plateau with them, for the most part. And I think that holds them back from breaching into S. Very, very good, though. A reason they're both A+, top of A+. So yeah, I do think I'm going to keep them there. What were we doing? Oh yeah, gold. Now, I think Ashara is decent, though. I just think the game as a whole has evolved this a bit since she was at the top of DPS. She still can put good numbers, though. As a something side quest affinity, I do think one thing that does hold Ashara back, though, is when we're talking about a DPS availability, it matters. It really does if you're going to invest or focus on a DPS. And Ashara's availability isn't that great. She's 2 of 5 patrons and 4 of 6 trials. And I think that's rough for a DPS. I really do. Unless you're just talking about her as a support, but then that's a whole different category. That being said, back to gold. We had Omen in the S. I think that'll, I think he'll either stay there or, I meant to go to dirty gold. Dirty. And let's go ahead and swap you to Vi. What did we get? Nope, that's Jarlaxle. What did we get Omen to? Yeah, so we're just about to breach E8 with Omen. That's a higher end number for the level of which I have gold finders invested. So, keeping him in S for now. where do we want to go as far as the gold tier list goes? Anyone want to take a look at one of these champions down here? I'll hide my dumb little face real quick. Anyone in the waiting room that you want to see next for the gold? Polton? This is when people would probably want Caius to show up. But I'll keep Caius in mind with this, because he is a slight defender of Polton, in that he uses Polton because he locks out his Jarlaxle. So Polton always has a place in his formation for pushing Trials gold. So he might not be the worst, but let's take a look at him. So as far as his gold goes, lucky. Party's gold find for each champion adjacent to them. We can get quite a few adjacent in this scenario, so this will be his absolute peak at my item level, which is rather low. E4, right? This is a pre-stack value, so if you do invest in him a little bit, it will scale. But if we're talking trials, he's probably only adjacent to 4, more than likely. So that's gonna not affect it too much, but again, I don't have him invested. Can he get bumped up to be competitive? Yes. Would I recommend that? No. He is in a seat with a core champion that has good gold find in Jarlaxle, who we'll also get to shortly. However, there is the scenario Caius sets up in that he has to lock Jarlaxle for his trials, and so he falls back on Polton. That might at least keep him from a very low ranking, but still his gold find without heavy investment isn't going to climb very high. Remember, with Omen, we're dealing currently with an E8, and we're looking at an E4. Ultimately, that's not that crazy. So, as far as that goes, I could see an argument, at least from the perspective of keeping him as a backup, and if you invest in him, he can put okay gold find numbers. Definitely better than Morgan and her rebuff to gold. Chance to enemies drop double gold if she kills them, while also nerfing the overall percent, though. Yeah, I guess I should have mentioned that with Morgan, though, as far as her being gold tagged. But, yeah. I think he could at least climb to C for gold. Just in that he could be used in some scenarios, and it does claim abilities and upgrades apply to the pre-stack value. There is potential with Polton. Would I recommend him? Not necessarily. Because, mostly, that in his seat, and we'll just move on to Jarlaxle now, has Jarlaxle, and we're specifically talking about gold find with this tier list, so directly competing with someone in your seat will matter. And we have increased gold find for each drow or rogue champion in the formation. At an E6 right now, in my personal dirty gold farm, he's getting up to a slightly higher E6. We're not talking about competing with Omen necessarily, levels, but we are talking about a core champion everyone starts out with. Gold chests affect his item level increases. He will always be a good standard of gold. However, again, there is the scenario where someone in your Trials of Mount Tiamat is probably locking out Jarlaxle for assault party damage, because he's the best assault party lockout from core champions. So depending on your Trials restrictions, not restrictions, but who you're locking, maybe you are the one locking Jarlaxle. In that scenario, you do need to look at who else is in that seat for gold find between Stokey and Polton. You're probably going to have to use Polton in that scenario. That's why Polton climbed to C instead of D, but we'll still see as we keep going. But as far as how reliable Jarlaxle is, he's not reaching the best gold find numbers in Merylwen and Omen, etc., but he's still good, will be with you from the beginning and will be always getting loot from gold chests being core. Ultimately, a good, solid gold find champion. I keep doing that. Because of how almost just reliable he is, I see him climbing to A. His numbers might be more in the B line. We'll see as we keep threading more out here. But I see Jarlaxle being an A gold find champion. What's everyone else thinking? Agreed. And I could potentially see some maybe climbing ahead of him, but he's not really the star of that formation, but you always use him. Does that justify A? Tough to say. I think he does ride the line between A to B, but being core and always getting gear and just being there always, I think that makes him a pretty good standard. He also has like 4 feats of gold find, 3 straight buff, and 1 for his positional, or personal, yeah. Yeah, I think we might shift things, you know, as we go, but yeah. I think he is a good standard. Gets points for being low gold cost to get him started when you have 0 favor, yeah. He's basically the first boy you're gonna whip out to start getting favor going. All reliable, basically, is Jarlaxle. Yeah, we're gonna kind of move this one along a bit, as we're only dealing with gold. So yeah, we'll see as we go. But I think he'll be either top of B or A. Let's see here. I thought I swapped you. Since we've talked about Polton and Jarlaxle, we might as well talk about Stokey. Let's get her out here. So, seat 4 sharing a seat with Polton and Jarlaxle, we've got Stokey. With Golden Palm, champions adjacent to Stokey cause enemies they kill to drop more gold for every mark of key active. That does require things to not be instantly dying, as she's in a dirty farm where your goal is to kill things this fast. She's not going to be applying key marks. However, in a scenario, if we've set up a Zaka, there's potential. If you're in a knockback team, there's ways you can make it work. It is a little on the clunky side, though. But as far as, let's see, as far as Azaka goes, do we want to just set up an Azaka to see what that would be? Or I could just set up a scenario where she's at least marking things. In an Azaka, we're only going to see her more than likely get her key strikes up to a stack on a single enemy, right? So let's get somewhere where we can keep a single enemy alive just to see what her key would offer as far as gold farm in an Azaka farm goes. I might set up an Azaka today, we'll see. So we're gonna go to a boss area and kill everything but the boss. And her key is stacked up to almost an E5. With a little investment, it can be, you know, that is over what my Polton is. So ultimately for me, if I had an Azaka farm, I would probably take Stokey over Polton in my specific scenario if my Jarlaxle was locked out. But if I'm running a dirty farm, Polton would be usable over Stokey. So in a way, they're kind of interchangeable in the niche they fit. It really depends on if you're running Azaka or running dirty. They're kind of in the same bracket. Polton scales better, I will say that. But yeah, I think, where are we gonna put Stokey? Potentially either in D or right behind Polton in C, maybe. Because you could even just run Polton in your dirty, or in your Azaka, if Jarlaxle's locked out, and it's roughly the same. And he has better scaling. Equal potatoes are equal. Double spud. Alongside Polton, with his better scaling on an additive. Yeah, I think that's fine. Die. I killed him. Alright, let's see. I guess we could work up the seats a bit and talk about Dahani. Dahani's a little weird. Actually, I probably should have... Does it... Oh, let's see. Actually, don't know if it tracks that. I think it just kind of says. So yeah, Dahani paints enemies she attacks. One of those paints is yellow. Enemies painted by Dahani have a chance to be splashed in yellow. Enemies painted in this way drop more gold when they are killed. Again, you're probably not actively applying yellow on a dirty farm, so you're probably not going to use Dahani on a dirty, and it's on the lower end anyway. In an Azaka, it is useful, as killed is still tagged by, you know, Azaka's tigers, which we probably should just go over Azaka soon. But it is on the low end. You only throw Dahani for the tag. Dahani is the only C1 gold you have. Yeah, she is the only C1 gold, period, right? Yeah, because Bruner's not anymore. And Kuthris doesn't have the tag. Yeah, she will interact with tags, which can be important for some people's gold find. She's gotten a little better since season, but having to paint enemies is rough since it's random. Yeah, if it's an Azaka, it'll paint up. Like, that won't be hard. But yeah, on Dirty, it's not reliable. You can scale it a bit with specializations. Actually, I don't know what specialization I did pick with her. I did, yeah, okay. So with her specialization, you can increase the gold find of yellow. And through her feats, you have some ways you can scale specialization picks. So there is a few ways to scale it, but overall, it's a low number. But it does give her the gold tag, and that matters in some cases. Is she herself going to offer you a huge boost in gold? No. Ultimately, no. She can see use, though. She is still useful in Azaka, not dirty, but is on the lower end on top of that. So she's I keep doing that. I see her getting into, man, I see her in D. I don't know where though, as far as her versus Vi. Above Vi technically gives more, but it does depend on what kind of transformation you're running. Because if you're running mimics, Vi doesn't matter. So if you are doing Azaka, she is above Vi for sure. And in a dirty, you're not going to be yeah, I would say. And because wheel, yeah. Yeah, I do think she gets bumped down to D though. I was hoping her gold would get some better numbers based on that season, but well, she got a little bit of a boost. It's really not that high. All things considered. And now just even looking at people coming up, Vi basically doesn't contribute to gold in most zones. Yeah, it's true. And if you're running dirty, you're not getting the transformations. And if you're running Azaka, you're probably just running Gym anyway. It depends though. It does depend. Okay. Let's mosey. Zip, zip, zip. I did say we should work, through the seats, but should we just cover Azaka? Those who don't know, I'm sure many do. There's an entire farm built around Azaka in her ultimate, where If she specializes, resist the curse, the tiger's attack, cause enemies to drop gold even if they aren't killed. Oh, we'll see everybody, don't worry. So there's an entire Azaka farm built around her. There are many ways you can set it up. These days, I'm setting it up through a knockback, slow team, and just crossing my fingers on Krull. I'm kind of also transitioning into Dirty Farm. It gets the job done. Actually, this is old. I want Diana, not Ayla. This is an old one. Don't know what that link was supposed to be, Rocket. Say hello, Tyredack, right now if you're not a bot. Because that was your first time, chat. I want to make sure you're not just spamming links as a bot. Otherwise, you'll get the ban hammer. Let's see. So, am I somewhere that even behooves it? Oh, crap. Right. Am I a bot? Ravenous, you might be. I think Rocket Raccoon is, though. I'll say it to you, hello, Tyredack, but I'm not trying to ban you guys. Yes, but the acceptable kind. What if I am Warforged? So you guys keep saying that, but the people who is a first-time chatter that is just trying to spam a link, they're usually bots for other channels. And I'm giving them a chance. But, I'm a bot to beat boop. See, but those are the good bots. I'll take beat boops. I don't take first-time message link spammers. But we'll see. I'll give them a chance to reply for a bit. See, the only thing I really ban. So, you can see with my knockback team, I've pushed back the enemies. I got a few hits that killed me because, you know, that guy was ranged. Usually you want to be somewhere that doesn't have ranged attackers. And in this scenario, now that they're pushed back, I'm going to throw in Jim because we want him to turn something into a mimic, which has armored hits, which will survive the click damage. Oh, but I haven't... Oh, crap. No, I messed up. I needed to proc my damage first to use Bud. Ah, crap. I might be able to do a quick hot swap, though. Let's see if I can... We'll make this my cue real quick. Hello, beep boop. But yeah, so the idea is to either... There are different ways you can set it. Anyone seen Sarah Connor? Yeah, she was here. She left, though. Set up either a pushback team or, you know, whatever. You want Krull applying these debuffs on enemies because it spreads. I think I just saw a Mimic. We're going to quick swap to something that deals damage. We'll blow it all up. Hopefully we won't kill the Mimic. Huh. Huh. We killed the Mimic. Oh, and it didn't even... whatever. Why didn't it... I did. I said go to 1. Now it goes. I messed up. So ideally, though, first you want to proc a good Bud, because then you can use your Bud damage to click down the enemies. I did a mess up there. That's on me. I don't have Bud damage. Man, I'm all over the place right now. Yeah, we might as well just set this up. Yeah. We'll see how they do this time. Depends on how many of the ranged kills. Again, generally you want to go somewhere that doesn't have ranged enemies, so you can keep them knocked back and at bay. But we're spreading Krull's debuffs, because when you... Yeah, they're making too much ground. You might need to kill a few. Sucks, because I had it set up well the first time. There are other ways you could do this. I could have Vi out here, who would be turning all these guys into crystals that are then, you know, not gonna kill me. But the boss is ranged, so... but it looks like we're gathering them up just fine. Azaka farming F tier, impossible to set up for professional idle champion streamer. It's not that it's impossible to set up, it's that I'm stupid and didn't pre-do a few things. So now we wait for Jim to, and I clicked. I'm just gonna. Oh man, I did not have this properly set up at all. It sucks. And this is just my stupidity. Zaka is harder to farm these days though. I really shouldn't have picked somewhere with a ranged enemy. I didn't even think of that. Let's go somewhere where there's not ranged. So you can see my people aren't just dying now because there's not a ranged attacking me. And we just have Jim out from the start to proc the Mimic, because it might happen early. But ultimately you want Krull spreading his afflictions, because it can spread to be a multiplicative buff. And ultimately we want to try to spread that virulent plague to a Mimic. So you're just watching for that Mimic to spawn. How'd you get away? Where are you going? And you just play the waiting game. And the thing is, this used to be easier because there's a Mimic right there. So let's see if we can spread. Can't tell if we spread. I think we got one virulent. But we've taken a couple notches off the Mimic's health. Frog. It's a fair bit more testy active play these days, eh? Yeah, because, so now that we have this, I would need to wait for my Bud to dwindle down so my click isn't killing, or that my Azaka Tigers won't kill it, because you don't want that Bud to transition to ultimate damage for when you're ult spamming with Merylwyn and Azaka, because that will just kill the Mimic. So you gotta wait for your Bud to fall down if you set it up this way. But yeah, so it's harder to now spawn more if we didn't get a good virulent spread. You could have fun with range bosses if only Selise and Azaka didn't share a seat. But yeah, so at this point also you might swap to, you know, Havilar, because it used to be that Havilar's ultimate would slow, apply another slow, apply another slow, and you could stop everything in their tracks. So you had all the time in the world to work with just grouping them together, slow them all down, all the time in the world. Well, they nerfed Havilar. She can only apply her slow once. She doesn't full stop things anymore. Vi is the best bet. Make them all immobile and only the boss to worry about. Yeah, that is one way you can do it. Because Vi will make them inert, basically. But, so yeah. Multiple ways you can do it. This is just how I happen to do it. Havilar slow. Yeah, her slow's not bad. But it was nerfed into the ground. Being able to fully stop them was a huge boon to setting up an Azaka farm, and you just can't do that anymore. But there are ways with knock, and you would then try to summon more things. Like there are some areas you can go where hitting a bush will spawn more enemies or something. If you didn't get the full Krull stacks, to apply more, get more on the, you know, yada yada. And you can't Jimothy anymore to insta-click a chicken. You can't this, you can't that. There's been nerfs that have happened multiple times. But ultimately, once we're to this stage, now we can apply debuffs, right? There are champions we're going to go through. Actually, I'm not going to click yet because it might detect it as a click on the map. How far do we need to fall here? 614, we're at 767. Okay. Also, Birdsong can kill the boss. What are we talking about, Birdsong? Oh, I see what you're saying. Have you had time to test out Crux versus Diana single column knockback? Why do they need to be versus, though? They're in different seats. I think Diana's knockback is more reliable, though. You mean for power / use less the seats? I mean, I think Diana's knockback is more noticeable than Crux's. Usually the boss survives due to extra damage to crystals. Yeah, Diana attacks pretty fast. We're just kind of waiting for the Bud to dwindle at this point. Just to set up an Azaka, just to showcase her. But yeah, so what we'll do, I mean, I could do it now, I just don't want to accidentally click the map, because sometimes switching champions and clicking the map will count as a click. We don't want to click down the Mimic. We want to wait till my Bud won't kill it with a click. But we'll swap in Donner to get his debuff, we'll swap in Baloth to get his debuff, and we'll swap in Beetle to get his debuff, and then we'll get out all of my best gold find with Azaka, counting as Azaka's, killing it with her ultimate, and that's how you set up the Azaka. At the end of the day, it is still the best gold farm you can get to Azaka. However, you saw the setup. It was mostly me just being an idiot, and there are other ways you can set it up. If you find an armored melee boss, that's actually a great way to do it, because then you don't need to rely on Jim getting a mimic, and you can just continually go back and click down a melee armor boss and the enemies around it to see if you can spread Virulent Plague and just hop back. There is a blessing that buffs gold from bosses that becomes almost competitive with Jim's mimic. You can use Egg too. As far as knockbacks, yeah. He does share a seat with Jim, so it depends on when you want the mimic out between swapping Jim and Egbert. Yeah. I'm hesitant to click anywhere because I just don't want to kill this mimic. So I'm just kind of waiting for the bud to dwindle. You mean if it's armored melee? Oh, yeah. True. Yeah, then you can use Egbert over Jim, for sure. Yep. Sometimes it's hard to find an armored melee. Is Bud Pot still on? It is. Right there. I should have used one of these, not this one. I don't know why I used a uncommon. I should have used a common. How's everyone doing? How's everyone's day treating them? I'm never good at this, but I'll go ahead and mention it since we're in a lull period. Don't forget we've reached affiliate. You can prime sub, you can sub. We have sub emotes, we have follower emotes. Yada yada. Always appreciated, never expected. Almost there. Whoa. Huh? Wait, what? Okay. That was strange. I've never seen it do that. Anyone else just see that? Like, follow, and subscribe. Still trying to figure out how you're gonna finish the stupid Penelope T4. I'll have to look at that. I don't remember that restriction offhand. Daddy Tyredack loves his subs. How? Did anyone else notice that bud shift though? It's only good champs. Oh, okay. Yeah, depending on your roster for sure. Like I'm still just like tweaking over that bud shift. It went from 600 to 400 like out of nowhere. You have already DM'd in though? Okay, well that's definitely a help if you've done some DM. So yeah, you can see the click, bop, 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 not killing it now. So we can freely click, freely use ultimates. So we're gonna shift in Donner. Make sure we get his debuff, which is that little coin you see on the edge there. So he's already got that on there. Baloth applies his with every attack, so as long as he's attacked, it's on there. And the same goes for Beetle. Where as long as it's a damaged enemy to a certain threshold, he will apply that little meat haunch there. And since we made sure we took 2 armor hits off the Mimic, he's applying that. So now we've applied all our debuffs, and I'm going to swap to a gold team with Azaka. Thankfully, Egbert is in there, since we can't fully slow the Mimic. We do have some people still knocking back, which is nice, like Egbert, keeping it at bay. I haven't looked at this formation in a minute, so I don't know if this is an ideal one. Thank God for Egg. Curl has a gold fine feat too, yeah. We did only get it to 10, so we didn't even get a good Virulent Plague out of it. Unfortunate, but ideally, with an Azaka farm, you want higher than that. You need at least 1 Virulent Plague spread from Krull to make it worth it. Freely has quite a bit of gold find too. Yeah, we're gonna go over all the gold finders. Freely, in my opinion, has been phased out in an Azaka farm setting and in a dirty gold farm setting because you need every champion in your slotted gold farm. Well, we'll get to freely when we get to freely. Because we're doing a full gold tier list now. Eating roast pork. Yeah, I don't... I think Artemis, Astarion must be set to top right now. Because that doesn't make sense why I'm at 3. So we'll do a quick little... Yeah, there we go. And there are ways you can make Merylwen be a cat on a boss, and that if you have her be a cat before you transition to her in a normal zone, and then you just swap to her in a boss zone, she will still be a cat, which will still be an adjacency for Valentine if you're using Valentine. Is that an exploit? That's kind of a question mark. That might be changed. I don't know if that would be considered an exploit or not, because she's technically not supposed to be able to be a cat in a boss area, but if she's a cat beforehand and you swap her in a boss, she will still be a cat. But that would give Valentine 1 extra trigram, which does increase her life of leisure for each positional formation affecting her. However, most people would use Evandra, which we'll also talk about all these champions. I just want to get Azaka out of the way. Most people would use Evandra on an Azaka farm because her gold farm stacks up the longer you don't kill something. So you can see we're getting her net fine gold to E7. And that sucks in a dirty farm because you'll see we'll do a dirty farm later. She won't, those stacks will be gone instantly, and her gold find is not good when you're actively killing stuff. However, Evandra is excellent gold find when you're in an Azaka scenario. However, I've also, not Viconia, I have enough item levels in Valentine where usually I reach that E7 as well when Merylwen is a cat. So I generally just use Valentine. That's only because I've invested in Valentine though. If I hadn't invested item levels in Valentine yet, I would be using Evandra over her. And in this scenario, Evandra is actually giving more because I don't have that Merylwen adjacency. For Dirty, you'd want certainty, depends. Again, based on Valentine's investment, for me, Valentine still comes out ahead. But the only issue is that if Evandra is armed, she builds up stacks, so she needs to die first. What? Why? For the gold farm, that's unaffected by that. What do you mean, Void? Because this is the first I've leveled Evandra. She didn't need to die to offer, find the secret stash. She'll continually gain her never armless. Okay, but how does that affect her gold find? Because never completely armless affects Freedom's Fury. Buffing further your neutral champions, making them deal more damage. I guess I just don't see the correlation to her gold find. Why does that matter in Azaka to you? Because we're specifically talking about gold find here. Eventually it'll make you buff enough to kill the mob? I don't think so at all. If we're talking about Azaka farm, no. No matter how far this scales, it's never going to be enough to make me deal from E20 to E277 to E614. There's almost no scenario in an Azaka farm with your gold team that Evandra is going to get enough stacks to kill the mob. I don't think that's even something to consider. Because we're talking about a scenario where we're only using gold champions. I don't foresee anyone ever having an issue and scaling high enough to kill a gold farm Azaka. At any rate, still, point remains that she's good for Azaka. We could look at where my certainty would be right now. I mean, if you wait long enough, it's an additive stack. Additive tapers so hard. Do you know how long I'd have to wait for this to become a relevant buff to make me kill? Is it a potential in early Azaka farming? Maybe. Mimic has lost one. Yeah, I don't foresee that being a problem unless you are pushing at a specific wall where you're almost getting past that wall. And you have a damaging champion that is dealing neutral based damage. That is such a unique scenario. I don't think it's a problem. Because if you're getting to that point, that means you could probably breach that wall anyway. So yeah, if you're pushing to the really late, that's never going to happen. And if you are getting that to happen, you probably can push at a higher wall anyway. I really don't think that should be happening. Anyway, we'll move on from that for now. But you'll see, Azaka, we pop our tigers out. We'll get some money. What's my money looking at right now? So we're at 101 right now. We're going to use Merylwyn's ultimate. That matters. We'll talk about it later. Make sure you use it while she's not in her tiger form. Tigers pop out. We get the gold. And now we're looking at 110. So we got a little bit of a boost from that. So yeah, that is the ultimate Azaka. Not ultimate. I mean, obviously I had a lot of snafus along the way. But you get your Mimic out. Ideally, you have a higher spread of Virulent Plague. We only have that at 10. Bare minimum, you want that 20. Ideally, 40. It is harder to get that set up these days. That's just how it do and be. So yeah, debuffs, Mimic, Virulent. Set up your goldies. Get Azaka pumping out tigers. There's your Azaka farm. As far as, who I use, this is pretty close to my formation. I would do a couple things different, maybe, like, generally I would have Valentine, but that's just because I've invested so much in her. And I would have Merylwyn in cat form, giving her another formation ability to scale up her Life of Leisure. I would make sure everyone has gold feats. I don't have her gold feats on right now. I would make sure she's gold specialization, which I don't know if I did or not. There are making sure all of those check boxes are marked. But yeah, see, I have her Trigram. I would make sure she had her Life of Leisure, specialization. Make sure everything that is gold, right? So yeah, even that is going to boost up her Life of Leisure to 2e7. So yeah, just her specialization was enough in my case to make her above. Leave Corazon in Merylwyn's ultimate too. He's a booster. Yeah, he can boost. So all of that considered, that's Azaka farming. And she's also just a gold champion in Guiding Hand. For me, that's only a 75. That's not a terrible gold farm buff, right? That's not bad. It's not reaching Omen levels, but she has gold and she sets up the entirety that is Azaka farming. But Azaka farming is harder to do. All of that to get to where we're gonna rank Azaka. In my original tier list, she has taken a big hit because Azaka farming has become less important. I think it's still important, but Azaka is the only way to make it happen because of her tigers, her ultimate. Where are we gonna rank Azaka? I mean, it's hard to say she doesn't belong in S, specifically in a gold list, just because if you do Azaka farming, you literally require her. What's everyone thinking about her? Top A for mechanic. Easy use setup is the biggest hit, yeah. S just because farming. When we're talking, yeah, she took a big hit in my overall list, to which I understand. But in a specifically gold list, it's hard not to say. Because I do understand a lot of people are transitioning out of Azaka farming. But ultimately, it's still the best. You can farm areas you can't even push past, yeah. She has too much gold farming utility, I think, to, in a gold-specific list, deny her S. But in that process, we talked a lot about other gold find champions. So while we have Azaka up, we'll keep her an S for now, and we'll talk about some of these other gold finders like Merylwyn, who is a good gold farm. Liquidity. Merylwyn's increased gold find by blah 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 for Ox Ventures guild champions in the formation. Low feat choices isn't easy setting up in some campaigns, and overall she's a tad less push, synergistic as compared to Omen, so at least close to him. Freely next, you want to know about him? We'll go into Freely right after Merylwyn. I kind of want to talk about the ones we used in Azaka before going to Freely, because he's kind of his own thing. So Liquidity is her main source. She gets more gold find based on how many Ox Ventures are in the formation. So, like was said previously, you might even consider Corazon over someone like Dahani, because he is also Ox Ventures, so he will scale other Ox Ventures who are actively used in most gold formations these days. He'll get her from 1E8 to 2E8 just by slotting him, but he also affects her ultimate, which is the Meat Grinder. Yeah, so her ultimate, it's less important with Corazon actually, more in that he helps her with liquidity. But she is more benefited from Dob actually, who we're not using. That's more of a dirty farm thing. True, he's another thing. Yeah, I guess these won't make sense until we talk about them anyway. But with Rust is the most important, gold find is increased by 1000% while Meat Grinder is active. So, just by having Rust, you're with her ultimate increasing your gold find, and Rust is also a good gold find on his own. The downside to Merylwyn is she reaches these heights through Treasure Her Friends, a specialization pick. Merylwyn gains an encouragement stack each second the enemy is not defeated, like Evandra. So we're reaching a huge boost to her, not huge, but a hefty boost to her gold find because it's not dying. So that's going to be less important, obviously in a dirty farm, where you're killing things as soon as they spawn. So Merylwyn isn't as good in a dirty, she's still best in seat. But she does reach, again, like Omen heights, whereas Omen is still going to scale over her over time. You can see he's just barely over her, but Merylwyn is still reaching 2E8. It's very high, all things considered, with my item levels and progression in the game. So yeah, Merylwyn is a very, very strong gold find champion. Less so in a dirty, but still best in seat. And she scales with Ox Ventures, which will matter as we go through them. Ultimately, that's the wrong scene. Ultimately, I think she's an A tier gold champion, potentially even S, but she does slack when it comes to dirty, whereas someone like Omen, once you farmed up his gold find, which can exceed hers, it's just there. I do think Omen's better than her by today's standards. There's a reason he snuck into S over her. I think she might be the top of A. We'll see as we go. Ultimately, really good. Do you think she's better than Evandra? Yes. Especially in my scenario. We'll go back and take a look. In an Azaka farm, which is the only time they both can't even be competitive with each other, my Evandra is resting at, we'll let it stack back up, 1.5e7. There, I probably don't have her feats. Let's see. Is there any I can have that I don't here? Find the secret stash. So is that the only one? We're looking at a 2e7 on Evandra, whereas my Merylwyn is 2e8, an entire exponent higher. And she synergizes with people who are often used in gold farms via Egbert, Rust, potentially Corazon. I think Merylwyn is better than Evandra. Because then if we transition into a dirty gold farm, which a lot of people are doing now, Yvandra's useless. Completely useless and dirty. Whereas Merylwyn does get less use. We'll take a look at her again when we get out of my Azaka farm. But she's not useless. She's still good, just not as good. Whereas Yvandra gets 0 stacks and can't take off in a dirty farm at all. So yeah, and since we've talked about Yvandra so much, we might as well rank her. She gets to good numbers. Very good numbers. You're asking because you don't have either. Gonna try Mary next week. If you're looking to expand your gold roster, I would take Merylwyn before Yvandra personally, especially if you already have someone in Seed 5. Do you have Certainty or Valentine, Sinux? Because if you already have Certainty or Valentine, I would absolutely take Merylwyn before Yvandra. Because you at least already have something to work with. But yeah, so again, we're looking at good numbers with her, but she's exclusively useful in Azaka. Because we'll, again, pull her back up. We'll look at a few of these once we do a dirty farm. Dirty. I don't know if I like calling it dirty farm, but it's whatever. She completely falls off because she needs to have things not dying. Yeah, at this point, you're just finishing unlocking your last few champs. Okay, yeah. Yeah, if you have gold in 5 already and you don't have Meryl's better. Absolutely. And case in point, I think I keep doing that. I think Yvandra is good, but she is only useful in Azaka farming. Raw item levels, no one invested, the best gold, but still has competitive people in that seat in Valentine and Certainty who can be useful in both, and most people are going to be investing in Valentine for other reasons, and Valentine can reach her numbers if you don't invest in her. I think Yvandra's a solid B gold champion. She might be the end of A, because she can get better numbers than Jarlaxle, but again, that's exclusively in Azaka. She cannot be used in a dirty farm. How do people feel about that for Yvandra? Because I think there's a lot of people who would want her to see A. I think she's more of a B, but I can see her getting into A. So, if there's anybody who wants to put up a fight for Yvandra while we're on her, let me know. Because she's definitely a tier above Polton and Stokey, no question, right? But does she reach Merylwyn? I don't think so. Ooh. Good Banish due to the circumstances of Gold Farm. Seems like a solid enough reason. If Azaka was still like the absolute... Because a lot of people are transitioning into dirty farming. And because of that, Yvandra does lose value. She's still good in Azaka, but even in my case... Wrong seams, you're still exhausted. Yeah, we're cutting the seams. I think she's rock solid top of B. I don't think anyone's gonna breach her in B. I do think she kind of slips out of A though. I do. You have to consider that transitions are done out of laziness for quite a few people. Azaka is still biz for now. It is, but it's definitely fallen off on how hard of biz it is. But I agree, Azaka is still biz. But you can get pretty close. Pretty close. Not quite though. But again, even then, in my scenario, where I have invested in Valentine, you know, and clearly if I invested in Yvandra at all, she'd start popping off a bit more. But in my scenario, Valentine even has more gold find than her, because I've invested in Valentine. So even in her own seat, she has to be competitive. And admittedly, again, it's because I've invested in Valentine, yes. Are most people going to invest in Valentine, though? Probably. You're not arguing with that Yvandra sucks, just in reference to the talk about people moving to dirty? Yeah. But yeah, so... I again, B is good, B's not bad. I think Yvandra's good. I think she's something to consider, especially in an early account if you happen to unlock her, and you can set up Azaka, she'll probably be your best bet. But useless in dirty, and already has people competitive with her in the seat. Yeah. Who else did we talked about? Rust. Rust is pretty simple. Looking at Rustical. Rust increases your gold find by a flat amount. Rust for hire. Good boy. But this is further increased by 1 gold piece, where just based on kills, he can get a gold coin collected from them. You see that on his player art right there. You just want to make sure you farm that up, and in an Azaka scenario, you need to take a specific specialization of his. This one right here, Rust now only attacks with his pistols and can only lose his 1 gold piece with his ultimate. So there is the scenario where he can lose that gold piece if you don't take this specific specialization. You don't want that happening during Azaka. It's okay during dirty because he'll get it back in a dirty farm, but specifically if you're doing Azaka, take this ultimate, or this specialization, because it will make him not lose it just based on his auto attack. So in this scenario, he will maintain that 1 piece, don't have to touch it. And yeah, so good little gold find boost, pretty good numbers. We're talking like Evandra. He's good in both dirty and Azaka, and he helps scale the Ox Ventures who fit in with him, like Merylwyn, like Egbert. Overall, Rust is easy slot, 1 piece maintained. Azaka farm, gold farm, as will stacking is to DPS buffing, takes a bit and has a lot of synergy with other unoptimal champs, hence why Evandra has a spot for gold in this niche. You think will is easier to set up? It depends on what formation you're running and restrictions, but we are talking apples and oranges, but I kind of get the parallel you're making. Ultimately, Rust is really good, reaches good gold find without hassle, synergizes with other gold finders, and is very useful in either dirty or Azaka. I think he's a solid A. What's everyone think? Solid A for gold. He's a good boy, good kitty. Has my... I gotta check now. Oh, it hasn't updated yet. It won't be until my next booting of OBS I'll be able to spam Cat 2 through OBS. Might be S just cause not competition, and it's true, he's clear and away the best gold find in his seat, and he's usable in any scenario of gold. I mean, let's put a pin in that for now. I do want to see what Merylwyn gets to in dirty before we look at that. So let's burn through the Azaka farm so we can transition kind of more into the dirty farm. You don't think best in seat automatically qualifies a champ to S? No, but he's best in seat on top of synergizing with other ones you're using, on top of being useful for Azaka and dirty. Like, Rust is kind of like Jarlaxle in that he will be used in any gold farm. He just will. He's pretty much an instant slot into any gold formation. And that might be enough. He's really good. I do want to compare him to Merylwyn in a dirty farm though. So let's put a pin in that for now and keep pushing. Rust is obvious pick and go at all levels. You consider an S based on a few other specific picks like Dob, because you tie Rust and Dob together simply for their mechanics. I don't, simply because we're also talking about Azaka. Dob isn't used in Azaka, where Rust is. And I think that gives Rust an edge over Dob. Obviously, you do want to use them together if you're running Dob in a dirty, but yeah. So let's go ahead and wrap up all of our Azaka team before we transition into dirty. So let's go right into the next Ox Ventures in Egbert. The good boy, the egg. Let's see them egg emotes. Yeah, there it is, Prada. I figured you'd be on it. So yeah, with Dob, first of all, you're going to want to make sure if you're using him for gold that you either pick or swap, oops, I didn't actually mean to do it, to his Ox Venture Capitalism where he increases the effect of Golden Scales, his gold find mechanic, for each Ox Ventures affiliate member, stacking multiplicatively. So that's another way the Ox Ventures matter together. Why you have Merylwyn, Rust, and Egbert, and potentially Corzin, because the more of them you have, the more they scale up. And now we're looking at a Golden Scales, a 4e6. Egbert increased the global gold find multiplied by the absolute value of his atonement. We picked the atonement that was higher, and we're boosting it with Ox Venture Capitalism. We're not seeing the best numbers from that. It's lower than Merylwyn, it's lower than Rust. But we're talking a decent gold find in that seat, though that seat is slightly competitive for gold numbers. But he scales with the other Ox Venturers. They all work really well together in a gold farm. And he is, in an Azaka team, the main way we're keeping this Mimic at bay. So he also particularly scales well. Obvious S because nepotism. He does scale well with Azaka in its current form because he might be the reason you're not coming under attack by that Mimic. Or boss, depending on what you've set up. So he is important for Azaka on top of that. As you can see, the knockbacks from his bombs are the main reason the Mimic's being kept at bay. But he's still useful in a dirty farm because he's synergizing with the other Ox Venture, because in that scenario we're probably using Daub, and that's going to give him more gold, synergize with everybody else from Ox Ventures. And he doesn't lose anything from active killing like Evandra or who was the other one? Merylwyn. So overall, good boy. Good old Daub. People tend to want him S no matter what. Do I consider Daub S for gold? Not necessarily. He is on the lower end, not lower end. He's more in the middle ground as far as his raw gold buffing. He's under what Evandra can peak at in Azaka, but he is over Paulton and Stokey. His knockback is useful for Azaka. It really is. Let's see. Daub. Is he higher B than Evandra, or is he low A? What are people thinking? I know everyone's just gonna say S for the egg, but what about seat competition? And that is a problem. There are other seat 7 things, but we'll talk about them when we get to them. Daub question mark? Did I say Daub? I meant Egbert if I said Daub. I'm sorry. Did I say Daub? Really? I keep saying Daub? Wow, that's crazy. Egg. I meant to be saying egg that whole time. Not Daub. Egg. That's crazy. My sickness and my sleep and time is apparently getting the better of my brain. Apologies for saying Daub. Whole time I meant to be saying egg. That's crazy. Egbert. Egg. I can't believe I've been saying Daub that whole time. Wow. Egg is obviously S tier. That meme needs to die. Well, I think I probably switched when someone mentioned Daub, and I was talking about Rust's and Daub's synergy, and that probably just got Daub stuck in my head over egg, and my autism brain was just saying Daub instead of egg. I apologize about that. Anyways, he can't be below Evandra or you'd commit a hate crime. I do think he's either above Evandra in B or at the bottom of A. Egbert is an A. You can swap freely out for Eggy and profit. Yeah, the swapping is debatable whether that's an exploit. I know a lot of people still use it. They might fix that at a certain point. I can't believe I've been saying Daub that whole time. That's hilarious. Do we think Daub is top of B or bottom of A? I said Daub. There's no way I said Daub again. I hate all of you. Egbert. Egbert. Why is that happening? Apologies. I am very tired, very sick. Not very sick. I'm on the upturn a little bit, but I'm still exhausted and sick. He dobbing it hard. Oh. Let's see. Practice in front of the mirror. That, if you think that would help me at all not be autistic, then you're wrong. She dobbed on my knob till I egged. Just for that, we're leaving Egbert and B for now. It's all on you, cynics. We're gonna move on. He's gonna be top of B for now, but we'll look. We're kind of trying to push. Let's see. I guess we've talked about Valentine, but we haven't ranked her, have we? In regards specifically to Gold Find, keep in mind, do you count the fact that they're Ox Venturers? Yeah, I think that does matter because most gold farms these days have Ox Ventures and they synergize together. Egbert in particular, scaling harder. But his numbers aren't getting to Merowyn, Omen, even Rust levels. But yeah, that's another reason Rust is higher too, is because he synergizes with the Ox Ventures while offering just a flat good gold. Valentine is a good gold find champion, but mine is only reaching this high because of my investment. However, it's very likely Valentine is going to be invested in because she is best in slot in most scenarios for most damage dealers. Anytime we're talking a top tier support, we're going to be talking about Valentine. So she's worth the investment beyond the gold, but her gold can get good. I mean, she is potentially competitive with those in her seat, in Certainty and Evandra, but she has use beyond Evandra because she can be used in a dirty farm as well. Ultimately think pretty good. Not best in, but how important is it to swap the spec if you're using her in a push and gold farm? In my scenario, I mean, I'll just showcase it, whatever. Right now we're sitting on a 4E7 with her specialization. We'll go ahead and take her out of it. Where you at? So while previously 4E7, we're now down to 1E7. It mattered before slightly more because I dipped all the way down into the E6 before I gave her an additional positional to work with. So, I mean, like, it's hard to... If you want your absolute maximum peak, like you are the type of person who just has to get the most out of it possible, right? It matters because I don't have her feats either. Specialization plus feat, we're going to make her climb. I could potentially, with the right amount of positionals and everything, get her to an E8 as well with my item level if I did specialization and feats. So does it matter? Yes. Is it going to be life-changing amount of gold? Probably not, right? So it really depends on where your importance lies with that kind of thing. But even then, when you're using Valentine, Trigram isn't going to be the biggest reason you're using her, and you're not going to be boosting Socialite through her specializations. So you might just take Life of Leisure anyway as you're pushing if you are in the scenario of intending to push at the very end of your run, right? But it's easy like an hour's worth of farming. If you're pushing that far, you might as well. Exactly. So yeah, if you intend to do a deep push, I would recommend it because Socialite is her biggest boost to your formation and you can't boost Socialite anyway. So yeah, I mean, I would recommend it at the end of the day. Is Merowyn's gold find increased by item levels? Yes. She has a slot for liquidity right here. And you can, you cannot do treasure and friends though. But you can directly scale liquidity with item levels. So yeah, as far as Valentine, while she is an S tier support, I do not believe she's an S tier gold find, but she is a competitive good gold find in her seat. The biggest restriction to Yvandra to me is that she cannot be used in a dirty. Item level to item level, in an Azaka she'll push out Valentine, but Valentine is still competitive, and you're probably investing in her anyway, and still usable in dirty. I think she's better than Yvandra. I think it's important for someone who's an A to be viable for either give like a big number or be viable for both dirty and Azaka. I think she's better than Yvandra too. I think ultimately she would climb to A. She might be high B for gold. If Merylwyn maintained her E8 for both dirty and Azaka, she might even climb to S with Omen. We just need to see how far Merylwyn falls in a dirty farm, which we'll get to in a minute here. But yeah, I think she's better than Jarlaxle though. I think she's pretty equal with Rust. I think Rust is easier to pop off early, doesn't need the investment Valentine does. I think that's about her. Yeah. We'll take a greater look when we finish. Let's see, who do we... I guess we have Astarion. So... Which did I have Arcane Trickster, so we gotta switch him to gold specialization for this. Where's the twink? There he is. So you want to make sure again with him to take his gold. So now we're looking at Thief, which is Astarion, increases the gold find of the party by 100% for each gold find champion in the formation. That's not a huge boost, but it's a boost on top of his normal gold, which is generational wealth. Astarion increases the gold find of the formation, multiplied by the total age of all champions in the formation. If the Dark Urge is in the formation, the effect of the ability is increased. You don't need to consider that for a gold farm. Rust is a better slot in that scenario. But looking at what we're at right now, he's at an E6. So we're talking an E6 plus an E4 in my case. Ultimately netting him, what? I mean, that is, I can't, why can't I think? That's just an E8, right? Roughly. So he's reaching decent heights, and he doesn't need anything to be crazy, right? I do have him invested a little bit. I've got him up to 1K to 1,300. But he's pretty decent right away and easy to slot. The biggest thing you want with him is if you're running ultimates, you can have him in his, like if I had him up here on the top with Valentine, using Merylwyn's ult, then his ult will reduce the cooldown on Merylwyn or Azaka. You know, he has the cooldown synergy. That's not is that better than Ellie? You use him because he's easier? Yes, he is actually better than Eliwick, all things considered. Oh, I didn't run Eliwick in this run to showcase her. She's additive though. She's not the craziest scaler, but it's annoying because you need Eliwick in your formation from the beginning in order to make her gold find worth it. But even then, it doesn't scale that hard. His in general, I mean, I don't even think in general. I think just baseline is better than Eliwick. So yeah, especially with considering Thief, because you pair generational wealth and Thief together, and ultimately he's offering you a decent amount of gold. And you want to make sure if you're using Valentine, she's in whichever outflank you have, so she's getting the positional to scale up Life of Leisure. So it is a positional for Valentine if you're using her. He is just a good gold farm. He is a rogue, so he scales Jarlaxle. Overall, he's a good fit in just about any gold farm you do. I mean, it is, because he doesn't scale with time or anything, so you're getting that gold flat out. So good in Dirty or Azaka. Ultimately, very good. He's also AA, so likely you've leveled him a bit. Yeah, he's in a very popular formation of the time in the absolute adversaries. You're probably tinkering with him, if not investing in him a little bit already. I should run to that first. He's reaching good numbers. He just is. I really do think he's in this range, right? Like, he's actually really good. We might bump down Jarlaxle at the top of B. We might do that for now. We'll see. I think Astarian's really good for gold find. I think Merylwyn can technically reach a higher threshold potentially in Azaka, but not in Dirty. He's good baseline. Does he even take over Merylwyn? Let's wait and see. Now, Rust does have... He's somewhere in this. He's somewhere in this. I do want to get to Dirty so we can look at how Merylwyn performs in Dirty. But ultimately, he's really good. Just straight up good. He might be somewhere in like... these three need to finagle a bit. But yeah. Let's pop back in. I want to get a schmoovin' a bit. Schmoovin'. Let's see. Who we haven't talked about Kroll. Kroll. The Draconic Plague. Pilfer. Infected enemies drop more gold per stack. Stacks up to 10. But we were trying to get it to spread earlier. It didn't spread. It's annoying to get to spread. It is additive up to that amount, but then each application is multiplicative. So you can stack it up to 10. If you got it to spread from someone else and got it to 20, that 10 and that 10 are multiplicative with each other. So you can get it up to 40. All 4 instances of 10 are multiplicative. That's what makes it so important. But again, that also makes it only useful in Azaka. And it's a little harder to set up in an Azaka now. But if you get it to 40, that's a huge boost. In my case, getting it just to 10, that's not that high. You at least want to get it to 20, ideally even more. But again, only useful in Azaka. Is it worth the trouble? And if you can get to 40 through a couple attempts, yes, in my opinion. It is good to have that many cases of a multiplicative gold in your farm. But it is annoying. It really is. And Azaka's dying out a little bit. So I do think the fact he's only useful... You know what? Okay, switch first, then go here. He's dropped a bit from his importance with that. Where do I see Kroll? If you can get the full 40, very good. I mean, we're talking what would that be? If you got it fully stacked, we'd be looking at like an E10, maybe? Right? Thank you for the follow. Calaveras, is that your name? Welcome, how you doing? So, I mean, technically speaking, at this, so far, if you can get the 40 stack, it's probably the best gold boost. It's hard to get the 40, and it's harder to set up Azaka now, so that definitely makes him take a hit. And he's not even useful in a dirty farm, because you're killing so fast that he's not stacking up his pilfer. Without the 40 stacks, it's only E1? It's not E1. It'd be E4. Because it's a baseline 1,000 something that stacks 10 times, making it an E4 at a 10 stack. And then each instance of those E4s are multiplicative with itself if you can get to 40. And then in that scenario, we're looking at like an E10, right? But before that, I mean, you're only reaching relatively average numbers for what is considered good gold find. In the 20 and 30 range, it's still worth it, right? Only in Azaka though, and getting 40 is rough. If you can, pretty much the best gold buff, but that does make him harder to rank. He's clunky. He is clunky. Absolutely true. And that's what's annoying, is when the clunky person is good, that's what makes it hard to rank, right? If you're clunky and bad, easy to just get you out of here. But clunky but good, but only in Azaka. It's Shaka all over again. Kind of, in a way. Apples and oranges a bit again, but yeah, we're not talking, I mean, it is RNG, but it's something you can set up, right? It might take a long time. It's nowhere close to Shaka. You think it's easier to set up? Well, maybe not easier necessarily, but like, yeah, you can just keep trying until it happens. Whereas Shaka, who knows, and you have to reset the run over and over and over. Whereas Kroll, you just need to get lucky and have it happen. But again, not useful in Dirty. Dirty is becoming more important, so that does take a hit on him. But it is potentially... You'd rather use Azaka than Shaka? These days, a lot of people disagree even. They'd rather just dirty farm and not care about Azaka. RNG, if you're willing to keep it up, it'll eventually hit those numbers. So you don't have to reset a run. You just, oh, I didn't get it, kill. Let's go again, you know. It's definitely different than Shaka. But at the same time, I know what you're saying. He's harder to rank for me by today's standards. Because his raw numbers for gold are probably the best in the game, unless you really doubled down on farming Omen and invested in Omen a lot. Omen could probably take it over. This one hurts me a little bit. Maybe? Oh, I don't know. How much better is he than DM at peak? A lot. And DM's hard to get to be his gold anyway, because you need it to be uni. And that's kind of hard to do when setting up a Azaka, or even a Dirty. Or I guess, can you do the, well, we'll get to that when we talk about DM. How do we feel about that ranking? I'm not, as the biggest egg enjoyer here, it feels a bit low. I think it feels low. He's S without RNG, but with it, he's meh. Wait, what? Oh, you're saying if we don't consider the RNG, he's S? Even then, though, he's literally worthless for dirty farming. And I do think that does need to be considered by today's standards, because a lot of people are just running with dirty. A lot of people are. Yeah, no, I mean, he does just have... Like, Egbert is overall utility really good, but his raw gold numbers, and while he is good at setting up the gold farm, we are talking about a gold-specific tier list. It has become harder to get... I mean, he's got to be higher than Joe Axel. Why would you not do Azaka? It seems like a waste if you're going to favor deep pushes. It's become more difficult to set up, especially a 40-stack Curl Azaka. It just has. And a lot of the dirty farm, you can reach really high numbers with it. You're not quite Azaka, but you're only a couple of exponents off. So a lot of people kind of just have favored that to just do an easier farm to take a bit of a hit. Azaka is inarguably slightly better, but We'll explain the dirty farm. Essentially what it is running the best gold farm you can while having your click debuff clearing the map. So instead of Azaka, you would slot Dob. Instead of Kroll, you would slot DM or someone of the like. It gets close. It can get close. Kroll is S tier for Azaka farm, and gets better if you throw out RNG. Outside of Azaka, or with truly awful RNG, then he's meh. He's not even meh though. Without Azaka, he's bad. If you're running Dirty Farm, he's literally useless. You're not gonna... At max, you have a stack of Pilfer, 1,000 gold. That's just bad. Egg is good both on Azaka and Dirty. True, and he helps set up Azaka with the knockback. However, his overall gold output is just not the best. It's good. It's better than, you know, the people below him. But, well, arguably Evandra. But I do think Kroll deserves A. I really do. I don't know where an A. His raw numbers are just too good. I do think we need to consider Dirty Farm as well. But yeah, I do think he does deserve A. He just does put out too good of potential gold find. Yeah, we're going to do that for now. Let's take a look at what we're left with here. You have to consider how he affects his affiliation in Egg's numbers, though. What? Egg is good in both Azaka and Dirty. You have to consider how he affects his affiliation in Egg numbers, though. I mean, he boosts his affiliation, but not to the peak of Kroll's numbers. But getting his peak is annoying. It just is. And with Dirty becoming more popular, I think that has to be considered to a degree. In a raw Azaka ideal farm, Kroll is up there, right? You want that 40 stack to be perfect, but are you going to actually take the time to get that perfect 40 stack? Debatable. Egg is always at average, whereas Kroll has highs and lows. If we average that out, what are the numbers we're left in? If we average it out... I mean, I still think peaks have to be considered, though, right? If someone is looking for peak gold farm, it is Azaka 40 stack Kroll. That is peak. And I think that has to be considered. Kroll does average out pretty average, though. If we're looking at a 30 stack, that's what? That's like an E8, right? So he's still at a 30 stack edges out Egbert even. 20 stack, he's right on Egbert's level with a 20. But so, yeah, I think Kroll deserves to be higher. Or, than Egbert. But yeah, let's mosey for now. Who else do we need to look at in my Azaka? No one, actually, right? Because we did Dahani anyway. Corazon is just he's not even gold, but we'll give Corazon an honorable mention. He's not gold, but he is a rogue, and he is Ox Ventures, so he will help scale the likes of Dob, Egbert, Merylwyn, Rust, while being a rogue to potentially scale Jarlaxle, who scales with rogues, because it was every drow or rogue scales Master of Piracy, and gives a positional to Valentine. So while Corazon isn't gold, there is a scenario where he can find a position in there to scale your other gold finders up. So he's not going to get ranked because he doesn't have the gold tag, but keep that in mind. Corazon has use in gold find formations. Worse than Egbert, you'd still put him better than Egg because he can actually has the high end. Yeah. We did Valentine 2. I guess we could touch on Certainty before we transition. Certainty sharing a seat with Evandra and Valentine is also a gold find. increases the effect. Increases the effect of her buff. We don't need to care about that. And your gold find by 1% for each level on acquisitions, incorporated, or C team champions in the formation, stacking additively. Each champion's contribution caps out at 1,000 levels after their last available upgrade. So I mean, clearly that scales well with Omen, as Omen is an acquisitions incorporated who will be in the formation. The problem is, beyond that, like, you'll have Jim in to get the Mimic, but that's not necessarily scaling her up. You're really not going to be using Morgan or Strix, and Vi you might be using to get out some of those crystal transformations, but when you're raw farming gold, you're probably not having any of them out. The question is then, does her buff scale good enough to justify having them all out? Let's just take a look at what that could be. The problem here is this Mimic. Well, we're transitioning out of Azaka farming anyway. The Mimic might reach me and kill me. We'll see. You know what? In fact, let's just bail. Let's see, who else? Was it just acquisitions, or was it C-Team as well? It was also C-Team. So we'll just see, because even now, I mean, looking at it, you can see it's not scaling crazy. We've thrown in Vi, Jim, and Evelyn, and we're at a 65, right? That's not going to get crazy scaling. Taking out Jim, Evelyn, and Vi, we're still in the E5 range. We're within the same exponent. So you can just see that at the end of the day, that's not going to crazy hard scale. You should consider how she does for people who don't have all the better champs too. Going to bed now, early 1 a.m. You're impressed. You do the gold tier list without further preparation. Well, thanks for stopping in, Zadraxis. Have a good sleepy time. You should consider how she does for people who don't have all the better champs too. What do you mean exactly, Cynics? Are we talking about certainty? Because that's kind of the in my opinion, a problem with certainty is she does do better with these champions, right? But they're not all designed to help your gold farm, and I don't think it's justifiable using them to boost certainty when she's not. We're within the same exponent still, and we're talking max level, over leveled. Certainty falls behind Valentine. Like you're saying, you wouldn't use her because there's better options, but if you only have her, she's pretty good. Well, I mean, yeah, we're going to rank her on that for sure, but I'm just saying her scaling right now, right? Ultimately, her scaling isn't the greatest. And even if you're using her in a full acquisitions incorporated team, you're not scaling it that hard. But as we are talking about the specific niche of Gold Farm, we do have to consider, at this point, the other champions in her seat. And Yvandra is better than her in an Azaka, and Valentine is probably going to be better than her in the other scenarios. So she's still good, and we'll rank her based on that. But again, E5, we're talking on the lower end. We've been seeing persistent 6s, 7s, and 8s. She's not peak Gold Farm. But she's better than the likes of Polton or Stokey or something in that range. So ultimately, I really need to do that first and then go to the right one. Ultimately, I think certainty falls on the lower end of the beast spectrum. Potentially even below Yvandra, because in sharing a seat, Yvandra is better than her in Azaka, and in her seat, Valentine is probably better than her for Dirty, or even Azaka. Again, I don't think she falls to the likes of Polton or Stokey, but I think she holds a spot in the B. If anybody wants to fight for her beyond that, you can, but that's my instinct. She's competitive with Valentine numbers with you for now, but that's the thing. She's competitive, so you can use either, and now, from here on, who are you going to invest in? Are you really going to invest in certainty for gold? Or are you going to invest in Valentine for overall use in everything, thereby also making her better in gold? That's kind of the point I make with certainty. I would never recommend someone invest in certainty over Valentine for gold when Valentine's investment takes the cake for everything else. So how can I recommend Valentine be in the same bracket as her in that scenario when they share a seat? That's kind of where I'm coming at with that. Oh, no, and I understand what you're saying, Cynics, and I don't disagree. But when we're talking about early game and long term, if they're equal in the early game and Valentine's long term is better, I would go with Valentine, right? I don't want to recommend someone unlock and invest in someone sharing a seat with someone who is just better. So, but I see where you're coming from, though. And I don't think B is bad, right? Like, C is where you start getting questionable. But I think she belongs in B. Oh, you know what? I did want to talk about Freely before breaking down that mimic, but oh well. Honestly, though, you don't think Certainty is a bad option. It took some effort, but her buff is getting pretty big for you. No, I think Certainty is good. I was just straight up don't use them in a gold fine formation. Yeah. don't use Morgan. And D is the baby buffs to is at least helpful, set something up maybe. But yeah. I don't hate Certainty, don't get me wrong. I actually like Certainty. It's just in the grand scheme. I do see everyone above her being above her and everyone below her being below her. At this time. Freely's kind of a hard one to rank, though. We'll dive into Freely. How many reboot stacks do I have? Let me see. That's Virgil. I have 2,688. Should put all non-gold champions in F? No. we specifically slotted people with the gold tag for a reason. No, I think Certainty's fun and has use, absolutely. That's a lot. When she first came out, I had her in most of my early speed teams just so she could farm up a bit. I've kind of slacked off on that lately, but no, I like Certainty, and I think she's a great addition to the Acquisitions Incorporated. But in the grand scheme of a gold tier list, I think she belongs in B. As financing rounds, it is just kind of a weird one in the grand scheme of a gold formation. Is Cthulhu had the gold tag, then he'd also be an F tier for debuffing gold? Yeah. I still find it weird that Morgan has the tag and Cthulhu doesn't. But after 2k stacks, any more stacks isn't a lot. It's true. Let's talk about Freely. I meant to talk about Freely while still in an Azaka, because you're only going to use Freely in an Azaka scenario. Because he sucks and dirty. Seat 7 Freely. Everything revolves around the luck of Yandala, specifically the Requisition debuff. For those of you who don't know how Freely works, he debuffs enemies he hits, RNG between one of these debuffs. One of them is gold. It will make the target drop more gold per application. This can be scaled in his, I think it was, Requisitions right here. It can be scaled up, and each person who can apply that debuff is able to apply it multiplicatively. So you're forced in the scenario of trying to get every single person in your formation applying his debuff. Excuse me. This is important for Azaka because you want to set up a scenario where all of the debuffs are active at one time. So you need to find everybody, a bunch of people who can apply it. As you need Azaka for an Azaka farm, you're then focused on finding lawful champions. Because to apply Freely's debuff, you are choosing between chaotic, neutral, or lawful champions. As Azaka is lawful, we're leaning into law because we need Azaka to benefit from it. So then you're left finding, okay, who are gold find champions that are also lawful? Let me pull up a list to make sure I don't miss anyone. Boop, 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 boop. Roll gold. So we're left with the likes of, thankfully, Omen is still usable in this scenario, as he is lawful. In this scenario, you might actually use Stokey, because Stokey is lawful, and Jarlaxle and Pulton are not. And in this scenario, you might actually consider Quillick, who is not the greatest gold find, and we haven't ranked yet. However, Quillick is lawful and does have the gold tag, and in this scenario is only adding 3,200 to the gold. However, the fact he's also able to apply Freely's requisition is what's important here. So yeah, you'll probably use Quillick in that scenario if you go this route. Another interesting one is Kroll. Kroll is actually still lawful, and since we're talking about Azaka, a perfect fit. Obviously Seed 7 we need Freely, and C12 we have Azaka. Here's where we run into the problem. There is not enough lawful gold champions, so this is our breakpoint where you have to decide, are you adding more gold champions or are you adding more lawful champions? And it gets questionable, and this is the biggest problem with Freely, because building around Freely, we want requisition, because that's what we're thinking. We're scaling this as hard as we can, right? And just for the sake of this, I'll throw in requisition feats. So you can see requisition now is roughly, we're getting to almost a 10, or 1,000 rather. So it being multiplicative though is the important thing here. And if we've invested in him, his requisition lucky break is right here, so it does scale, and that is technically a pre-stack scaling then, since it's multiplicative. Ideally you want to set up all lawful, but then we're talking about people who aren't offering any other form of gold find, and by today's standards, this used to be huge because there were only so many gold find champions, right? And so you would slot other lawful people who attack fast to hopefully apply requisition. So at that point, you're talking about slotting lawful people who don't offer otherwise any gold, just to double down on requisition to hope you get a full 10. So all of your formation is applying at once. I just think that's fallen off quite a bit, comparatively. Yeah, we could do the math on what mine would end up being. That's not right. Where'd you go? Nope, I did that wrong. Just doing some quick maths. So yeah, if we had a scenario, all lawful, yeah, it would go up if they release lawful gold champions, all right, potentially. If there ever comes a time where Freely has a full 10-seat lawful gold champions, he'll probably take the cake. But the way I'm standing right now, if I focus exclusively on Freely and now finish slotting my formation with lawfuls, his absolute peak, if there's a scenario, because you're not always going to have every single champion applying requisition at the same fall-off period, right? This is a scenario where everybody has that stacked. We're looking at roughly one E12 in my scenario. Is that a high gold number? Absolutely. Is it worth sacrificing that many gold find champions to hopefully peak at a Azaka 40 Kroll 10 uptick on requisition? That starts becoming very questionable. Especially since we're sacrificing 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 4 slots of gold find champions to be able to just slot lawful. Like, it's very questionable. You're losing out on a lot of potential multiplicative buffs by having just multiple gold find champions. Can it still work? Yes. Is it ideal? I don't think so anymore. Used to be, but I do not think so. Does he scale really well with it, though, if you still happen to focus on him? Yeah. Plus, you also have to run Quillic. Yeah. Running Stokey and Quillic is a bit of a knock to that, but Stokey's okay. But yeah, Quillic is rough. But it can be done. Not at all worth sacrificing Catwin. Yeah, and that's the thing, is then you go, okay, well, what if I just slot Merylwyn, right? And we take her buff. Well, then that drastically reduces the top end of requisition from Freely. And at that point, why are you running Freely if you're having to sacrifice his requisitions at all to begin with? So that's the problem. If there ever comes a time where there is a full 10 working, all lawful, all gold tagged champions, Freely will probably come back online in a big way. At this point in the game, I wouldn't recommend it. There's too many otherwise good gold farms. Does that make Freely bad? Not necessarily. He's just not peak. He's not peak anymore. Also, sharing the same seed as Egg bumps him down? Yeah. I mean, because that does mean you're not using Egbert, who again, we're talking not the highest gold farm, or gold find, but the fact we got the likes of Omen, Omen is usable freely, but there's just too many other gold people that can be easily slotted to be more multiplicative gold buffs with the rest of your group who are all offering gold. Yeah. Is Freely still good for gold find? Yes. Is he useless for dirty gold? Yes. But can he reach good numbers with an ideal Azaka farm? Sure. But it's far more difficult to do. And yeah. We need to see an oldie formation with Dirge for Astarion. Huh? What do you mean by that, Void? Real quick before that, I did it again. And the wrong one at that. Wow. Where would I put Freely by today's standards? Ooh, that's a hard one. Because he has that potential. Old age champs and Dirge for Astarion maxing that age wealth mechanic. Oh, I see. I mean, we could try setting that up just to see. I don't think it's actually scales that hard, but we could take a look. Odyssey high speak numbers. Freely, man. Freely by today's standards. Dirge does not trigger age. He doesn't, however, he does increase Astarion's wealth by 100% on top of it. So he does specifically interact with Astarion. Not normal age mechanics, though. How much is the buff if your formation is like 8? I mean, 7 to 8 is more realistic. I'll do quick maths on that. What was it? I just need to see what that number was again real quick, because I want to be precise. Precise. Where are you at? Why is it at 10 again? What? What? Hold on. Did I look at that wrong? Why is it showing 10 again? What? What am I missing? What? Why is it showing 10 again? What? The added synergy after Dirge was really, yeah. Since we have champions that can get his stacks to over 2,000, Dirge makes it so the stacks are considered 4,000. Compared to those in B, Paling, very restrictive, but overall okay. but not as low total potential bonus compared to those in C. So the gate of C at the worst, lower B at bottom gate. I was kind of thinking bottom, or not bottom, B as well. I don't know why it's showcasing fruit requisition back at 10%. My feats should have countered that. There we go. Okay, whatever. 932. That was the number. Yeah, if we were looking at like a 7, if there were 7 people applying it, we're looking at like an E9. But that's with now relying on, Stokey and Quillick and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, slotting 2 more lawfuls that aren't, and then putting 2 gold finders in. It just gets clunky with Freely, and yeah, without relying entirely on the 10 out of 10, he really falls off. I was thinking B, like, he's not like terrible. Man, I really need to... I'm using a different scene because the format on this browser is different for this tier list. But I really don't think I'd recommend people focus Freely anymore at all. Until we have lawful gold champions he can utilize to the fullest, I think he's going to take a back seat. I don't think he falls to Stokey Paulton levels, but yeah. Like a little star next to him, mad potential, but yeah. Let's see. I'm kind of curious. How can I sort by what? Let's see. How many champions would it be if we do this? 1? That doesn't seem right. Okay, let's go down to this. Wow, that's not as many as I thought. Just for funsy doodles, we're gonna take a look at the whole Age Astarian thing real quick. I'm just curious now, since it got put in my head. So let's find a lot of oldies with dirge, just out of curiosity. Yeah, DM, let's see. Early on, Vi, DM, probably Rosie. Who's older between Vlanya and Jang Sao? Oh, it doesn't show their... Oh, no. 888 versus... Okay, so Jang Sao. Don't care. DM. Vi. BBEG's pretty old. He's in the 500 range. And he... DM technically counts as 1001. Vi is 500 as well. And let's see. Let's lower this age bracket. Who else can we sneak in here? Let's go down to 400. Who else can... Whittle. We can get Whittle in here. Whittle is 423. We're gonna have to sneak it down a little lower still. Let's see. Alright, Durgia. BBEG, Vi, DM, Jang, Viconia. How old is Viconia? Let's see. 270, that's pretty high. That's pretty high. Bruner. How old is Bruner? 252, that's pretty old. Artie is a vampire. If we're talking Artemis, I think he still is just his normal age. Oh, 131. Never mind. How old are nerds? Actually, don't know. 38. I don't know where they came up with that. Because I think the candy itself was older than that, so I don't know where they came up with that age. Cathris, yeah. Let me look at this. Let's see. Let's bump it down to 300. See if anyone else is over. Yeah, Cathris is older than Bruner, so we'll go Cathris. He is 320. Then we have Olcoria, but we can't do that because of Astarion. Yeah, so let's bump it down to 250 now, see if we have anyone else that sneaks in. Yeah, then Viconia sneaks in. Yeah, we're still needing one, so let's see. Did anyone else recommend something? Nerds Candy was launched in the early 80s, so yeah, would be older than 38. Surely past their expiration date. That's some old candy. Remember, it is a 5 or 6 year old. American Candy launched in 1983 by the Sunmark Corporation under the brand name Willy Wonka Candy Company. So yeah, they're older than 38. Jarlaxle is 240. Let's see. Jarlaxle 245, that'll work. Alright, so that's brought generational wealth to an E7. All that work, we got to an E7. Definitely not worth just focusing on that. Yeah. Since I came out to the game in 21, that's fair. That's fair. I was thinking current date. That's fair. Then it's a matter of age of the mascot. The first appearance. Yeah. No, yeah. For when they got released and added to the game, that is a fair comparison to make. Because yeah, I was thinking today's date because I'm dumb. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Still, just it is weird to think of just them as a whole, right? It's just funny that in the game with the age with the classes, sentient candy. I like their mechanics. I just wish. Anyway, we're not going to focus on the nerds right now. We got to push through this list. So yeah, generational wealth isn't hugely affected by that because in my traditional farm, we'll transition into dirty farm. We're looking at a E6. We brought it up one exponent, focusing on the oldest. That's not something you'd want to focus on, as we lost many multiplicative gold buffs in that process. It should go up every year. You'd think so, almost. They don't. Well, as time passes, per spurt, 11 days forever. Yeah, spurt. Well, but spurt also dies 1,000 times. Does spurt ever age above 11? Spurt's always dead. At least you can take solace in that you are younger than those nerd dorks, at least, just barely. Yeah, same here. Just barely. I was released in 86. You too? Yeah. So 11 days is the cap of Spurt's ultimate, actually. That would be funny. Dude, 11 days. Imagine that scaling. I could hear the pop in that laugh. That was a breathy laugh. So, let's mosey, brother. Let's see. There's got to be someone we've talked about that we can rank that we haven't ranked yet. True. We talked about Quillic. I think Quillic's a D. Specifically useful only for freely. That threshold for me is 3,200. No way to scale it. I think he belongs in D. Does find use with freely. Don't think that's enough to bump him to C though. We have talked about the debuffers. Let's go over them really quick. Donner, Beetle, and Baloth. They each have a sticky debuff. Again, only useful in Azaka, because that's the only time they'll be alive long enough to benefit from it. When it comes to Donner, Baloth, and Beetle, they each offer a debuff. You feel like if slow sanctions went up from Arrow with synergy, it would have... Yeah, no, if he scaled it anyway with slow sanctions, there was definitely potential there. But capping hard at, I think it was 3,200, that's just too low. Speaking of low buffs, we are looking at a gold buff, a low one, boosted by his specialization choice. But we're looking at, what, 100% to 200? Or is it even 50 to 100? I forget. Where you at? There you are. Let's just go with the AoE and see. Is it at 50 then, or? Yeah, no, it's a 50% to a 100% depending on specialization choice. So 100% debuff. And a Chain Lightning gives E5. So obviously Baloth's debuff is way more important than Donner's. E5 versus potentially 100%. And then with Beetle, we are looking at an E5 as well. So all three of them are only useful in the scenario of an Azaka farm, as that's the only time something's going to be alive long enough to debuff to matter. But they are just sticky swap out, so they're useful. I kinda, in my brain, I mean, E5's not terrible for a simple debuff, but then Donner's is only 100, which really isn't that great. He has no way to scale it. That's the biggest problem with Donner, is his debuffs are not scalable, and I think that needs to change if they ever decide to look at him. I think we're looking at something like this. This is where my brain goes. I don't even, yeah, something like that, baby. You're a bit late. How you doing, Shadow Chaos King? We are doing a gold tier list now, and we are talking about Baloth, Beetle, and Donner, the three debuffers. Only useful in an Azaka scenario, as that's the only time they're going to be able to apply the debuff in order before something dies, so not useful in a dirty farm. Donner's has a hard cap of 100%. Really not that big of a number, but it is a sticky debuff. It's worth keeping him out of F. But Baloth and Beetles are an E5, and they're sticky, easy swap out. Beetle at least got 2 feats. I did. That's fair. I didn't look at his feats. Which is tied to special order, right? Yeah. I think I have both of those on. Yeah. Sticky, easy debuffs. Yeah. Beetle. Yeah. So, yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking is, I really need to switch to the list first. I'm kind of thinking them and C because it's useful. Quick swap debuff. They're both an E5, which is actually good for a sticky debuff scenario, but that's only useful for Azaka then. And they're not going to be useful in a dirty farm. I think a C for the 2 sticky debuffers at E5 is fair. You did miss the argue for the overall placement. I can give a quick recap of that if you wanted to fight for someone. And I think Donner is always at least worth throwing in, but we're literally talking about a 100%. In the grand scheme of this game's math, 100% is really low. Sticky debuff though, so if you're in Azaka, you should apply it. But yeah, 100%. But we'll really quickly, drag over the tier list for Shadow. Whoopsie. This is where we ended up. Boop. And we are looking at, we shifted Evelyn slightly above Blushi. We bumped Spurt down to B+, where we shifted a couple people. Egbert, Dob, and Rust gaining an edge over Imo and Jahira. Jang Sao, Spurt being put in the middle of them. Diana falling to A- because her lack of a synergy with a current team. While she does have good scaling, she just doesn't really have a place. What we doing now? Nathalis, we're quickly going over the overall tier list and the fights we had today, and then we'll be going right back to the gold list we're currently working on. Both Nathalis and Shadow, if you have any comments or questions, or fights you would have put up for someone, go ahead and do them now. Ultimately, it seemed like everybody at the time landed pretty decently on the list we're looking at right now. So, if there was anything you were going to fight for, speak up or forever hold your peace. I'm out of both coffees and water. I can't believe I don't have to piss yet. Polton to C-. Oh yeah, Minsk did go up a tiny bit just due to his current synergy. We're not accepting any Shaka applications, though. You just think Warduck is too high? I can kind of agree with you. I do think Krond and Warduck kind of go hand in hand. Omen and Vi swap too, that's a fair point, yeah. Omen edged out of Vi's importance a little bit, and they just hard swap positions. Omen is one of the best gold find in the game, with really good buffing. It's true. Let's see. Polton to C-. His gold has been way better than Jarlaxle for you. I mean, you must have invested in him then. he can be okay once invested in, and it's a... Caius wouldn't necessarily disagree with you in that he is useful if you have to lock out Jarlaxle. Out of curiosity, what item level is your Polton? Just got him in the time gate. Are you a really early to this game? Because if you don't invest in Polton, Jarlaxle will take over him just via gold chests. And that's the thing, is just through progressing through the game, Jarlaxle will become better than Polton. And you then would have to focus on Polton in order to make him better. But since Jarlaxle will just continually thrive through your gold chests, he will become better. And that's kind of the point, is Jarlaxle will stay relevant if you don't focus on anyone in Seat 4 via Stokey or Polton, and Jarlaxle just becomes better than them. Now, if you hard focused on Polton, that's a possibility. But as time goes on, he will. Like this, not isn't super user-friendly, and invariance makes him limited and gets better with higher item levels. So if he is A, if you get to late mid-game or end-game, but before then he is kind of useless. So you'd make him B-. It also doesn't take long for Jarl to win out. It's true. Before too long, I do think Polton is in a good spot, honestly. I think you're in a specific scenario where that's happening, and that will not last very long. For Jarlaxle to take over Polton. The biggest... I actually think Warduck is a good early game DPS, actually. His scaling's pretty decent early on. And he has really good scaling, period. Competitive with the likes of Krond. His availability is a hit, and that's why he's definitely never going to climb higher than that. I do think he's actually good early game, personally. I think a lot of the early positionals are easy to work with his inversion. The biggest thing that holds Warduck back, in my opinion, is his lack of, let me just pull it up. Is his 2 day 1 trials restrictions. That is what I think holds him back the most. If he just had feats or something to allow him in those day 1s, he would actually probably go up because of his pre-stack scaling as a damage dealer. But his availability is a knock for sure. Yeah, I do think him and Krond are really close though. The difference between Krond and him right now as well is that Warduck is at least still usable in Elminster, and there's not a lot of good DPS in Elminster. If Dirge wasn't around, you'd have slapped Warduck into your DPS for the midterm until you had enough unlocks positionals to transition into Artemis. And that's the thing too, is Warduck is even still useful in Elminster, whereas Artemis isn't. And I do think that's a boost to Warduck right now, specifically, is you can't use Krond and you can't use Artemis in Elminster, but you can use Warduck. And one of the heaviest restrictions in Elminster right now is an evil lockout. You're basically restricted to Dirge and Warduck for that. So... which I do think Dirge is better, and that's why he's ranked higher. I understand why you would want Warduck a little lower, but... just because everyone else is saying Egbert S. Yeah, Egbert is always being said to be S. And at the mention of Egbert, of course, the egg emote must be used. Yeah, unfortunately, Egbert won't be making it to S. Yeah, but I do think Jarlaxle will... I think Jarlaxle will take over Paulton for you, and it won't be very long before that happens once you just get a couple gold chests rolling in. Fresh out of a time gate on a very early account, Paulton will be above Jarlaxle for a little bit. But yeah, Jarlaxle will win out in the end unless you invest in Paulton, which I just wouldn't recommend. So yeah, I see where you're coming from in your specific scenario. One day, Iggy, he'll smuggle you in when he won't be looking. Yeah, the only reason Warduke climbed as high as he did is Elminster. If it wasn't for Elminster, I would put Warduke down a little bit. But he is one of the very few DPS that does currently work, with Elminster. Does the egg hatch into a 4-lobed bald egg? I don't know what in the hell that would hatch into. For now, I'll give you an I hear you with Warduke and Paulton. I'll keep thinking about it, but I do want to keep pushing through the gold list. So I'll keep that in mind. We shall keep that in mind. But I'm also fairly comfortable with where they're at, but I'll think about it. As far as tier list for gold goes, we'll hop back into that. How's everyone feeling so far? We only have Omen and Azaka in S. We still need to look at Merowyn for Dirty, which we're going to do very soon here. How about D Gatekeeper? We just moved the Gatekeeper of D to Minsk, and that's because his absolute adversary synergy, and he is being able to be pulled into Elminster through Dynaheir, which has been useful for some people, and he does have some favorite foe mechanics. I think Minsk does work good as the D Gatekeeper. But again, we'll look at it at the end again. We're hitting the 5-hour mark, so I do want to push through the gold list. I think some people might be losing interest. But we'll take a look at that again at the end. I think overall, I'm comfortable with where we're at for gold so far. Let's take a quick look at Merowyn in a Dirty and how far she falls. So for those curious about a Dirty, in this scenario, I'm going to peek my bud. There it goes. I'm going to use a bud potion for fire. And now we're going to slot a formation of gold champions who will maintain their usefulness in a scenario where we are just constantly killing enemies. We're not looking to debuff. We're not looking to stack things. Just raw gold drops. You can see I'm even climbing right now. We did an Azaka farm. It was a low curl stack, granted. But we're still even climbing with a dirty farm right now, even after doing an Azaka quick farm. If I pop Azaka, that's gonna, or not Azaka, Merowyn, that's gonna even climb even more. So you can see a dirty's not useless. We're reaching beyond a 10 stack cruel. Will an Azaka farmed 30 cruel do that? Then yeah. What time did you start? 5 hours and 3 minutes ago. I start at 11:30 PST, generally on the money. They're making a Golden Gate Bridge. Huh? You've been here since before he started. You're gonna get your... Is that Guild Wars 2? Is that what you're talking about? I haven't played Guild Wars 2 in a minute. Anyway, but you can see a dirty farm isn't useless. We have exceeded a 10 Azaka. 10 Kroll Azaka. Well, again, it's probably equal to a 20 stack Kroll, maybe a little less, but a 30 to 40 Kroll in a proper Azaka farm will probably outperform Dirty, but it's not useless. It's really not. You thought you started at 4 PST? No, 11:30 PST. So yeah, I've been live for a minute or two. I just don't want to... The 5 hour mark, I feel like, is definitely when people start losing interest, but we start getting more people in from different times, so we kind of got a bing bong around. You would replace Kroll with DM, and it would be even higher with this crazy age. Potentially. The only problem with DM is his actual gold find only comes online when he's uni. I was going to test something, though. Because once you technically succeed in Area 2001, you can progress. Okay, so we can do that. I've never actually tested that. So you'll see we now have Union, and now I agree with you. When you complete Area 2001, if you hit G, it will move to 2001 again as if you've progressed. And in that way you can force spawn Uni, and if you haven't done offshore accounting capped once you get to Area 2001, if you can hit G, and this will make Dob go deposit still. So even if you haven't fully stacked Dob, you can use this method to stack Dob. So you can get Uni and Dob out by doing that. That's only if you can reach Area 2001 though. So in this scenario, I agree with you now that Uni's out, as Uni is the gold find tied to DM, this is now better for the Dirty Farm. I hadn't tested that with DM yet, so I didn't know if that happened. Guild Wars has been there since release off and on, building out Dob ST. Dob is useless for Azaka, and Azaka is still important, probably not S tier. But yeah, so I haven't looked at this Dirty Farm in a minute, but it's looking okay. So yeah, this is a Dirty Farm. It's different than Azaka, and we're now slotting Dob, who is a good gold farm on his own, baseline better than Azaka. However, he clearly does not set up an Azaka farm, so Azaka is still required for that. We are looking at his gold find to be at an E7 with 4 champions next to him. We technically could get higher if we had him in the middle to get the full 6, but for now, I'm not worrying about that. That would only, we'll do it real quick just to show what it could possibly get up to. We're looking at 6E7, but I'm intentionally applying Champion of Timora to more champions right now. So that will scale up, but we're not talking crazy numbers here. You said he's best dirty in C12? Yes, for dirty. We're saying gold overall though. And he shares a seat with Azaka, who is literally crutch to setting up an Azaka farm, the technical best way to farm gold. He's still going to be high, very good. Getting back favor from legendary upgrades? What? Oh, is there a need to gold find at all if you can reach 2001? Yeah. You get hit pretty hard by spending favor on legendary upgrades. And a good, if you know you're going to spend some favor, some exponents of your blessings on the legendary upgrades, run a gold farm first. You can see now I'm at E111 for Kelemvor. If I spend my scales now and those exponents, it won't affect what I'm going to finish with right now. So you want to spend, in this case, like right now. Oh, my bud, my bud potion full. All right, we'll just do a longer potion. So yeah, you would want to first do a farm and now upgrade your legendaries and then finish your gold farm so you don't lose out. But yeah, so now we're going to want to set up Uni again. Uni. There we go. I'm so glad I tested that. I hadn't tested that yet. I'm glad that can force pull out Uni. So yeah. Disappearing Act. Upon entering a new area, there is a chance Dungeon Master does not appear in the formation and is replaced by Frightened Uni the Unicorn. While Dungeon Master is away, the formation's gold find is increased by E5. So now that Kroll is not applying his plagues, we can't reliably rely on his gold farm, so we're gonna want to take Dungeon Master, who is going to give a flat E5 with Uni, potentially, if you can reach that, and is old for Astarion, older than Kroll, to stack up Astarion a little higher. Also, how do you unlock trials? You need to complete a specific adventure in not Trials about TMAT, in let's see, in the Descent into Avernus. You need to go until you can reach the adventure Elturel's Last Stand, I believe it was, right? Right? I forget which one it is exactly. I think it's Elturel's Last Stand. And once you complete that adventure, it will unlock trials. Correct me if I'm wrong. It is? Okay, yeah. So yeah, push until you can complete Elturel's Last Stand in the Descent into Avernus. That will unlock trials for you. Or in Baldur, yeah. So very far for you. Well, it's a good mark to push for. So yeah, DM. Let's rank him real quick. Let's push this along. DM. Flat E5 once Uni's out. If you can't get to 2001, sometimes it's going to be very hard to get Uni to be out at your wall. So it's definitely harder to guarantee Uni's out at your wall. But Kroll is going to get a max 1 stack of Pilfer if you're actively killing in a dirty farm. So that's like 1,000 gold. Just boosting Astarion with DM's age is probably enough to justify that. I kind of see him in the C tier, as his age does synergize with Astarion. At least in the end game, you can force Uni if you need to, and you can try to have Uni out otherwise. I could see him with the debuffers in C. I don't think he reaches fully down to Kulik, Dahani, Vi, Donner range, because he's at least an E5 when he's up there for me, and they're so much lower than that. And I can see him having a persistent use, being a gold find, and age in his slot. That's the wrong. There we go. For a dirty farm, he's good. We're not seeing peak numbers here, though. All right. Let's see. Let's just take a broad look at who we have left here. Okay, so Dob, Eliwick, Gazrick. I mean, Ishii. There's a few of these we can just kind of, man, yeah. Some of these are hard to rank because of how they work. I see Ishii in the F, to be perfectly frank, above Morgan, because Ishii technically does give you gold, but we'll quickly go over Ishii's kit. Using Ishii means you're using Ishii over someone like Jarlaxle and Polton, for that matter. Let's find some treasure. Increase all gold found for every non-human. So you need non-humans adjacent to Ishii. And at that point, we're talking about an E4 buff. It simply doesn't keep up. There are too many other better gold find. Maybe we'll grant her a D. But Ishii, I just don't see maintaining anything that high. You're going to use Jarlaxle, you're going to use Polton, you're even going to use Stokey over Ishii, and Ishii just isn't worth any investment whatsoever. I'll grant her a D over F. It's no one exactly. Yeah, I'll grant her a higher D, because it's fair. I would never recommend focusing on Ishii, but we can even go. Yeah, it's no, like, because Donner, at least you're still going to use that debuff, though. That's the thing. In an Azaka farm, you'll still use Donner. Is it great? No. But you'll still throw him in. Are you ever really going to throw out Ishii? I don't really see a scenario in which you will. If Jarlaxle's locked out, you're probably using Polton anyway. He can be above Ishii, that's fine, but she isn't F. Yeah, it's fair not to call her F. It is. But yeah, she just can't climb high out of D. Who else will be quick? I mean, Makos, we'll give a quick look at Makos. Makoshi. Makos early on chooses between dealing more damage, and when Makos lands the killing blow on an enemy, they drop more gold. Or increases his damage, so you take the more gold scenario in his case. However, that does require him to get the killing blow, and that isn't exactly ideal. At least with Ishii, it's just a raw buff. I mean, it is E8, and in that case, if you can make him get the killing blow, that's not a bad boost, right? But how often are you going to be in a scenario of farming gold that Makos is getting the kill? His ult, yeah, and that is a fair point, is you can rely on his ultimate to get that killing blow. And that is the difference, is if you're doing a dirty farm too, there is the scenario where we're gonna have enough Bud that his ultimate is getting the killing blow. So, probably not going to happen in dirty, worthless, and Azaka. But there is the scenario where you could make his ultimate get the killing blow in a dirty farm, potentially. Because what you could do is set up your farm, get out Makos, replace him with someone like Corazon, and let's see if we get any kind of boost out of this. We're at 249%, and then if you get ready and pop off, you can... Oh, it's the Vecnas right now. The Vecnas are killing us. That's the ranged is getting in the way. Yeah, that didn't pop off. So yeah, we'll wait for that, see if we can sneak it in. I didn't even see it go. Yeah, see, that did give us actually a little boost there. So there is a scenario where you can make it work. Plus you need evil to scale his damage. But again, we're not focusing on his damage here. Because yeah, if we're relying just on him being your damage dealer, he's trashed here. But we can make his ult, which scales with Bud, which that's what we're using anyway in a dirty farm. It would be much easier in a scenario where we don't have Vecna spawning. Once Vecna emergence is gone, Vecnas deal range damage. So in a melee scenario, it's hard. But he actually can, with his ult, give you more in your dirty farm than potentially otherwise. So we'll do it again. Boom, that killed it. You know, we're up to 438 now. We are technically getting more being able to pop that off. It is more micro than a lot of people would want in a dirty farm, but you actually can make use of it because E8 gold is actually pretty good. That's not bad. I mean, we're like our Omen right now is 88. Omen with 57,000 attacks is comparable to my Makos. So if you're willing to set that up, that's actually good. That's not even bad, that's good. A little more knowing, not that bad outside of Vecna emergence. This is kind of screwing us right now because Vecnas are ranged and you would want to find somewhere that's melee, so you could have only one familiar on the field, pop it off, do Makos, get that boost, pop the familiar back out, right? And you're getting that E8 from Makos in that scenario. Vecna can't spawn in boss area. We could do it in a boss area. That's fair. So I mean, you could set up the scenario where you're in just a melee boss. Pop it off, pop a Makos, kill, pop back in. I wasn't quick enough. It is more micro. A lot of people don't want that micro. But technically speaking, we're at 2,781 now, right? Like, Makos can actually spike even your dirty. He's not going to spike an Azaka, but he can spike a dirty farm. Especially if you try to line it up where he kills a boss. That's why we got that spike, is we killed the boss. And with that blessing, does anyone remember what the blessing is off the top of their head? I forget where that blessing is. I don't recall. There is a global blessing to increase gold from bosses. Does anyone remember? There it is, never mind. Gold earned from bosses increased by 2,500%. So this way, you know, you wouldn't have to rely on necessarily a gym if you had an armored boss, or in this scenario, if we're looking for Makos to snipe out a boss, get the boss to spawn, he didn't hit him with it. Again, more micro, but at the end of the day, it can actually be good. So yeah, E8's a high number, very high number, but a little harder to work with. Does require more micro, but can give you a spike. A pretty good spike at that. Is he gonna reach like S tier because of that? No, but I think it's better than some people give him credit for. But yeah, if we're just relying on him being your damage dealer, suck. But like a deep end game dirty farm, why are you doing that? There we go. There is utility there. There is. He is a hard one to rank, though. He really is. Because that boost in specific scenarios can be a big enough boost to really matter. But it does require micro. It does require you to get to a specific scenario. I think his numbers, just that number, the E8 is actually a huge gold find. Still and F? I disagree. You've convinced you with the microing that he's on the same range as the lower debuggers. Far better than Tahani, for example, but not as easy as Beetle Grimm and Baloth. It's too much work. It's not even that much work, though. Oh, you're good, Rockers. Removing a familiar and casting an ultimate, I don't think is too much work. I really don't. I mean, that's almost the same amount of work as throwing in a debuffer. Yeah, it's a little more, but we're talking, oh, thank you for the follow. Media Knox, how you doing? Top of C, he scales with regular chests, but not amazing enough to hit B. I even think he potentially hits B. We're talking about an idle game. Yes and no. That's an argument I think is bunk, personally. So you won't find support for that argument here. I rank things based on what they are and what they can be, not whether you want to be really lazy or not. I understand people who want to play it idly, but I don't mesh with that at all. I think that's a mid excuse. It's in the name, okay, and that's fine, and you can play that way. I don't think I will never rank someone based on how idle they are or not. I just don't. That's just not my style. It's fine if you are that way, but I'm just not. Even the devs have said the idle and the idle champions is a misnomer. I mean, and they put it there, so that's on them, and they've had ample opportunity to take it away. And I understand where people come from, but I also just simply do not agree with, I can't be lazy with it, it's garbage. I don't agree. Simply don't agree. Especially when we're talking about Azaka. Azaka is infinitely harder to set up than a dirty farm throwing in a random Mako ult. Azaka is infinitely more difficult to set up, and we're still ranking her at S, because it is objectively one of the best ways to get gold. A Mako ult in a dirty farm, infinitely easier than Azaka. I think he climbs to B. Like, I know I'm gonna get flack for that. I think he climbs to low B. The E8 is a huge, and again, yes, my item levels are a little higher, but in reference to where other people are gonna be scaled in their account, he's going to be scaled higher, and it just takes an ultimate. I don't think that's asking much. You can play idle or not. The beauty is in the freedom, yeah. You wouldn't put her that high. You'll put her as high as mid B. Who? Oh, Azaka, you're saying? You mean two of the better gold find champions, Astarion and DM, have ult shortening abilities too? Yeah. Azaka, it is just the fact that Azaka is ultimately going to offer you the potential highest peak ever, and that has to be considered. He's reliable. Tahani outshines him for you as a fresh account by far, but that's specifically a new account issue. Well, what does Tahani's get to? Because hers is low. You'd use Mako's gold find pre-Azaka for sure, and maybe in the mid, even after Azaka, for a dirty farm, B tier for you. He's definitely a weirder one, but I think he's worth the B. I really do. It is a specific scenario of the dirty ult usage, but I do think he can offer you a lot. But yeah, we'll move on. Who to talk about now? 80%? Okay, yeah, you must be real early then. People think Shaka is Garbo in part because he's not idle enough, but you agree that you should rank depending on everything possible. And I think there can be a hit taken into consideration, maybe for someone like Shaka, because I think Shaka even goes beyond non-idle. His RNG can just be bad a lot, right? Whereas Narak, I think, might be a better example of non-idle. He will always perform really good. But yeah, he's not idle, sure, but I don't know. I'm just not on that bus. I'm not the type of person who thinks, well, whatever is ultimate lazy is ultimate for me. I don't know. Why does that keep happening? Stop it. Just not my speed. That's okay. My balls are getting sweaty. Let's see, who do we want to look at? We got to wrap this up, boys. I did not think I thought gold was gonna fly. Let's see. We can go Dob since we're talking about dirty. So we've already kind of mentioned Dob. Ultimately, he gets good gold find, not the best, but good. Still synergizes, however, with the likes of Rust, Merylwyn, Egbert. So he's good. He's good. However, you do need him to be in your formation. Speed would have been faster, yeah. Someone recommended gold though. So you do kind of need him in your formation to get the best out of him. And that's not the greatest, having a seat locked out just for someone who's going to scale as you push. But in order to stack offshore accounting to its cap, you're going to want him in your formation as you push. So there's a slight restriction there. If you can reach area 2001, you can technically rinse repeat 2001 until he continually goes back offshore enough. That's a very niche scenario in which to cap it, and that still takes a long time to do if you really want to sit here manually pressing G to do that. But yeah, overall, even if you don't do that, he still is okay gold find. But if you want to reach his peak good, not the best, but good gold find, you're going to want to do that. Ultimately good. You're going to use him in a dirty farm. Let's take a look at numbers from other people. So he is hard locked out of Azaka. And that's a bit of a minus, in that if you're going to Azaka, you're not going to Dob, period. You mean you did say a lot about late game being easier due to the 2001 resetting, plus Merylwyn also can add 1% stack when her ult is used? That's true too. I guess I should talk about that. In the scenario of Merylwyn, you're talking her meat grinder, right? You can, Dob increases the number of deposit stacks by 1% rounding up, minimum 1 stack. That doesn't affect his hard cap though, does it? Yeah, no. That's just helping him get to that point. High A by himself, S with the rest of his crew. I don't think he quite reaches S. S numbers so far have been like, well, because he's hard locked out of Azaka. Literally just unusable with Azaka. He is an insta slot in a dirty. He's best for Bud gold farming though. Best? I disagree. Omen scales harder than him. But he's still really good, don't get me wrong. Like, yes, you're going to swap him for Azaka. From his seat, yeah. But again, we're not like, if someone is the best in their seat for a specific scenario, that doesn't just make them S, you know? I do think he's high though, don't get me wrong. I can see an argument for him sliding into S, but being completely locked out of Azaka, I think matters. In his scenario, I do think he's A. I just don't know if he completely slides into S. Because if we're talking raw numbers, well, yeah, I was gonna see, where does Merylwyn get to without Treasure and Friends? I was curious. Yeah, she falls down pretty hard without stacking up Treasure her friends. Let's see. Restless higher just because ease of use. Yeah, I think they're both gonna get above Merylwyn. But they're all really close. What are his numbers with a full 6? When we did it, I meant like 2e6, it went to like 6e6. Or 7, not 6. So it helps, but it's not like a huge boost. Do I think he slips into S? He does have good synergy with the people currently used in Dirty. I mean, yeah, if he did, he would be the bottom of S. But, do I think so? To him, gotta go to sleep, won't be here for the rest of the week, but you'll be back next Tuesday, so don't worry. You pull a Dark Warrior on you, take care. Alright, Parada, see you then. You think for gold they could both fit, to be honest? You'd almost slide Daub and Rust together into low S, since they are really the main additions to either Dirty or Gold. Regressing for gold via Daub is fantastic. Rust is wonderful catch-up, plus all synergies. Yeah, that's why I was thinking of keeping them at the top of A, though. Because I think S... Because I don't want to just slide a bunch of people into S, just because, yeah, they're useful. We got to look at their raw numbers, too, then. And Omen is just S for numbers. And Azaka is S because she's literally the only way to make Azaka farming happen, which is still relevant. S is the must-use in gold farms. Azaka and Bud. Is Daub a must-use case, though? I mean, he's must-use in Dirty, for sure. But... I mean, if we said they both slipped in, I'd probably look at it like that, but Who else might go into S? I don't know. I don't know if anyone would. And I think S should be restrictive. And that's kind of the point. I'm not sure on that. We'll leave it like that for now to see where everything else falls into place. Because ultimately, I think Omen reaches the highest numbers out of anyone. And that's why he's S, right? Azaka is S because the entire formation of Azaka farming completely relies on her. Now, let's look at everyone else, though. Let's take a quick look at... Agree, you also think they jump that fence? Let's look at Penne. Yeah, we could look at Penelope. Oh no, I'm dying. Oh, that's because the... Yeah, no, that was just damage. Okay. Let's see. Let's just kill it. Penelope. Penelope's a weird one. Oh! Almost messed that up. Penelope's a weird one. Story time. Each time a champion adjacent to Penelope attacks, add a stack of story time. The party's gold find is increased by 1% for each stack of story time. Stacking additively. Story time stacks are capped at an E9. Whenever a boss enemy enters an insect swarm, the number of story time stacks are increased by 2.5%. Technically speaking, this can reach very high numbers with that cap of E9. There is no gear to scale it, though, and it takes a while to cap out. We can, let's see, what would we even throw in here? I don't know. Is it worth it, though? But that's a thing. Who am I looking for right now? Let's just throw in Virgil. I don't know. Just get just some random people to throw in here. Don't want Bud for this. some slows and knockbacks. Actually, yeah, let's use Crux. If Dob is the go-to dirty gold, then he has an S roll for gold. I still don't think that's necessarily the threshold for reaching S. I think S matters beyond who you're slotting, but we'll see, we'll see. Who do I want to put there? I mean, I guess No. What do we want to do here? I guess we could do Nova for another slow. And... let's see. I don't know, cool, like, whatever. Get a little... Oh, wait, no, he doesn't actually slow. What am I thinking? I actually don't know who I want to throw in here at the end. Anyway. But are you gonna farm? Yeah, So, in this scenario, I'm just trying to set something up where I can, like, go back to a boss area and not kill... Yeah, see, we're still killing because we're throwing in people that will actively attack and or slow and knock back stuff to scale her up. Because story time, not necessarily because knockbacks. For what now? Structure easy to farm in a boss zone, constantly shaking the boss forward and backward through her insects. Yeah. So you want to scale up for that, but then number of story stacks are also increased whenever a boss enemy enters an insect swarm. So you set up a scenario where you can get bot like just enough to knock back and be through her storms. Did I? Oh, I clicked, didn't I? And it can stack up, but do you want to do this every time you do a gold farm? Dob has a better knockback? Well, but that shares Penelope's seat. We're not doing it just for a knockback. We're stacking up Penelope. Basically just enough to get the insects going, since they disappear. And you would have to do that for a little while. Yeah. Do I foresee people intentionally farming her up to an E9? No. You're comparing them? Yeah, I mean, yeah, but we're not necessarily talking about knockbacks right now. What'd I miss? I feel like if tedium was a factor, then Azaka farming would be the worst gold farm. Yeah, there's a lot of not great ones. I don't foresee people farming up her to a full E9. I just don't. It just takes a while, and it's kind of annoying. Is there the feat? Okay, that's fair, that's fair. There is the feat to showcase it, for sure. Yeah, so at this point we've got it up to an E6, and we had Dob at a E7. It wouldn't take a terribly huge amount of time to make her comparable to Dob. I don't see 3 feats. Did I miss one? I only see 2. You didn't buy it? I don't see one here. Oh, I'm an idiot. No, you're right, you're right. I looked at the gold and thought it was just a gold increase. I'm an idiot. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah, my and this is why we need to wrap up. My brain's starting to get that fatigue. So we're getting to an E6 just by tinkering with it. And again, you can get it comparable to Dob, and it's worth mentioning. And it can eventually exceed Dob, but it does take the time in farming it up. But then you don't quite get the synergy Dob gets with his affiliation, and it's a questionable throw up, but there is the potential for Penelope to exceed it. But it does take a little bit of a tinkering. And this isn't ideal, I'm just trying to move it along. There are more ideal ways you could do this. Absolutely. How did the boss instantly get to me? What did I do there? Whittle maxed out. I mean, gold, blue, and green. Oh, I see. How high does it get just slotting her in while pushing? Just while pushing, it's not going to get terribly high until you reach your wall. Yeah, it really just kind of depends. Because it depends on how quick, how fast you're progressing, how many times your champions are attacking in your push, how hard or how long you stay at your wall. Eye levels don't make you attack faster, feats do though. Sometimes with over 1000%, things still jump to the formation, yeah. I just thought the insects would catch him before they actually got a hit in. You're going low C. I think she has the potential. I mean, again, we're at 1E7 at this point. This is when the hard taper hits, and you would have to farm for a while. She has the potential to be better than Dob, though. You may be misremembering, but wasn't Astarion higher numbers than Dob and Penelope? No, we got him to a maximum of E7 with a team of max age. So he is at Penelope's current state when we focused exclusively around Astarion. So, technically speaking, if you farm this up, it can become very good. It's true. It can exceed Omen in some cases. You can add Quillic, his ult can slow mobs. Something like that. Yeah, I'm not going to sit here until I farm this up all the way. I'm just trying to give it a little girth. As far as ranking her goes, like, she has the potential. And she fairly quickly has gotten to okay numbers. Well, good numbers. Because right now she's competing with Dob. And she'll be able to exceed Dob before too terribly long. But it does take the time. If she had a gear slot for this, it'd be pretty GG for her. Because if you could just keep scaling it, that would be GG. I think she is in kind of a similar scenario to Makos. Kind of, in a weird way. Because we'll be able to get into... With the feats, we'll be able to get to an E9 if we wanted to focus on it, right? And we had Makos at that 8E8. But they do take specific scenarios. Clearly she can't be used in an Azaka farm because she shares a seat with Azaka, so it's exclusively a dirty farm. Yeah. Does she beat out Dob's numbers when you include the increase to his affiliation? She can, yeah. Because if we sat here long enough to get her to E9, technically speaking, that's a high enough exponent addition that it would probably overtake the incremental increases to the affiliation. It is a bit of a hassle, like, admittedly, but at the same time, there's potential there, and I think the potential is absolutely worth. Now, am I going to do this every time I'm going to do a gold farm? No, I'm not. I don't mind setting stuff up, but the level of time this does take to become competitive with Dob and his affiliation, it's iffy, right? Not every time I'm not going to be this speed to make it go this quickly. And again, it slows way down here. And I would say the E9 at my current item level is the threshold I would need to reach. It's not that bad. It is hard to rank her at that point, though. Because there is a lot of potential there. She is a weird one, though. We're also factoring event buffs, and that's fair. I don't remember. Yeah, she doesn't get an addition to story time, so that's irrelevant to her. So, oh no, yeah, absolutely, Cynics. I wasn't sure either, I had to check. I couldn't remember if it was all damage or story time on that first one. You can't believe Einstein is letting you play this long? Huh? Oh, because he's not begging for food yet? He'll probably be scratching at my door soon. It's 5 o'clock is when I feed him, and he starts getting antsy, and it's past 5 where I'm at. Yeah, she is a harder one to rank for sure. But in, like, you don't lose the stack, so, you know, we could progress. Look at Dob. Well, now we need to get DPS in here again. Get the bud stacking. And our Dob's sitting at a 2e7, and, oh, they're all dead. Come on, bro. And if we throw in Penelope, she exceeds him now that we farmed as hard as we did. At a 5e8, he still interacted with other members of his affiliation, which are boosts as well. We're all probably around equal. How long would that take? I mean, we all sat here for it. I still think she would need a bit more farming. She would need to do about what we just did to raise her to an E9, which at that point I think she does kind of take it over. Not to worry if the cat has learned to open a fridge or nibble a hole through the side. Her final is E11 at final investment. Oh, you mean for the E11? Yeah, it takes a minute. It does. I'm not going to do it in this stream, but on multi-boss zones, yeah. She has the high potential. Oops. Less than 10 minutes? I find that surprising, but it is true. I wasn't doing it in an ideal way. Because you could, like Void said, rely on just bud killing with the swarms. So you're just bouncing the boss through the swarms, and it just rinse repeats on the boss. It is a, that's a thing. How high is Omen again? Omen, I mean, it depends. I could, again, in the same way, farm him higher. But currently, Omen is an E9. I think on average, it's going to take longer than 10 minutes. Unless you're saying like 10 minutes with full speed pots and everything running at 10 times speed. But like in an average, if you're not always running 10 times speed, I would not recommend Penelope. That would take far too long. Honestly, it's not that much higher gold find than Dob, but handy if you want to max out something like Fortunes where Favor's harder to get. And I mean, ultimately, that's what you're doing with Gold Farm, right? Like, that's what we're kind of ranking on. But again, it does take the time, and we're talking 10 times speed. It is definitely not 10 minutes if you're running on an average run. Just got a client update. They put an item level hovers over the Swap Champions pop-up back. Interesting. I'll have to take a look at that later. The more I look at it, I really don't think Dob gets it to S. I really don't. I think he can be the breakpoint to A. But Penelope. How you doing, Black Widow? Oh, brain's losing juice. Man, I almost kind of see her in the same light as Krull in a weird way. She's less RNG heavy, but like her numbers can't be denied. But would I say in an average farm, you're going to use her every time? Probably not. But you can't deny her peak. Penelope has potential for S, but unlike Dob, she does not have multiple easy ways to farm up story stacks. The effort of Penelope is niche and good akin to Krull. Because that's about the... Krull can reach those numbers too, right? That's about his threshold as well, but you gotta work with it. And it's not the... Penelope's is easier to force, but again, it definitely, if you're not running at a 10 times speed, I would not recommend farming up Penelope's stacks. But if you're reliably able to get the 10 times with pots and whatnot, she can be worth it. She can be. We're gonna keep her there just for now, just so we can move on. It's not hard to get 10 times though. Really depends on the state of someone's account. But yeah, it's not the worst. Let's take a quick look at Eliwick. We brought her up earlier. She should be a quick one. A lot less important now that Astarion is in her seat. Normally you want her in... Actually, does she work the same way? I don't know. Now on Steam at least. Interesting. You could put her... We can sneak her... Man, yeah, I don't know who I would bump ahead of the other, because Krull is kind of like the Azaka version of her almost, in a weird way. If you're using Azaka, Krull takes her spot, and if you're doing dirty, she kind of takes that spot. But alternatively, you could just run with Dob and be good enough for a run, whereas there is no real replacement for Krull with Azaka. Confirmed on Epic as well? Okay. So, Eliwick with Fortunate Soul will increase your gold find by an amount. It is increased for gem stacks you get. You want her in your formation the whole time you're pushing, so she can build those stacks. Even then, it's additive, and then applies multiplicatively, and ultimately never gets crazy high. The cap you're going to see is likely a high E5, maybe an E6, depending on your investment. And the fact that Astarion is out now, he has made her completely irrelevant, because he just gets to that E6 and then has a specialization that adds more gold to him on top of that. So I do think we're going to be quick with her. She's not the worst, right? I think she is better. I think she's like the top of C. I think she's probably normally going to be better for gold than Paulton and Stokey, and all three of them have better gold find in their seat. I don't think she's terrible, but Astarion's just kind of made her not worth it putting in your formation anymore while you push. She can still potentially reach... Well, maybe she's under... Maybe she is in this range. You know what? Yeah, we'll put her just above the debuffers, actually. Yeah. I think that's about more relevant for her. We cover Regis. Yeah, let's get to hopping on these other lobies real quick. So Regis, am I? Oh no, I'm turning blind. There he is. Regis, we are looking at Bounty of the Hall. Your formation gains 1 Mithril Hall stack. Regis increases your gold find bonus by 100% for each stack. Baseline, he's offering 4 stacks. He's only getting to 1500. So the clear problem with him is he needs to be with his affiliation in order to make anything happen. Let's just real quickly take a look at what that ultimate maximum would be. Just to put it into perspective. Maximum stacks is 23. I don't recall, but we'll find out. And if I need to get feats, I will. Strong Heart doesn't count for stacks. Who am I forgetting? I feel like I'm forgetting one. Bruner, Cadibri, Drist, Regis, Wolfguard. Nope. So we are looking at 22 stacks. Did I not get the most recent Drist one? Oh. Yeah, alright. An emergence shop. Oh, that's why. That's why. I'm probably not going to get that. But yeah, so there would be potentially one more stack. But as we're looking right now, we're looking at a 4E8. All things considered, that's not a bad gold buff. But then when you consider how many slots you have to take up for that, and how many other gold find champions, seat 10 for Astarion, seat 5 for, Valentine Evandra, it's just not worth it. Yeah, in a few months, 23 stacks for me, because I'm not going to spend emergence currency on a feat for Drist. But yeah, ultimately, he's not really worth it in any scenario. None of these other champions are offering you gold find in a dirty farm. They're just not worth taking up the slot of another gold finder. And if you're just using him by himself, you're looking at that 1500. So like, is he good if you're pushing a Mithril Hall? Sure, that's a decent gold boost, right? Are you ever gonna farm with him? Probably not. And again, sharing a seat with Merylwyn, no less. So yeah, you might just for the Penelope variant. You think that'll get you in the Penelope variant? That'll help? I don't know. Yeah, ultimately, I think what happened to the Companions of the Hall was good, but that was a nerf, in that they all used to give gold, and now it's just him. And by himself, wow, I'm really hitting the wrong ones. By himself, he doesn't really offer anything to a gold farm, right? High D, they all used to be gold, but now his buff is lackluster, yeah. I really see him in the same, yeah, like the end of D, almost. Like, I foresee there's potential use with everyone ahead of him in an actual gold farm. I don't think he's F, clearly, because he doesn't detract from anything. He's just a very low on his own, and by himself he offers his formation, his affiliation, a pushing affiliation, some okay gold. But are you going to ever use him in a gold farm? Nah, probably not. Not when he shares a seat with Merylwyn. It actually scales instead of Quillic's slow sanctions. Yes, but Quillic at least has a spot in a form of gold farm. Unfortunately, being stuck with all good champs means your best is probably... I thought, didn't you say you pulled in Artemis? With DM? I don't even, yeah, I just don't even know if I could classify him higher than anyone in D. Like Dahani is at least in a slot that isn't competing with gold, so you might use Dahani. Vi, there's some setups with her. Donner, you'll at least debuff. Ishii is at least a global gold buff that can be used. I don't really ever see a scenario you would focus Regis over anything else in his seat or otherwise. There's a lot better choices for good DPS. Well, that's what I'm saying though, is scaling the Mithril Hall by 1 from Drizzt, is that really going to help you out much? If you think it will, hey, that's on you. I don't foresee that necessarily pushing you out of there. But if you're just like barely outside of it, maybe. But yeah, Gazrick. We'll quickly go over Gazrick. making the push. Gazrick. Not terrible, all things considered. Shares a seat with Egbert. I can't believe I was calling him Dob earlier. Ultimately, it's on the lower end. Gazrick now travels with portable stall to sell his merch, increasing his gold find bonus for each rivals in the formation. And as far as rivals go, if you're using Dahani, that scales it up a little bit. They're both gold. You're probably not using anyone else in a gold farm though. And that's getting him up to a 3E5. Egg. It's an extra 100% for Bruner, Wolf, and Caddy. Extra DPS to get positionals with a spec dedicated to it. So maybe, I mean, if you really have no one else you're working with, then potentially. How close are you getting is the question. But yeah, end of point. Ultimately, Gazrick used to be pretty good. He's kind of what started the cascade of Freely not being as important anymore. However, with the introduction of Egbert and Venersa, it's more likely you're not using Gazrick. Rivals and Strongheart formation to boost his gold find the best, but 2 out of 7 gold find isn't great. Yeah. Especially having to use Strongheart and Dahani to scale it up to... did I just lose Bud? I just lost Bud. Doesn't matter. Again, we're talking about now a 7E5. So, yeah. It's not bad, is the thing. E5 isn't like bad, poopy, garbage, poop butt, but at the same time, it's not great. Like, he's definitely better than Regis. But at the same time, you're not really, there's just not much of a reason to pick him instead of others in his seat. Ultimately, I would see him, just based on his kit, I'd probably see him more at the bottom of C. Because he is better than those in D, as far as raw numbers go. But are you going to use him over Egbert? Probably not. Yeah, we could dive into Mehen. We'll get through a lot of these lower ones. Because I really do. It's a little bit longer than I expected, but that's okay. I'm fine with it as long as you guys sticking around are okay with it. I just don't want to keep you guys here too long, as we've already been here for 6 hours now. It's not bad poopy garbage poop, but deliriously tired Tyredack. I'm tired only because I'm sick. If I wasn't sick, I'd be a little more primed to go, but you always use him, but mostly because more other options in that seat is Minsk. Working hard for the money. Oh yeah, that big boy money. I got, what, 1 sub and 1 tip today. I'm rolling in it. Though I do appreciate it. That's not diminishing those who do choose to sub or donate. I greatly appreciate that. But, you always use him, but mostly because other options in that seat are mint. So you're just saying you don't have a lot of options in seat S, or seat 7? Yeah. Ultimately, Egbert, Mehen, we have found family. Increased gold find for each tiefling champion in the formation. Baseline, it's okay. E4, you know, we're talking not great. Not the worst, but not great. And how often are you going to be using more tieflings in a farm? You would maybe have Makos, right? In the niche scenario we set up. But he's also sharing a seat with Omen. Omen being one of the best gold find in the entire game without much work at all. From the Hells and 1 Dragonborn formation, the only gold find tiefling is Makos though. Yeah, if you he's kind of a Regis, right? he works good if you're running the Farida Tiefling formation and just gives that formation a good gold find boost, right? Are you going to use him in a farm? No. I don't know if I'd consider him almost F, but he's just not, he's not him, you know, as far as that goes. There are feats you can use for it, but we're not talking a high scaling, crazy buff here. I keep doing, wow. I am. There we go. I'm thinking, yeah, hitting it with Regis and Gazric for gold find usability. I think he's right there with Regis. The difference is, like, Regis and Mehen, they're good for their affiliations gold find to give you a little boost as you're pushing with their affiliation, whereas at least Gazric is just a global gold find. He just gets outclassed. But yeah, he's useful to help bump that gold invariant, but not for generic gold farm usage. Yeah, and I think he's right in that range, just above Regis, because Regis really does require his whole affiliation, whereas Ishii and Mehen can technically give an okay buff baseline. Jim is a weird one. Kind of a strangey. As far as the gold tag goes. So yeah, everything we talked about with Azaka is important to think about with Jim, because Jim does the Mimic, which gives it the armored points and makes them drop 10 times normal gold when killed. So that's where his gold farm is coming. He also shoots a line of gold coins across the field, dealing damage to all enemies in a line, dropping 1 enemy's worth of gold. I mused the idea of, you know, trying to run this in a gold farm just to see what would happen. Ultimately, it's not gonna... I mean, like, you could... Because I don't know, honestly, how it defines 1 enemy's worth of gold, right? Is it 1 enemy's worth of gold in the area you're at? If so, it doesn't take into consideration scalings. Whereas Azaka, you know, she's hitting that target and they're dying for whatever they've debuffed. I don't think it works like Azaka. I haven't tested it. If anybody does know, go ahead and shoot it out. But I do not believe this works in the way of Azaka, in that you're technically killing that target. This, I believe, just drops 1 enemy's worth of gold at the bracket you're at. So you won't be affected by debuffs, etc., etc. Could be wrong on that, though. Ultimately, you're going to be using him for the Mimic for Azaka, if that's how you're gonna do it. And so, he's kind of the weird one in that scenario. Is he important for Azaka farming? Yes. Is he technically a gold find champion you're going to slot in a gold farm? No. So he's a weird one to rank as far as the gold tag goes. Whatever mob's dropping in the zone you're in, that ability drops the same, yeah. So it's not affected by, you know, debuffs and stuff the same way Azaka is. If he was casting an animation, he can be okay, but it does only scale with the zone, and globals, not debuffs applied, yeah. So, yeah, ultimately, you're not gonna use him for that. But he is important to make the Mimic. He's only on this list. We're putting everyone who has the gold tag. And he does have the
Dirty
gold
little
tag.
availability slut.
Oh, I need to... There's a problem with that. Thank you, Rondo. That's also supposed to read your text. I will read it. $1 an hour for you. Are you saying I now have to reach, right to the edge of 7 hours? 10 times normal gold means his gold buff is E2. I mean, like, technically, right? But it's also important for setting up Azaka. But as far as... he's a weird one to rank. He really is. I almost would just yeet him from the list because it is so strange. But I did want everyone who has the gold tag. But he is a weird one. He really is. I appreciate that, Rondo. Thank you. I need to fix that. It's supposed to read it just like any other dono. You put him in a special tier with Corazon. I mean, that's kind of fair. Because Corazon isn't gold, but has unique synergy. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll say... Let's see. He's like, Morgan, when it comes to enemy gold dropping, but he should make it out with F, at least into D. We'll say, what would we call the niche bracket? We'll call the bottom poop, and that's where Morgan's gonna go. What are we gonna call the Corazon Gym bracket? Formation niche. Synergy? The gym is zone. I kind of like that. We'll call it the Synergy Gymazone for now. Nice beards. Do you call just a tuft a beard? A little soul patch? Would you call that a beard? Not good, not poop. But that does leave Venersa. She does. We'll see where she goes. So let's. I kind of like that because Jim and Corazon, you can't really rank them in a gold, right? But they do have unique synergies. So yeah, we'll do that. And Morgan is poop. So let's look at Venersa. Venersa. Rear poop deck. Doesn't matter. You see Jim and Vi about the same? I mean, kind of, yeah. So Venersa, support in gold. She has the gold tag. Venersa picks up a random monster type. Becoming her favorite foe drops extra gold, and champions deal damage to them. Mind you, shouldn't you also put all rogues and old people in that tier? I don't think old people are worth considering, honestly. It barely scales. Corazon is more about scaling the Ox Ventures, whereas Astarion's Age and Jarlaxle's Rogue, they barely scale to be considered, in my opinion, for that extra slot. It really is these days like Corazon kind of fits that extra slot. 1, if you're Valentine for an extra positional. 2, for the Ox Ventures. And 3, he is a rogue, so he does also count for Jarlaxle. He kind of is that flex slot, in a way. You heard it, folks. Tyredack doesn't care about old people. True. Screw oldies. Yeah, so... dude. Okay, well, hold on. What's considered old? Let's pool the audience here. Give me just a number in chat. What is old? Not middle-aged, not blah, blah, old. What's old to you? 80 plus. 65 plus. 245. Okay. In this game? No, in real life, Cynics. Everything over 11. How you doing, Arcus? 60 to 65. So I'm seeing a lot of like 60 to 80. Okay, yeah. Screw oldies. I'm not old yet. Ask like a 12-year-old and I'm old though, I'm sure. So let's see. But are you a rogue? Depends on how you define rogue. 62 plus, aka your dad's age, but you're old like me. Yeah. 37, your body is broken. I feel ya, Shadow. I feel ya. 45 up is when the boomer seems to kick in, you think? Depends on how you define boomer. If you mean like body-wise, dude, I started falling apart at like 28 to 30. I'm not doing that like old guy hunch though. That's when I think you're old, is when like gravity takes you over and you literally can't like even lift up your head. That's when I think old kicks in. No, you mean the attitude. Oh, I see. You're not saying you're young, but you got an uncle who is 77 to this day. You can't outrun him. I'm not a runner. I was never a runner. I was a good endurance runner back in the day. I was never a good, well, I don't know. I was never good at running. I could run a decent mile, though. So old is subjective. I mean, yeah. The boomer end is going 19... Oh, wait, that's my dad's age. The Gen Xers are very, very specific about this point. Boomer isn't an age, it's a lifestyle. It's both. It's been morphed into something else. You're physically 23, your knees are 70, your back acts 90 in the morning, but since you're only as old as you feel you're 100, yeah. Born in... Yeah, well, that's the traditional boomer, but the Zoomers and the millennials have transformed boomer into just something else entirely. See, that's the thing. I was born in such a time where, like, I don't consider myself anything. Growing up, everyone in my age bracket thought we were Gen X. Millennial didn't even become a term until I was, like, in my mid-20s. And no one from my specific generation thought they were millennials. But technically speaking, I'm in the millennial bracket, even though, like, growing up, everyone thought we were Gen X. So I'm not really either. I don't really adhere to any generational thing. Gen X wants to think they're different, but they're not. Everyone wants to think they're different. Every generation who hard identifies with their generation is a little stupid, in my opinion. What's a Gen X? Gen X is right before millennials. It's the post-grunge scene. It's the Kurt Cobains. Ugh. Yeah, so if you were born in, like, the late 80s, you probably know more Gen X than millennial, but, yeah. It's the only reason you're a millennial is because you weren't 18 before 2000, which is a few years, yeah. You're Gen X, yeah. I think there's a pretty big divide between Gen X and everything that comes after. You feel pretty closely related even to Gen Alpha. Gen Alpha's like my niece, and that's just, oh man, that's like... Technically, millennials are Gen Y, post-grunge, no way, pre-grunge. Well, I guess I did kind of mean more during grunge, actually. I didn't mean post-grunge. No cap. On God, for real. So, already have fake bones. I've had broken bones. I don't know if I have any fake bones yet. No, I don't. I did. Oh, I messed up my wrist so bad when I broke my wrist. Let's finish this list, and then we'll talk about being old, and then I'll go sleep. I'll go take... No, I don't. I won't sleep. I'll just, like, completely zone out. I can't nap. I'm not old enough to nap. Gen Alpha is skibbity. Yeah. They're... Skibbity's a particular form of brain rot, man. Even my Gen Alpha niece hates Skibbity Toilet, though. You're Gen Z and you hate it every day of your life. You're in the tablet toddler generation, yeah. There's good and bad from Gen Z. Anyway, Venursa, Bounty Hunter. 2e5 gold. I don't actually recall. She has feats, but that's it, right? Let's see what that gets her feats to. Or her overall gold. Let's see what her feats can get it to. She does not... No, she does have gear attached to it. So yeah, she can scale it. That didn't scale it that hard, though. She's up to a 4e5. I don't think anything else scales Bounty Hunter's gold, though. Deck specialization. This should only be deck specialization. So yeah, we're looking at a pretty flat average gold find on Venursa. It isn't bad. 1 feat for the gold find. Singular gear slot. Yeah, I just threw in the Bounty Hunters, but yeah, that's the only gold one, isn't it? Yeah. So the other two are just for the damage. Yeah. As reflected here, you can see 4.12 E5 versus 4.94 for the damage. So only the 1 feat affected the gold. It's not bad. You grew up as a scene kid. Shakes fist at them damn kids. Could be worse about brain rot. It could be rejected series. Salad fingers. Dude, salad fingers. We kind of ruined one of my friends with salad fingers who's a bit older than us and didn't know what it was. when we showed them salad fingers with a blank face, they just got up and walked out of the room. That was so funny. E5 isn't bad. The other 2 feats are for yeah. Flat E5. If she wasn't in seat 7, she'd be perfect for a freely lawful formation. Yeah, and also if she wasn't seat 7, we'd see more use of her in flat gold because then she wouldn't be in Egbert or Gazrik's seat. There's a lot of gold find here that is either comparable or better than Van Ursa. She is less synergistic than Egbert. So ultimately, she's not going to be very high, but we're talking... I mean, you know what? I think something like this, right? Get in there. How do we feel about that? She's a rogue for Jarl, right? But I don't think rogue for Jarl overtakes Egbert Oxventure's synergy. It's not bad though, and which is why I think she's above Gazrik and Eliwick. Maybe even above the debuffers. I think that's questionable. Above dragons. Hong. You're just throwing it. Oh no, yeah, absolutely. Like, even if I mean, I think you know this by now, Cynics, but just in general for everybody, even if I shut you down, even if I disagree with you, I love hearing it. Like, I'm not trying to be mean when I disagree at all. I don't mind people contesting me at all. Throw it at me. I'll throw it back. We'll have a good time. Just not Egg. So you're saying all of the dragons but Egg. So Donner and Mehen. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I could see her... I don't know whether I want the debuffers ahead of Vin, Ellie, and Gat. What do you feel about the debuffers, guys? Should Baloth and Beetle be ahead of or behind Vin, Ellie, and Gaz? I'm a little iffy on that. I don't know if I want them at the tail end of C or just above the average in their slots. Average in their seats. How's everyone vibing? Baloth being sticky makes him higher in your opinion. I can see that. It's just that them being sticky also means they're only useful for Azaka, because you won't use debuff in dirty. Too bad you can't replace the DM face with Uni. Yeah, true. True. Sticky debuffers should be together, but are a lot more niche towards an Azaka than being actual gold find. Yeah. Always useful in Azaka, but only Azaka. I think it's good either way. I think we might revisit this in a later date when there's other people who have their opinions. Vi and Jim set up Azaka still if you wanted. Baloth would be ranked higher than Makos. He is more diversified and easier to use. I don't think he's more diversified. He is just a sticky debuffer. And almost exactly the same as Beetle. Easier to apply his debuff than Beetle. But Makos offers far more gold if you can use Makos. His E8 for me farly exceeds the E5 Baloth gives. Put the debuffers in the Jimma zone. You just dirty gold farm with... You just dirty gold farm with Azaka in and let it ride? Is that what you're saying? Azaka's definitely not the best pick in a dirty farm, for sure. Penelope and Dob are definitely better than Azaka for a dirty. You got distracted by wondering if that's the frog from BG3 on Eliwick's shoulder? I don't think so. Eliwick came out far before BG3. But I actually don't know what frog you're talking about. Which frog? It's been a while since I played my Baldur's Gate run. Do we want the debuffers in the Jimma zone? We never even considered the frog. Oh, we need to spend like 5 more hours now. I don't remember a frog in BG3. What are we talking about here? You love Penelope as a character and have been trying to use her More? She is a little annoying to farm up to be usable in a dirty farm. But yeah, Dob and Penelope are better than Azaka in that seat for a dirty farm. The frog is Eliwick's friend, and the frog from the swamp in BG3 is a weird looking frog. Oh, the swamp. Okay. I remember now. I kind of forgot that whole bit, actually. We can do that once we open the Tyredack official Discord server. Not serious, we know you're... It's not that I don't want to. I don't know if I want to open up the crap shack. That's what I call the Discord server I have right now, where I just store my videos. It's more about moderating a Discord. I've heard so many horror stories of moderating a Discord. If even one person out there doesn't like me, there are people who will literally just join your Discord to spam CP and get you banned and blocked out and all this crap. Dude, I don't want to deal with that. Like, you kill the hag, she'll glitch out, be wary. Oh, couldn't figure out how to help. What do you mean, devils? What are we talking about? Umbra? But yeah, just the amount of moderating people being too stupid in a Discord. I'm open to a lot of things, I really am. But I think that also gives way for some people thinking they can take it a little too far. Oh, the frog, I see. Yeah, I was thinking you were meaning something else. I was like, wait, what? Yeah, there is still a high probability of opening a Discord. I probably should, all things considered. I'm not that active on Discord on my moniker Tyredack. Maybe I need to be more so. As we're in the wind down, we kind of sprinted through the last bit there, but we've been live for 6.5 hours. Woo! But I again though, absolutely appreciate everyone who has popped in. As long as there are people caring enough to watch, caring enough to chat, you know, I don't mind keeping going. I'm more so just exhausted because I'm still sick with COVID, and I'm a little... do what you're comfortable with. See, it's not even about comfort for me. Ultimately, I don't care. I know there are people who are sensitive to some things where a fairly open and moderated Discord would scare some people away. Go to sleep. I won't be able to sleep until like 4 a.m. I can't nap and I have insomnia. I will just lay there and be tired. So why not keep talking at this point? I am exhausted though. You think Donner should go in the Gymazone as well as Vi and Stokey? I don't think Stokey belongs in the Gymazone. Gymazone is just a gold buffer. Or just Stokey. She is just a gold buffer. I could see the debuffers potentially. What? I don't know what you're saying, Shadow. I don't know what that means. She only buffs gold with her key outright, but that doesn't make her a unique synergy though. That's just her kit, right? She's not like a debuffer, she just needs marks applied, so she can only really be used in an Azaka run. That's kind of like Evandra, right? Evandra doesn't come online until things are dying. That doesn't give her like a unique synergy per se the way Jim and Corzin do. The only one... You said you have COVID? Oh, you're talking about the Ritz. Okay. No, I definitely got sick from someone else, but whenever I scratch my throat with certain food like Ritz or there's other foods that do it, that instantly sets me off into spiral into that cold or whatever it is. I thought it was a cold until the other day I was trying to soothe my throat with some ice cream. I had some mint cookies and cream ice cream and I put it in my mouth and I was like, uh-oh, don't taste any mint. And so I was like, okay. It turns out it's COVID and can't really smell or taste anything right now. And yeah, but yeah, no, it's weird though, because some foods do exacerbate, like if I'm fighting off a cold and I don't know it and I eat something and it scratches my throat, boom, it sets off the cold. Hate it, don't know why I do it, forgot it happened with Ritz crackers, and yeah. You would cry if you couldn't taste mint. Dude, see, I'm not a huge fan of mint chocolate chip, but mint cookies and cream? The chocolate chips can be a little too hard for my taste in ice cream, but I love the flavor of mint and chocolate together in an ice cream. And yeah, that first spoon, I was like, man, because just no mint came through at all. Sometimes when you say you're autistic, you can't tell if you're making fun of me, us, but some things you say might be bad news for you, buddy. Pretty much everyone I've known with autism says I probably have autism. I don't care either way. I probably have some form. We're all on the spectrum somewhere, right? I'm vaguely serious with it, though. Pretty sure I do. Is that a medical thing, though? Have I been tested? No. I am clinically depressed and what's the technical term they gave me? Clinical, chronic, medication immune, depression and anxiety, and insomnia. Looking at the list, it hit you that Nixie should be counted as gold champ. Hope you're better soon. We'll see. Usually takes me a while to get off of stuff. You got your diagnosis at 10. People weren't really diagnosing kids at 10 for autism when I was growing up. It seems to run in my family, so probably. You're officially diagnosing me. Watching back some of the streams when I'm like having to upload them on YouTube and edit a few things out, noticing my rocking is such a bad look. I will sit here and just rock idly forever. Only got yours a few years ago, like 10 years after your mom told you. Yeah, I've never been. I just, at this point for me, like when it comes to studying things, if it's something I'm interested in, I hyper focus on it, right? But I do have a bit of either ADHD or something with like, yeah, I don't know. We don't need to go into that right now. Anyway, Nixie. Why are we talking Nixie again? What was her actual... Let's see here. Turn a potted plant, blazing. So yeah, gold coins fly out from her attack's explosion worth 10% of a normal monster kill. Not all ADHD are autistic, but most autistics are ADHD. Yeah. Nixie can buff gold, but doesn't have the tag CNE not being consistent. Does she buff gold? Or is that just she spawns the bit of gold? I don't see her buffing gold. Where does she actually buff gold? What champ should you get for the next event? You said BBEG and one other. I forget what the list is, but I think Dungeon Master's on that list. And I think it would be DM. Because DM's an important get, even if you don't invest in him. Just because he can pull in other people. She spawns extra gold, which CNE does count toward gold find in their books. In which case has that been a gold tag, though? Because you could say Jim, but Jim's also the mimic. And you could say Azaka, but Azaka also gives flat gold find. And what scenario do we have someone that spawns gold that has the gold tag that isn't either of them? So reason Morgan, I thought, I guess maybe. I thought the reason was just that she interacted with gold, but maybe. You should look for any possible broken event buffs before deciding who to pick. I think you should pick who would benefit your roster before looking at event buffs. People who would better define out your roster, I think, is more important, but you should also consider event buffs. BBEG, amazing for early speed. Unless you're going AA speed, absolute adversaries, he's not as important. But DM can be important for restrictions. And yes, you should consider event buffs. But she drops equal to what one coin drop is per attack, equivalent in-game mechanic. Got Jim spawns 4 or 5 coins based on mobs. So she's on the same mechanic as Jim. It's a real golden back effect. You'd rather open a time gate for DM? It depends on how early in the game they are, right? You might not want to be opening time gates at this point in the game if you're really early, because you want to save them all for the events. But yeah, I don't remember what the full roster is though. I will, in my video when the new champion comes, I'll give out my recommendations then as well. But I remember BBEG and DM being two of them. Events really did put crunch on time gate pieces. Yeah, and that's actually a highlight I did in my Events 2.0 video was I actually think it's too severe for newcomers. I really do. Especially since events like, yes, we're getting some more champions with them, but the fact you're having to spend, 3 pieces every time there's a flex slot, it's kind of steep. Morgan, I mean, she causes mob, she kills a drop double gold. Yeah, I guess that's fair, Morgan. Where would we rank Nixie, though? I mean, are we just putting her in poo-poo garbage? Because she doesn't actually have the tag. Like, yes, we gave Corzin in there, but the idea was to just focus on the tag. But she does have a gold mechanic. Would she just be poop, or would she... Because I could see her being... Binwin, Korth, Nova, Shaka, Celise, DM, Merylwyn, BBEG. Interesting. Binwin's a dud. Korth, I don't think I'd recommend. I don't think Korth is bad, but he's not in any big formation pushes. Nova's good, but it depends on what you're building. Shaka, everyone hates. Celise has potential in armor breaking. DM is just a good get. Merylwyn is good gold, and BBEG is good speed. She would just be poop, since Jim, without any micro morph, would be in a similar situation. Korth is sometimes recommended in Artie. I mean, I guess maybe for, like, the dexterity. Maybe. But he's not positional, though, right? Do we even want to incorporate Nixie, though? Because she doesn't actually have the gold tag. And if she's gonna be in the poop tier anyway, do we even need to put her out there? You have no extra in seat 11. Nova is good and usable in certain situations. And if you had to unlock a few people in 11, she's not a bad unlock for 11. It really depends on also, again, the formation you're trying to run. If you're going absolute adversaries, you're probably not... Korth has positionals to make everyone... Yes, but his buff isn't positional, is what I mean. He's not scalable via Artemis. Yeah, she's not a bad seed 11 champion. Absolutely not. Does she fit every formation? No. But it depends on what you're running, Shadow. Are you going absolute adversaries, or what's your intention? Shaka rolls well equals money. Shaka fails, you put in Birdsong and not get a fish. Nixie can stay out since she doesn't have the tag. That's kind of what I'm thinking. If she's going to be pooped here anyway, why? Worth knowing about Nixie is you might not have anyone else for gold in seat 1. You don't, and you didn't know she helped with gold. See, but that's what I'm saying. If you're using someone from seat C, Dahani is better than Nixie, in my opinion, right? So I don't even know if Nixie's worth mentioning. If you can get them. Yeah, so Nova isn't really synergistic with the absolute adversaries, as you're going to want to be using the Dark Urge, right? And he's in seat 11, he's their main DPS. Is Nova a good champion? Yes. Will she be used with the absolute adversaries? Probably not, because that's the seat of their DPS, who is usable in everything. So you're not going to use Nova with the absolute adversaries. But she's a good champion. So it depends on how much you're worth just having an extra champion in a seat for now. But no real need to include her since we didn't include Cathris. Yeah. Your time gate was Binwin Palton's... Ooh. I am so sorry, my man. Binwin, Palton, and Xander. I mean, Palton, right? But like, oof. That's an ouchie, dude. I'm sorry. That's rough, baby. Rough, baby. Oh, man. You mean if her event buff is anything like Gale's, you think Nova might be that's actually true. If Nova gets a good scale to the crew with her event buff, she's gonna be rocking. She's going to be inarguably probably best in seat for Artemis during her event buff, depending on how it goes for that time period. I don't like relying on event buffs personally, but if you're an early gamer, for sure. You went Bolton very easy, yeah. Oh man, that's a rough one to be thrown though, man. Binwin, Xander, and Polton. That's a. Oh. You were offered Binwin too, but Fen was another option. Yes, Fen infinitely more important than Binwin. Fen will always at least be useful for that Patron's Oath, so good pick. So yeah, Nova could be interesting. For sure, I'll probably have to do Nova just because she's in my Artemis team. But yeah, I think I kind of want to just leave out Nixie. She just doesn't even have the tag, and if she actually had utility that was brought to the table like Corazon, I would incorporate her. I just don't even know if she's worth mentioning. Bolton is easy choice, just scales utility and TOMT, yeah. Whereas Binwin and Xander are poop, garbage, poop, dirty, dirty poop. The only thing with Nixie is that she enables getting gold without killing, but might as well use Azaka in that case. Exactly, an evergreen champion you'll unlock with almost any account's power. Azaka's not a hard unlock. And seat 1 doesn't have any crazy gold you're giving up for, you know, and if you do want to use someone in seat 1 for gold, then it's Dahani. I really don't think Nixie's worth mentioning. Yeah, so this is gold. This is gold. I'm kind of in my delirious yap mode, so I'll probably go for like another 10 minutes, but we're in the downturn now. If you have any questions about anything, launch them out. I really appreciate everyone who stuck around, people who showed back up. We've been going for 6 hours and 40 minutes today. There goes the DBZ power-up emote. Oh, on Guild Wars 2? Oh. You're excited for the Rosie rework? Well, we'll see whatever happens with that whenever that happens. You're always stoked to catch these live. Oh, glad to have you here when I am live. And Monto, we'll be back Thursday, 10:30 or 11:30 rather PST. Let's hop in here real quick. I need to look at something. Okay, we'll pop back over to the list. Oh, not there. So this is our gold tier list for now. I won't, well, maybe I will publish it for now on the Google Doc where I have the overall tier list. And I'll publish the new finalized overall tier list over there as well. We'll look at the gold list again, get some more eyes on it, see what everyone's feeling. I'm okay where everything ended up for now. Drink a potion and heal up. I wish. But yeah, it could be higher, maybe. You know what? Just for the sake of Egg Boys, we'll at least put him above Jarlaxle, right? Egg. We'll get him Gatekeeper of B. We'll give him that at least. Yeah. I couldn't even. My voice just completely died when I tried to go higher. Oops. Stop it. Go away. There you go. So yeah, we'll be back Thursday. We'll probably briefly touch on the overall list, briefly touch back over the gold list early on Thursday. Then we'll probably do some other simple ones like a speed tier list. We'll probably do maybe some silly ones. No, Shadow, next week is someone else entirely. You could look at Emote's spoilers. She has it all listed there if you're interested in that. You could just literally type in EMMOTE spoiler in Google. It should be the first thing that pops up. But yeah, the one you mentioned is slotted for further down the road. Is rank tier list useful? Is a tank? Wow. I mean, maybe. We could muse these things later. We'll see what we get into. Come Saturday, well, we might shift gears on Saturday. For those who are here and might be here on Saturday, I would like to hear your opinion on something. Do we do goofy, real-life tier list of something stupid like Pop-Tarts? You know, talking about Paid Money Wubby earlier. He did a Pop-Tart tier list. That would be stupid and fun. I'd make myself sick. Oh, wait. I don't know if I'll taste by Saturday. I don't know if I can taste stuff. That might have to be on hold. Crap. I don't know if I'll be able to taste the Pop-Tarts. Oh, frickin' COVID. Damn. So never mind. We'll actually Saturday, even better. I didn't even consider that until just now. Well, we'll see. Saturday's tentative. It'll either be something goofy, Beyond Idol Champions, or maybe we'll transition into Final Fantasy 1 and start a Final Fantasy playthrough from the ground up. We'll still be hopping back over to Idol Champions, but I'm the kind of guy that kind of needs to shake it up every now and then. I don't like hunkering down and just doing the same thing over and over, but I would love... No, Thursday we'll still be going over some lists. I'm talking about Saturday. Thursday we'll at least re-go over the core list, this list, probably do a speed tier list, and we'll do maybe some other just fun, stupid ones. Saturday we'll probably shift gears into something, though. If you guys want to see anything in particular, throw it my way. We'll see. Heal list, Briv and Karlak, and then everyone else. Will these tier maker lists of yours be referenceable outside of these Twitch videos? You'd like to reference them outside of, but you don't have... yeah. All you need to do, Tranimo, is tinyurl.com/Tyredack. It's linked to a Google Doc where I will have my tier list, and I'll throw this one on page 2. So those will always be there. They're linked in every description of my video. You'll be sent right to them. But yeah. Video game turned movie list. Ooh, there's a lot of dungs in that. Karlak isn't even a healing champion, and that 10% healing to herself is her tank spec. Yeah, I know, and it's still some of the best healing in the game. It's so stupid. Starting a new content shift Saturday will likely be for the best, actually, since it's a weekend, thus wider audience availability. A lot of people like to do different stuff on the weekend and not show up, though. Caius definitely doesn't stick around as long on Saturdays. But if we like stuff after Thursday, then Final Fantasy 1 shift would be for the best to do then. Yep, we'll see. That is probably what's the highest on the table right now, is starting Final Fantasy 11. What if you added 13 to 11, or to Final Fantasy 1? Or, did I say 11? I think I said 11. What if you added 13 to 1? I don't know what you mean by that. Oh. I mean, I have played 14. Most of my 14, well, almost all of it. I played Vanilla and Heaven's Ward. I haven't played anything else, though. Or, well, I played a little of, what was the Storm one called? The one that added Samurai. I played a little bit of that, but I was working through Heaven's Ward. Yeah, I got bored. Not bored. I just really felt like I needed people to play with. Soloing all of that content was like, ugh. And the please avoid it unless you want to lose your soul in all free time, mostly for a while. Stormblood, there we go. Yeah. I really liked Vanilla 14 actually, but I had people I was playing with at the time. I gotta say the vanilla story was ass though. Like no one can convince me that Final Fantasy 14, just the base game story was good. Oh, it sucked. I've heard Heaven's Ward got way better, and I've heard it just keeps getting better, and that's possible. But yeah, Realm Reborn sucks, dude. Oh, it was a slog. I really like the whole Estinian arc in Heaven's Ward though. What was the site for spoilers? EMMOTE, emote. She's a prominent figure in the community of this game. Yeah, or you could just go to the Discord. Yeah, but yeah, emote spoilers. We'll probably pull it up. Oh Lord, soloing the main story quest was hell. You had to catch up for your former group of friends, and it was not fun. Base story is rough. They fixed it twice, and it's still awful. That's rough, man. Yeah, no, the actual gameplay I enjoyed of Vanilla though, like the raids, the dungeons, grouping with friends for stuff. I always loved Final Fantasy's class system and how they integrate that into the world, and class identity and how it can be. You can't multi-class as hard in 14, but there were, you know, sub abilities you could use. I don't know how all that works now. The new classes for the next expansion seemed weird to me. What was it? Pictomancer and Viper? It seemed weird for Final Fantasy for me. Don't know how I feel about that, but I also haven't been playing 14, so maybe they're relevant to the game beyond what I know. Yeah, 14 is interesting though. I like MMOs. You just do glams and housing, and sometimes... Oh, that was another thing that pissed me out. You just reminded me. The housing. Oh, that pissed me off because I had to take a break. And I know millions of guild by today's standards probably means nothing, right? But at the time in vanilla, I had millions of guild invested into my plot for the housing and my guild, and we all had to take a break and we couldn't resub, and so they just bulldozed it and threw it all away. Oh, that pissed me off. Luckily, the AI parties... Thanks everyone for the... Thank you, Shadow, for checking in. Have a good day. Added earlier in the content, makes AR store smoother still. 40 to 60 hours solo to content. Story thus far. I've not played Endwalker for note. Yeah, I think I was almost finished with Heaven's Ward with my account. I don't even know if I remember my account, though. You enjoy the content? I'm glad you do, and I'm glad you can interact with it. That's one thing I do like about Twitch is the instant interaction with chat. I always love my lurkers, love anyone who watches, but the ability to interact is nice. Favorite JRPG series? Trails of Cold Steel, Legend of Heroes. Don't know if I know Trails of Cold Steel. I don't know that name offhand. Growing up with the PlayStation 1 and transitioning into PlayStation 2, I played through a lot of old RPGs. And even the Super Nintendo, for that matter. It's so weird how the Super Nintendo was, like, such a good system for RPGs, actually. But yeah, so Saturday, maybe. We'll start Final Fantasy 1, maybe. Probably start something different. Something unique. Something to shake things up. But this Thursday, we will go over more tier lists, more idle champions, and we'll see. Secret of Mana remake was solid. Played the original, haven't touched the remake yet. It looked good though. I wanted to, if I had a Switch, I would definitely play the remake of Super Mario RPG. Don't have a Switch though. Because that's one that would make me relive my childhood. I used to do a yearly playthrough. Haven't for a long time though. Long time. Oh man. Gold tier list. I need to save you. Let's hop over and talk to Virgil for these last couple of minutes. I'm gonna save this list so I don't lose it. I will post it when I'm done on the Tyredack tiny URL where I host my tier lists. Platform tier list. Go rest up and enjoy your wind down. Rip Idle Champions on Switch. Oh, that's right, they did. By platform, do you mean like consoles, or what are we talking? Consoles versus PC, Epic versus Stream, CNE. It is, dude, the amount of people who would come in to fight that is funny, though. Because, like, ultimately, I would say I'm a PC Master Race kind of person, but I grew up on consoles, right? But by today's standards, the newer consoles aren't holding up to what old consoles used to be identity-wise. Epic gets the most, CNE gets nothing. Epic is starting to get a little rough for me. I still, like, people can harsh on Steam with the percent they offer people. I don't know. I think Steam has been the most reliable platform for a long time on PC. And if they get bought out by Microsoft, that's going to change. I don't think they will, though. I know that talk's been going around. It's not their style. And if it did, though, then Steam's dead. But Epic's also been doing some stuff I hate. So, but yeah, Thursday, a couple more tier lists. I know people might get tired of Idle Champions and tier list, though most of you are probably here because of Idle Champions. But, you know, yeah, but free games. When's the last time they've released a good free game? They've done a few in the past, but when's the last time they have? That's like a pedophile being like, I got free candy in my van. Not that long ago, but you don't remember what? I can't remember the last time I was like, ooh, gotta log into my Epic to get that free game. I did it with a few things, but... Consoles have their place, but you grow into PC since it's where most stuff usually can or should end up, or be forced onto. Get the PC preference, but you also enjoy sitting on the bed away from the PC and chilling. There are ways you could do that on a PC too, though. But I understand too. As far as like the current gen PCs though, or consoles, like probably the only reason I'd want a PS5, which I still kind of do, is for the remake of Demon Souls. Project Ascension, yeah. You can't get Ascension WoW on anything but a PC. Your computer can't play most of them yet, yeah. More effort to get going. The controller, yeah. You want to play Final Fantasy VII? Ooh, oh man. You two for DS and PS5? Why is that weird? I don't think it's weird to want to play Demon Souls. I don't know too much about 7-2 right now. I'm kind of a hater of the first. There's positives and negatives. I'm a little annoyed with some stuff they did in the new 7. I haven't looked fully into the second one yet though. Coming soon. Only previous reason you want a PS5 outside a few currently to be released. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, I'm a big From Software fan, so, and I've actually never played Demon Souls. I never got to play the original. I've gone through Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Bloodborne, and Elden Ring. I haven't done Sekiro or Demon Souls though. You like the new direction? I don't, actually. Like, it's the direction. I think they did an excellent job with the character models and the extra characters, right? Like Briggs and Jesse and that crew, and expanding the general Midgar world as a whole. I think they did a good job. I think they did a good job with the music. Not necessarily a fan of the pseudo-action RPG. I think it's kind of meh. And the story stuff, I think is trash. I don't know why you need to try to alter the story of 7. And the way they did it, I kind of rolled my eyes at some parts. Like heavy eye rolly at the whole time ghosty spirits and the way they utilize Sephiroth, and I don't know. There's some stuff I really just, there's no reason they should have done it. But as like again, the core of like looking at it and hearing it, I think they did a great job. I think they did a great job with expanding the characters, but yeah, story stuff, not a fan. Got satisfied with the FromSoft games, beating DS1 after Demon Souls, just so redoing Demon Souls would be the only one you'd want to replay since you really enjoyed it. Gotcha. So ARPG they've been leaning into can feel either really good or real bad. Yeah, that's the thing. Like 15, I think did it terribly. I lost interest in 15 because of the combat system. And I think 7 did a better job than 15, but I grew up with JRPGs, and I know they have like a JRPG mode. It's just not the same. For 7, ended on a bad ending. Action RPG is weird, but when it feels good, it really clicks. 15 was amazing half of the game, but you shouldn't need to move tie-in for basic story elements. The last half of the game feels like eating burnt pizza. I got to the end half of the game. I just lost interest in it. I didn't like the gameplay. I just didn't. I didn't like the fight, command, zip away. Kind of action RPG, kind of not. Go hide. Wasn't a fan of the combat of 15. I would rather play JRPG mechanics, which is why I liked Dragon Quest. I don't even remember which Dragon Quest it was. Now I gotta look. 11, I think? Yeah, 11. Dragon Quest 11 was fun. Kind of losing interest in non-turn-based RPGs in most ways anymore. The active combat aspects of 7 Remake, Rebirth gives nothing to look forward to. Bravely Default. Ooh, are they doing a new Bravely Default? I didn't know that. I haven't got to Octopath Traveler 2 yet either. I really want to play Octo 2. I played the first, really enjoyed it. There are criticisms I have of Octopath Traveler. Story overarching with characters definitely needed work, because it was a little clunky the way you would meet. Heidi-ho, let's go! What? And they had like no correlation together whatsoever. But it was still fun. It was a good love letter to JRPGs, I think. Like, I understand why a lot of the crowds don't like JRPG style, but I don't know. There's a place in my heart for it. And seeing one of the best JRPGs be turned into a pseudo-action RPG that's kind of meh, I don't know. There were some copyright setups for the new Bravely Default game, but nothing solid. Might not happen for years, if at all. Ooh. This overlap between JRPGs and roguelikes are weird. Roguelikes I can enjoy. I have to be in the right mood for them, though. There are some really good ones, though. I need to play Hades 2 still, actually, on that note. Liked Hades 1 quite a bit. Or just Hades. Darkest Dungeon? Darkest Dungeon is fun. Didn't like the second one as much. I get why they kind of changed things up, but I think the first one's still a better game. Interesting mod scene too. Can't think of any mods that like stood out as great mods, but I like RPGs that offer a modding scene where you can mess with classes. Class and class identities are huge things in me in role-playing games. Oh. Alright, well, we're teetering just past the 7-hour mark. I'm starting to zone out a bit, so we are going to be calling it there. Thanks for everyone coming. We're going to let this song ride, and at the end of the song, I'm just going to end the, I forget who it was that mentioned it, but they said it felt weird ending a Tyredack video without the end song. So we're going to let the song I usually play at the end of my videos play, and as soon as it's over, I'm hitting stop stream. Get any comments you can in. Until then, potions for Tyredack, thank you. Get some rest. Public raid time. Huh? Heal up, dude? We'll see. I don't heal fast. Get the dance in. I hope you guys all have a good rest of your day. I hope you come back to see me on Thursday and Saturday, 11:30 PST. This song is all I need to rejuve myself. I'm lying. Oh, man. Appreciate everyone who stuck it in this long. You real ones. Don't forget you can sub, but never expect me to expect it from you. But if you want me to do more things for longer periods of time like this, it certainly helps. Soft jam, baby. And here it is. This is what you should all be familiar with. Have a good day, boys.